Welcome everyone to another amazing Benzinga event. Today and tomorrow, we have Benzinga's Small Cap Healthcare Conference. 2 days. That's today, Wednesday, Thursday, tomorrow, and 2 tracks each day. We have something like, I was counting, we have over 50 publicly traded execs from 50 publicly traded companies that are going to be presenting today. Goals today and tomorrow, we want to get investors connected directly with some of these execs at healthcare companies, biotech, pharma companies, and we want to get you guys good information so you guys can make some good decisions. If you're already looking at an investment in one of these companies, awesome. We're going to get you executives direct today. You're going to be hearing about their companies. You're going to be hearing about their culture. You're going to be hearing about their prospects right from the execs. And we're also going to be doing some other fun stuff today. Couple housekeeping things before we get kicked off in just a few minutes here. We got a little treat coming up here in just a few moments to kick us off. But before we do that, I want to get a couple things out of the way. Let's take a quick look at the agenda. I'm going to look down at my computer. Thank you, Nicole. Nicole helping backstage. Let's click over to our agenda here. We're going to take a really quick look through the agenda, and I'm going to walk you guys through the agenda real quick, and then you're going to be like, wow, this is so much information. How do I process this? And I'm going to give you a couple tips on how I think you guys and gals can tune in today, and also how you can use some of this information. So I'm just going to do a really quick scroll through here. We have our blue track and our green track. I'm just going to scroll through really quick. Want you to take a look at some of the companies and try to start setting your sights on presentations you want to tune into. And also what I would recommend today is keep Benzinga's YouTube open in one of your tabs on your computer and just kind of pop in randomly. I know there are going to be prospects here, companies that you, ladies and gentlemen, are already looking at, and you're definitely going to want to tune into those. But also, let's get you some new ideas. Let's get you learning about a company that you didn't know you wanted to learn about. Get that on your watch list. You can watch it for a couple weeks, watch it for a few months, and see if you want to make an investment or a trade in it. And so I am encouraging everyone to look up at their screen here. I'm just kind of scrolling through. There's so many companies that I can't necessarily like highlight one or two. We are going to be having direct presentations from execs. It's just going to be an exec up there going over what the company does, their pipeline. We're going to be having some interviews. I'm going to be doing an interview later. We'll get some engagement going. We're also going to be having, as you can see here, a couple panels. This panel at 12:35 p.m. today, data and rapid COVID-19 diagnostics and treatments. We're going to be getting execs from 3 or 4 publicly traded companies that are going to be talking about, what the COVID pandemic has done for the healthcare industry. Keep scrolling through here today. Our programming goes from 9 a.m. right now until I believe about 5 p.m. I think our last presentation is at 4:40 p.m. And then tomorrow it's more of the same. A ton of executives from publicly traded companies, panels, interviews, and I actually believe the programming tomorrow goes till 5 p.m. So a little bit more even. And so let me just reiterate again here a couple of tips that I want to give. I want you guys and gals in the next, let's say 20 minutes here, to look through this agenda, jot down companies that you're already excited about, you've already been considering, and jot down the times that those execs are going to be presenting. And then again, keep the tab for Benzinga YouTube open and just pop it open at a random time. And you don't necessarily have to be, 100% engaged with the presentation. If you're just kind of popping in, open it up, keep it up in the background. Maybe while you're looking at some other trade ideas, open it up and see what some of these execs have to say. So that was day one that I really quickly scrolled through. We're going to have a whole nother agenda tomorrow, whole nother set of executives, exciting stuff to go over. And let me just take a look over here. I just was looking for another person that's going to be joining here in a second. Well, nice.
You talking about me?
Oh, Spence. What's up? Where are you at?
Dude, I relocated.
There he is.
I moved.
Oh, hey. Oh, you relocated. I get it. I get it.
I moved for you.
Nice. Yeah. So Spence, I have one more housekeeping thing, couple more housekeeping things that I wanted to go over. But
let's bring on our guest after that.
And then let's bring on our guest. So just wanted to say real quick, a little excitement here. I was a little excited for this. Normally for some of these events, we'll kind of like just roll right into the guest. Kind of exciting today here. Get to join Spence for a few minutes, and we're going to be welcoming on somebody in the investment community that is going to be speaking to us about the healthcare sector. Not something that we normally do at these events, but hey, why not start it off with a little more? I know we have a lot of audience members that are coming over from pre-market prep right now. Why don't we keep it going with some trade and investment talk?
Well, so here's the idea, right? This is an investment conference, right? And so let's talk to someone whose job it is to invest in healthcare companies, right? That would make sense, right? So let's bring on Mark Charest right now. He's the portfolio manager. There he is, portfolio manager of the Alpha-Centric Lifestyle Healthcare Fund. He invests in healthcare companies for a living. Mark, good to see you again. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, Spencer, Brent, thanks for having me back, and morning to you both and the audience.
So let's just start with this. Explain to us how you think about healthcare biotech companies. As I said, you are a fund manager. It is your job to do due diligence and speak to executives and watch investor presentations and look into the pipelines. That's what you do for your research. So explain how you do that exactly and how you think about the space right now.
Yeah, no, sure thing, Spencer. So, we're a fundamental thesis-driven investor. All of us on our team are, trained in the sciences. I personally have a Ph.D. in chemistry and chemical biology, and, we spend a lot of time trying to understand the basic science behind, some of these disruptive innovators that we're meeting with, and, meet the companies, speak with the executive team, speak with the thought leaders in the space that are running the clinical trials, and some of the folks that are doing the basic research. We think certainly life sciences and the biotech in particular is a great space where you can still do, roll up your sleeves, fundamental investing by, really understanding what the company is doing on the development side and then translating that into an investment thesis.
Do you have to have degrees in chemistry and physics and anything biology to be good at this, do you think?
I know a lot of fund managers that don't and have had quite a bit of success. I think that, certain areas become a little easier to invest in if you have, some background in the technical areas that the companies are working on. But, I think that there's so many companies out there, Spencer, and there's so many opportunities that I think that there's something for everyone if they look hard enough.
So where are some of those opportunities right now? What specific subsector, I don't know, treatment, disease, whatever you want to phrase it. What has your attention right now?
So one interesting thing that I don't know a lot of folks have really picked up on is that the number of publicly traded biotech companies has increased dramatically since pre-pandemic numbers. So we're up, depending upon how you do classification, it's up between 25 and 50%. That's an amazing expansion of the universe, and these companies have never been better capitalized. If you look at the past 18 months of capital markets activity, there's been more cash put onto balance sheets of these disruptive life sciences innovators than we've ever seen before. So there's a record number of companies, a record level of cash balances across these companies, a lot of great opportunities for investment, and at the same time, if you look at the performance of the the XBI, so that's the S&P Select Biotech Index, that's the equal weight index. It's down double digits year to date, and if you look under the hood at the individual components, 2/3 of the companies in the XBI are down year to date. So you've got this interesting scenario, Spence, where you've got a record number of companies, record cash balances, the best performance year to date. There's a lot of individual companies that are mispriced relative to the fundamentals. I'll give one example. Look at Pfizer acquired Trillium a couple weeks ago for a 200% premium to prior day's close. There's 200% premium.
What was the ticker on that one?
TRIL, Trillium Pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
They had a CD47 antibody targeting the SERP alpha axis. It's used for hematological malignancies and some other areas. But fantastic to see a 200% premium takeout. We haven't seen one of those in a while. We've seen quite a bit of M&A since. I think the story here is large strategic acquirers are picking up assets that they view as trading below fundamental value.
Gotcha. So I want to, Spence kind of asked you a little bit, and I want to press you here. So give us some, specific sectors within biotech, within pharma, within healthcare that investors should be looking at right now.
So I think that there's some really interesting opportunities in precision oncology companies. These are companies that are developing, really precise molecularly targeted therapies to treat certain subsets of cancer patients. There's a, quite a number of companies in this space. Trillium, I would say, was in this category. The one was just acquired. And there's quite a number that have pulled back recently with some interesting data updates. I'll call out a couple just now for folks to look at. One is Mersana Therapeutics. MRSA is the ticker there. They have an antibody drug conjugate that they're developing in some really late line refractory patients that showed some interesting data. Stock sold off hard on the update, which was interesting. Same thing with a company called TCR Square. TCRR is the ticker for that one. They had a data update a couple weeks ago. Stock is now trading at cash levels, and they have an active drug, and we've spoken to a few thought leaders on that one, and I think it's been pretty. People are scratching their heads about some of the stock reaction relative to the data update, but those are a couple examples of small cap companies that are presented active data, traded off hard, maybe worth taking a look at.
Mark, going back to the Pfizer Trillium thing for a second. So you think the massive premium was not so much related to Pfizer or Trillium. It's more of a sector-wide thing that we're going to start seeing a lot more of, just companies being taken over at large premiums.
So it was a large premium to the close price, but if you look at the trading range of the stock, it was actually below the peak of the stock at the end of last year.
Okay.
And the interesting thing there is that Trillium had given some data updates incrementally from the end of last year, where the stock was at peak, to until right before it was taken out, and the fundamentals were intact or were better. They were as good or better when it was taken out. It was all market beta that drew that stock down, which is pretty amazing. Your stock can go down in our sector. You can see things down 50+% with little change to the fundamentals of the data. Now, we see that as an opportunity for active managers like ourselves, and certainly Pfizer saw that as an opportunity to be able to acquire the company, because if they would have done the same approach, a year before when it was trading at those levels, the board would have had to rejected that offer. But when you're offering 200% premium, I think the board of directors is obliged to be a fiduciary of the shareholders, and it's hard for them to say no.
So let's talk a little bit about, and I think you just hinted at a few here, Mark, but I want to talk about innovation in the space. Obviously, a lot of these companies are looking to be very innovative here, but I mean, is there a few names specifically, a few candidate treatments, a few diseases that are being treated that you think these companies are like really innovating in the space? We know that with the COVID pandemic, we know the mRNA vaccine was some kind of technology innovation. Is there any other examples that you have like that in the space right now?
Oh, for sure. There's many. So one area we like to focus in on is autoimmune and inflammatory disorders. And we think there's a number of new mechanisms that are coming along. Company Celldex Therapeutics is developing a kit antibody for a number of different mast cell driven diseases. They had some initial data in urticaria that looked pretty exciting, and the stock has responded well. We think things like that. There's a number of others in that sort of group. Developing new mechanisms for autoimmune inflammatory indications that are interesting. I think that we're fans of a lot of the bigger technologies that are emerging. So gene editing,
Sure,
has gotten a lot of press. We think a lot of those stocks have run ahead of where the proof points are. There's a few companies that haven't even treated a patient yet that are trading at almost $10 million market caps. It's hard to do math up there. So we think those areas are really exciting, and we have participated in investments in some of those areas, but we just caution folks to be a little careful when it's $10 billion, no patient data. You got to be a little careful up there.
I just want to say, I as soon as Brent asked that question, I messaged him. I said, Mark's going to say CRISPR, which you did. So I pat myself on the back for that one. And also, our next question was going to be about valuations, which you already just kind of.
Are you in our chat with us, Mark? Yeah. And we don't know about it?
That's weird.
You're getting ahead of us here. Yeah. So I mean, can you speak to valuations in the space right now? Are they generally more expensive? Are they generally less inexpensive? What do you think about overall valuations right now?
I don't know that I've seen quite this level of extreme bifurcation in valuation. So as we're sort of chatting about, there's some pockets of our sector that are, that have achieved extreme valuation levels. I mean, Spencer, last time we talked about valuation of Moderna, I mean, hard to do math there. We'll see how that goes. Put that one aside. But, look at the, the gene editing space. I mean, a lot of those companies are trading at, pretty healthy valuations. But at the same time, there's a lot of companies that are trading at or below cash. There's actually one right now. I've never seen this before. A Galapagos Therapeutics, GLPG is the ticker. This thing has, if you look at it in US dollars, almost $6 billion on their balance sheet. The market cap's a little more than 3. That's more than negative $2 billion enterprise value. It's an extraordinary discount cash. For sure, the company's had some pipeline setbacks, and there's, the CEO is now being forced out. You can imagine you're trading at, negative 2 something billion dollar enterprise value. I've never seen that before to that level with a company of this size. So there's some real extremes. There's the haves and the have-nots, and the haves have, are priced, very generously, and I would say beyond full valuations, and the have-nots are, a lot of them are trading like they're already bankrupt. So, we see it as a great opportunity to pick stocks in this environment where, you have this level of skew, which again, I think is, I've been doing this for, more than 15 years, and I don't think I've ever seen this level of skew before.
Gotcha, Mark. So I want to pull back a little bit here. We have a lot of audience members out there who I'm sure are very well versed in pharma and biotech and the FDA, but also we have a lot of new people that are looking into this sector. So I want to ask about like kind of some basic education, Mark, for investors that are just looking to start making a call on some of these pharma biotech names, seeing if they want to get them into their portfolio. Do you have any tips for like some basic education? What are like some good ways that people can get good information about, what's a phase 1 trial and what's an investigational new drug application? Any thoughts there?
Yeah, I always encourage folks that they want to learn about companies is to read the SEC filings, read the latest 10K and go through the, the corporate overview section. And in there, the company is going to lay out its development plans, its progress, what they've said publicly about correspondence with the FDA. I think, Brent, one of the challenges for our space in biotech development in particular is that depending upon the indication, the drug development path can be very different. So,
Sure.
getting something approved for a late line refractory oncology patient population is very different than getting something approved for a cardiovascular disease that affects, 50 million people that are going to be treated chronically for a long period of time, right? If you got
Sure.
6 months to live, your tolerance for risk is very different than someone who, maybe you have elevated lipids or something, but otherwise you have a normal, lifespan outlook. So it's very heterogeneous, and the heterogeneity leads to opportunity, but it also makes it difficult to really understand the differences between the different development programs. And that's why, I try to guide folks to, it takes a lot of time to go through these things, particularly because the number of companies, again, is up to record levels. There's 500 to 700, biotech companies discretely traded now. And so to read that many 10Ks, I mean, that's hard to do. But I would encourage folks to try to find a few thematic areas you find interesting, and then pick the the 5 most well-known companies you can identify in that space and read all their 10Ks, and you'll come away from that with a much better understanding of how the companies are positioned.
Great advice.
I've got to hop and go over to our other track, our track 2, our green track today. So I'm going to leave you with this, Mark. What is your outlook for just the last quarter of the year in terms of just the overall healthcare sector? You can get more specific with biotech or not, but just what is your outlook for the rest of the year? And that's my last question. I'm going to hop, but I'll be listening to your answer.
Later, Spence.
Yeah, appreciate that, Spence. Look, we're constructive. We think we're going to see more M&A. We think that there's too many depressed valuations. We think that there's some really exciting innovations ongoing here, and some of the large acquirers in the space have a strategic initiative to grow through acquisition. So there's no question in our minds we're going to see a little bit more of that. And we also think there's going to be some positive clinical and regulatory developments between now and the back half of the year. Some big medical meetings coming up. The American Society of Hematology meeting is the big one in the fourth quarter, and there's a couple others that we're probably going to see some good data updates. So we're expecting to see good data and a build up for a big January at the JP Morgan conference, which is the healthcare conference that kicks off the year. So we think between now and then we're going to see quite a bit of good news in our sector, and we hope those fundamentals will drive some outperformance.
Awesome, Mark. That was a really good kind of like concluding question by Spence. So thank you, Spence. Mark, thanks for joining us, man. Founding partner of LifeSci Fund Management, and you are also a portfolio manager for the Alpha-Centric LifeSci Healthcare Fund. Thanks a bunch, Mark. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Brent. Good to be with you this morning.
Yes, sir. Until next time, sir, thank you very much. So, bam, started it off with some good investment tips, some good high-level thinking in the space. I think it's kind of a nice way to start the day, talking about kind of like the current state of the market. And Spencer with the great follow-up question there. What's the outlook for the rest of the year? Now we are going to get into more like traditional kind of presentations. You're going to be hearing directly from execs. You're going to be hearing some panels. You're going to be hearing some good interviews. A couple more housekeeping things here want to do before we get to that. What's up, Aaron? Nothing. Just saying hello to Aaron. So we have here, if you ladies and gentlemen have done some of these Benzinga events before, you know what this is. This is called Slido, and there is a big QR code up here. I want everyone to take out their handy dandy phone, and you can scan this QR code. And what we are doing today, what we do for a lot of these events, is we have a little contest. Contest asks you some fun questions, asks some serious questions. I bet there'll be a question about what is this chart pattern? Name this chart pattern. That's like a really good one. So for the technicians out there, tune in a little bit later. And what we do with this contest is you're going to scan this code. I'm going to pop up some questions on screen, and y'all can answer on your phone. And at the end of the day, we are going to announce a winner. And the winner, I believe, wins a 1-year subscription to Benzinga Pro. Is that right, Rohan? Do you know that one? Rohan says yes. 1-year subscription to Benzinga Pro. And what is Benzinga Pro? You might be asking. Benzinga Pro is Benzinga's premium trading and investing platform. It's personally what I'm working on most of the day when I'm working at Benzinga. We have breaking news. We have a squawk service that will read you news out loud. You don't have to stare at a news feed. We also have a bunch of cool tools like a movers tool. There's a calendar tool. It is the premier trading platform and news and trading platform, and it's like a $1,200 value. And again, for the winner of this Slido contest, they are going to win a 1-year subscription to Benzinga Pro. If you haven't tried out Benzinga Pro lately or at all, pro.benzinga.com, there is a trial. But hopefully for the winner of this today, you won't have to do the trial because you'll win your 1-year free subscription. Awesome. And then really quick, I just want to pump our amazing Benzinga events team. We have events almost on a weekly basis. We just had an event last week. It was the EVCon, Benzinga's inaugural electric vehicle conference. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen, on October 14th and 15th, that's a Thursday and a Friday, we are back in person, Benzinga's Cannabis Capital Conference. It is our first in-person event in more than a year and a half. I know the events team really missed the in-person conferences. I miss the in-person conferences. Benzinga provides media in written form, in audio form, in video format. And a few years ago, somebody at Benzinga said, hey, why isn't face-to-face in-person conversation another form of media? And we started this amazing Benzinga events team. And here is the result. I'm on the benzinga.com events website right now. Want the audience to go check this out. You can see our healthcare conference highlighted here. We have an all-access event next week. And then, as I said, our in-person Cannabis Capital Conference, we're having another small cap conference. The Global FinTech Awards, this is really the event that started it all for Benzinga's events team. This is our big event. It is November 11th. It's going to be hybrid. You're going to be able to join virtually, but it's also in New York City, getting all the smartest minds in FinTech into one room. They're talking about the space. They're potentially doing deals. If you're an investor or a trader, you can join and you can learn about those companies in the space. Really amazing event. One of the first events that I went to as a Benzinga team member. And I remember seeing a couple tweets were like, hey, this is really fun. I'm really having a good time at this Benzinga event. So informative, yes, of course, but also you have a lot of fun here. And so let's keep it going here, if you don't mind. Nicole, thank you very much. I am gonna, am I ready to bring on Scott? Let's bring on Scott. Do we have Scott? Scott, what's going on? Scott Montgomery, he's CEO of Wellteq. How's your day going, man?
Yeah, it's going really well, Brent. Thanks for having me this morning. I think it is your time. I'm down up in Singapore.
9:26 a.m. So you're like, this is like 9 p.m. for you?
Just after. Yeah, 12 hours from you
thanks.
guys.
Yeah, thanks so much for staying up late with us. I'm sure the audience appreciates that. And I do want to warn the audience, we want some participation here from the audience, from the chat on our YouTube. If you guys have questions, hit them with there and we'll get them to Scott after he kind of does his presentation. I'll let you have it, Scott.
Perfect, Brent. Thanks so much. And everyone for your attention this morning. Thank you and welcome. Wellteq is a digital health platform, a global platform. We are listed on the CSE in Canada, WTEQ, and the OTCQB in the US as WTEQF. So I'm going to get straight into it this morning. We're a really exciting opportunity in revenue, well banked, and we're bringing some transformation into the health and wellness system around the world. So a short disclaimer slide, which is in our pack, which you can access from our website. Where we come into this healthcare $10 trillion problem globally is that our mission is to coach people around the world to better health. Very simple. Coach behavioral change around the world so that we can then also remove the strain from the healthcare system, but also bring some smartness and intelligence into that. And so the four key factors that we do coach and help people change are sleep, our activity, our nutrition, and our mindset and psychology. The reason that we focus on these four key areas is they sit horizontally across about 75% of the cause of healthcare spend. And so if we can get better behaviors across these four consistent habits, then we can impact up to $7.5 or just over $7.5 trillion of healthcare spend around the world. And so to do that, we need some digital assistance. We need to bring some transformation in the same way that retail has reinvented itself, in the same way that media has reinvented itself, in the same way that banking has reinvented itself with digital. Healthcare needs to do it now. And the exciting thing is it's just begun. Where Wellteq looks at this process or this problem is that we expand our services across the full continuum of care. We're in revenue across over 12 languages down in Asia Pacific, coming up into the North Americas right now, with 1.5 million ARR, annual recurring revenue, in the wellness and insurance sector. So we have corporate customers and we help them improve their health habits and we help them prevent some costs and some risk inside their business. The detection and the virtual care end of the spectrum is leveraging sensor technology and AI ML coaching, algorithmic coaching towards specific conditions. So just quickly on the digital transformation, we have introduced telehealth into the healthcare system largely in the last couple of years. The pandemic has been the accelerant here, but that's step number one of many and many and many. We need to start bringing some smartness and some intelligence into these consults. Rather than doctors on phones at distance, we want to bring some data transfer. We want to have continuous monitoring. We want to apply machine learning and AI across these data sets. And we want to empower the individual to access these records and the physician to access these records so that we get better supported care. And that's where our platform comes in to help. So we're a digital health platform paid for by employers, paid for by insurers today, and paid for by healthcare providers imminently. And so we connect software with our smartphone application, hardware, and then a very deep back-end analytics function for corporate and institutional insights. So profiling is more than questions. We take in clinical instruments like mental health profiling, like family and medical history. We've also got the wearable fraternity. We're agnostic to all main brand wearables. We've got capabilities also via partners where you can take imagery from your mobile phone of your face and your body, and it will issue body fat percentage, comorbidity status, and even biometrics around blood pressure. So that's your profile. Where we get to work is around really engage. So we apply our personalization algorithm to the coaching, and we can dish up recipes, we dish up exercise routines, we link that in with rewards and incentive systems. We have group training programs and very specific individual programs that we cater to. Now, for those people that have an escalated requirement, we can link that in through with telehealth partners. So we feed users into the telehealth system, and then through application, we can speak directly to those networked providers of general practitioner, psychologists. All of that creates data. That data in an employer setting is de-identified, it is private, it is secure. No individual information goes back to the institution. However, it does offer very, very deep insights for cost identification, risk, and predictive analyses. And so our platform really currently serves three main customers. Obviously, the user, that can be a policyholder or an employee. It can be an employer looking to identify or reduce cost or risk, or also provide a more smart version of health and wellness care to their employees. And then the insurer themselves, and there is fantastic return on evidence support to show that digital wellness users for insurance companies can reduce and have proven to reduce hospitalization costs, but by 30%, so substantial savings. But we're in the world of multiple and many. This is stress, this is opportunity, and the COVID pandemic has escalated the driver or the burden of mental health globally. And so the biggest institutions in the world are starting to produce research to show that this is a secondary consequence of the pandemic that we need to start getting ahead of with some more proactive and preventative measures. So our ecosystem, we work with employers, we work with insurance companies, we work and facilitate introductions into primary care, and ultimately this is a proactive, smart form of therapeutic for a scale at a populational level. We consult to some of the biggest brands in the world. We've got a very strong background in current clientele in financial sector, in the insurance space, in construction. So we're blue collar, white collar as well. And we're able to dish up health outcomes for individuals and therefore organizations at mass to improve those four levers of those pillars of health. So you've got activity improvements, you've got nutrition improvements that can be alcohol reduction, it can be fruit and veg improvement, it can be caloric control and improvement. You've got cultural engagements around engagement scores for talent or HR retention and talent attraction. Very, very competitive in this day and age of work from home. Most importantly now is we're targeting and we're improving stress and sleep for our user base. We acquire customers and we distribute through resellers and corporate partners. So we white label for two health insurers already, two of the three largest in Australia. And we have reseller partners in big global brands like Willis Towers Watson and Garmin who recommend and resell the Wellteq platform into their corporate customers as well. So we've got a reach. We're in market. We're in 12 languages. We've had users in over 30 countries, and we're expanding. We're able to also now interconnect through our health hub into the continuum of care down at the care end. And so our health hub incorporates edge computing, natural language processing. We've got multiple connectivity ports through Zigbee, through Z-Wave, through cellular, through Wi-Fi. And this brings a network and a computational effect that your mobile phone cannot. So it's an escalated piece of hardware that facilitates a clinic, facilitates aged care. And our first clinical trial later this year is slated for an Alzheimer's use case. The wearable itself is a clinical, it's a purpose-driven wearable. So bringing in five main vitals of heart rate, oxygen saturation, body temperature, respiration rate, and this gives ongoing or continuous vital monitoring, and it can plug into a telehealth consult. So your doctor on Zoom can now, with our wearable, be able to see real-time biometrics and vitals coming through the platform. The entire virtual care system connects through with this this infrastructure and hardware, and through open API specification back into interoperable clinical software through the FHIR and HL7 protocols, bringing real-world evidence to a physician and bringing continuous monitoring and support back to a patient. Our growth path, actually very massive, but very clear. So stage 1, corporate wellness. By 2026, this is just shy of $100 billion industry. The largest player in the space, Virgin Pulse, currently valued north of $2.5 billion. InsurTech, so this is the technology adoption by the insurance carriers, by the brokers, and by the reinsurers, and providing services into that insurance space is stage 2, because your corporate employers also have insurance, and they both have a common goal of reducing cost and reducing risk. And we are doing this already with large employers across Asia Pacific. The targeted programs is where the sophisticated personalization really kicks in. You can choose, or we can screen, sleep-specific programming. We can choose, or you can screen in stress or weight programs. And so those programs become very, very targeted as that time or user knowledge extends. Ultimately, there is a position to introduce care. And so we can say to a user, hey, your risk profile has increased, or you have a high risk profile. Either go and see your GP and use this health risk assessment as a referral, or we can connect you in with a GP or a psychologist at your convenience, and we're bringing care to the individual. And that is a new model. So we've got an early detection capability and an early intervention opportunity by providing access that otherwise we would be relying on people to get sick or broken or hurt and then go and seek out that care. We're bringing that care to them. Now, we can do that in one country. We can do that in many, and we're already touching with users in over 30 countries. The revenue model for us is super simple. So we're a subscription-based service. Our SaaS revenue at the moment grew over 100% year on year last year, as did our registered users, which will well exceed that, just shy of 20,000 users currently on the platform. Our corporate wellness fees and price point, it sits between $2 and $6 per user per month. And out to, in the clinical program, will be $3 to $5. And that's still leveraging fantastic unit economics with our Asia Pac based team and a very intelligent, scalable architecture. The API is a new revenue stream that we'll be launching this coming quarter. And so this is where we can offer wellness into other institutions. So rather than requiring the download of a white labeled app of Wellteq or a Wellteq branded app, which our current clientele utilize, we can then pipe via API into existing applications or websites. And so that means that other institutions, telehealth companies, insurers, banks, we can offer a utility of wellness into their existing ecosystem. So very, very powerful. And then the third for us is a hardware software bundle. So for those higher use cases to leverage our health hub and our wearable, they go into an ongoing subscription bundle together. And the fourth is with our partners, we have a marketplace. So if we facilitate a paid telehealth consult, we put a margin on that transaction. If we sell a Garmin or another wearable device or a blood test or any other type of good or service, we can put a margin on those and create a fourth stream. So very, very, very scalable because we don't have people on phones or in clinics. This is all through the technology. The drivers for us currently are to expand what we have in a just shy of a 2 million annualized revenue coming through the company. The focus for us in H2 this year and H1 next year are to establish new revenue streams. Number one, with that API, and number two, with the software hardware bundle of the new technology. So we've only been a listed entity for just coming up 5 months. So it was March this year that we listed onto the CSE. Within that time, we've put the funds raised by Canaccord and Gravitas to great partner banks of ours. We raised $9.5 million. So we've built out some of the leadership. We've established new and extended existing partnerships with Garmin, with UFIT, with ClassPass, the largest studio network in the world, with CanImmunize for digital vaccine passport capability, Frontier Wellness, with a partnership and a reach of over 140,000 physicians up in Europe, and with LifeSpeak, a recently listed very innovative health company in Canada on the TSX. Our revenue streams is to bring in more velocity and more streams, and that's the focus. So our priorities are very, very clear with a growing team. We're stewarded by a very, very incredible board. Dr. Vaughan is the chair. Dr. Vaughan is also the chairman of Health Infoway Canada, which is tasked by the federal government to invest and to innovate the healthcare system of Canada. Peter comes from a deep background in both public, private, and the medical system, being a former surgeon himself, being the former CEO of WebMD in Canada, former Deputy Minister of Nova Scotia, so can understand the players from a provider and from a payer system very, very well. We've got Jacqueline, who is a finance professional, having worked in the hottest centres around the world, New York, Amsterdam, Paris, London, now residing in Singapore, and working on big and managing big transactions in capital within largely the healthcare sector. We've got Brian Leaners, who's a co-founder of the company, introducing the IoT capability, the hardware side of the business, with a background in commercial IoT, entrepreneurialism, and as a lawyer and banker by background. And our most recent member of the team at the board level is Andrea Johnson, based in Canada as well. Andrea is also on the board of Dentons and has an interest and a specialty within small and mid-cap M&A for technology companies. So sits very, very well with us as a well-banked company. Our management team is literally world-class and well-distributed. So we've got our chief medical officer based in Texas, who is a population health and epidemiologist expert, holding former executive physician positions with a number of globally recognized institutions, from GlaxoSmithKline to H Corp to 3M, Corpus Christi Health. We have Andrew, who's our chief product officer, data science background, and leading teams within credit risk profiling for predictive risk analyses, for engagement and loyalty systems for retail, and now currently charged with leading the product team at Wellteq. James, I've worked with for well over a decade in my last company that was a corporate health and wellness company, built and sold as one of Australia's and New Zealand's largest wellness positions. James is a former semi-professional athlete, and has a tight diligence on operational and unit control. Daniel is an enigma between software and hardware architecture, based up in Denver, Colorado, and has created really the technology capable of extending that full continuum of care from both a software and a hardware position. And lastly, to speak of Ollie Bridge. Ollie is a health professional by background and trade, having worked in the Formula One performance teams. But most importantly for our wellness end of the business, he was the sales director and the lead at a company called Global Corporate Challenge, and took that proposition to over 180 countries around the world before it was bought by the largest in the space today, Virgin Pulse. So track record of growing corporate health propositions out to scale globally, and has spent the last 7 years before coming to Wellteq, running Australia's largest digital health proposition for the largest insurer there. Where we combine all of this is into an investment opportunity, and it's being very famously and very commonly described as the next big opportunity, and it's the intersection of both technology and healthcare. We've got some very large demonstrations of how that works, but that dispersion of healthcare from a clinic and from a physician in person into a ubiquitous, ever-present support system, which is what it should be and what it needs to be, is happening through that convergence of computer science, of data science, and of health science. And some of that corporate activity here is already underway with some big numbers. So Microsoft's acquisition of the Nuance platform is bringing enterprise software to the clinic, and very, very clear demonstration here that Microsoft is a clinical software leader of today and of the future. We have Amwell, who took out Silver Cloud and Conversa for $320 million on an aggregated revenue of $15 million. Again, there's real value being demonstrated in the M&A space within health technology. None bigger and probably more timely and famous at the moment than Teladoc and Livongo. So Teladoc, a telehealth company, buying a coaching company or a health coaching company in Livongo for $18.5 billion last year. We've got the merger of Babylon coming out of Europe up into the US markets and a SPAC merger, and they're a health triage system. So we've got some big numbers in here. The last piece I'll leave you with is that these peer comparisons are hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, and our cap structure being well banked with $7 million in the bank, and EV just north of $5 million. We are priced very, very well with those partners and with that momentum and the bank behind us. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you for your attention, and I'd love to pick up any questions if there are any there from the audience.
Yeah, I think we probably got time for maybe one or two questions here, Scott. We had a question about white labeling, and I kind of wanted to ask about, you were hinting at the API. You guys are going to be rolling out an API here. Are you guys going to be doing a white label, or is it going to be something that is going to be branded for your API?
We already do. So that's available now. You can, as an institution, a telehealth company, an insurer, as a bank, you can white label the platform as your own application, configure it, or you can use the Wellteq app.
And what kind of prospects is management considering for the API? How excited are you guys about the potential for an API?
Well, basically, we turn any company into with the ability into a wellness proposition. So I'm just now bringing these conversations into market because we'll be launching this in this coming couple of months and next quarter.
Sure.
There is so much interest, right? So it's telehealth, it's insurance, and we've even got some hospitality opportunities looking at this to bring wellness to guests or to travelers as that industry reopens.
Interesting. Cool. Well, great stuff, Scott. Thanks a lot for joining us. Scott Montgomery, he is CEO of Wellteq, OTC ticker WTEQF, and also Canadian Stock Exchange ticker WTEQ. Thanks a lot, Scott.
Thanks very much for your time, Brent, and everyone. Cheers.
All right, just like that, we are off, and let's just jump right into our next presentation here. We have founder and CEO of Jaguar Health. It's ticker JAGX. It's Lisa Conte. Lisa, are you out there? How are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you doing? Good morning.
Very nice to see you and very nice to meet you. I will let you have the floor. Take it away.
Okay, and I'm getting my screen up. There, can you see it? Everything good?
Everything's good.
All right, away we go. Okay, nice to see everybody. We'll dispense with the forward-looking statements and move right on to what we do. We do all drug discovery from plants used traditionally in tropical areas, leveraging the knowledge of shamans, healers, and rainforest areas to do more efficient drug discovery and development. And we did take a product all the way from a tree growing in the rainforest to a first-in-class FDA-approved anti-secretory agent. The generic name is crofelemer. The trade name is Mytesi. Mytesi is plant-based. It's natural. It's organic. It's sustainably harvested. It's fair trade.
Hey, Lisa, real quick. Sorry to interrupt you. There is a little bar at the bottom of your presentation. I just don't want your presentation to get covered. See, there's a little hide button. Click that little hide button.
Thank you.
No problem.
You think we'd be better at this after 18 months of it?
I don't agree with that statement at all. That's why I wanted to help.
Thanks a lot. Anyway, this natural product is, in fact, an FDA-approved drug, and it is the only oral drug that is approved by the FDA under botanical guidance, which confers an exclusivity advantage since there is no pathway to a generic. So while we have a full IP portfolio, which I'll talk about later, we do essentially have exclusivity forever. So Mytesi is approved now for the specialty indication of HIV-related diarrhea. Specialty, another word, is a relatively small, very important market opportunity, the patient population and the need, but a relatively small patient population. Ultimately, peak sales in the United States will be probably $50 to $70 million. What's really exciting about the Mytesi opportunity is that it is a pipeline within a product. with multiple follow-on indications, most of which we already have proof of concept or phase 2 data in hand. And in fact, one indication that is in a final single pivotal phase 3 clinical trial right now. So we can't do everything initially. We'll eventually get there. And so the first 3 follow-on indications that we're pursuing are cancer therapy-related diarrhea. This is the one which is in a phase 3 pivotal trial. A rare disease, an orphan indication for crofelemer called short bowel syndrome with the associated intestinal failure, and then a second-generation anti-secretory agent for cholera, which is being pursued with the financial incentive of a tropical disease priority review voucher from the FDA. To give some idea of the opportunities here, blockbuster in terms of number of patients, unmet medical needs with a first-in-class agent that is being pursued, and third-party market research that shows, for example, cancer therapy-related diarrhea, supportive care in the anti-nausea field is expected to be about a $3 billion market, and that is less prevalent than the diarrhea. Nausea products are typically taken for the first 3 days of a chemo cycle, whereas diarrhea is persisting with targeted therapy for a year or more. Short bowel syndrome, a rare disease, close to a $5 billion market is expected to where it's going to go. And this type of estimate doesn't even include a new mechanism in entry like crofelemer. And then, as I mentioned, the priority review voucher, those sell anywhere from $80 to $350 million, depending at the time when you get them, on average about $150 million. So overall, the enterprise value of this company are the additional shots on goal for crofelemer, for Mytesi, cancer short bowel syndrome, cholera. Each of these programs is funded and matched with funding that is non-dilutive. A royalty program off the sales of Mytesi that we currently have, a prior sale of part of the priority review voucher, and the short bowel syndrome is being funded through a license agreement with a subsidiary that we have in Europe, and we'll talk about that more going forward. In the very near term, the value drivers include a consummation of a merger between our subsidiary in Europe and funding that is coming from a SPAC in Europe called the Dragon SPAC. So that the Dragon SPAC is funded, the merger documents have been signed, and they are literally going through administrative business activities, governmental filings in Italy right now, and we expect to have that merger consummated in the first or second week of October, which triggers then the license agreement between the Italian subsidiary and the parent corporation with typical license terms: upfront payments, milestone payments, royalties, transfer pricing, and also the pursuit and the generation of clinical data for short bowel syndrome, which will then be shared and available to the parent organization to pursue approval in the United States. Also, the parent organization will continue to be the majority shareholder of the Italian subsidiary, which is called NAPO EU, which unlocks the value through the equity participation of the parent organization into the subsidiary. Also in the near term, we do have a small business in the animal health area, and we do have crofelemer for dogs, for chemotherapy-induced diarrhea in dogs, that we expect to launch in December of this year. We just had a final approval or final acceptance of a key technical piece of our new animal drug application announced last week. This will be a conditional approval. It's like an orphan drug designation for animals. And with the launch of that product, this will be our first prescription entry into the animal health area. Coincident in December on the human side, while we are in the midst of a phase 3 clinical trial for regulatory approval, there was an investigator-initiated trial which was looking at breast cancer patients on Herceptin and diarrhea associated with that. That study completed, and the investigators, the academic investigators, submitted it to the very prestigious San Antonio Breast Cancer Conference, and that data is expected to be released at the conference in December of this year as well. Just a quickie on animal health. As I said, it's a It's a relatively small part of our business, but this will be important over the next couple of years. Thanks to the pandemic, we're close to 100 million dogs in the United States right now. 25% at some point are going to develop a tumor, and over half of those over the age of 10 will develop cancer, which ends up being close to 500,000 dogs a year. And in the animal health area, people are typically paying out of pocket. Even if they have insurance, the insurance is reimbursing what they paid out of the pocket. So you don't have the reimbursement organizations that you have on the chargebacks on the human area. So your gross revenue is pretty close to your net revenue. So if people are paying anywhere from $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 to put their patient, their dog through cancer therapy, how much would they be willing to pay to make sure, A, the dog can stay on the therapy? About 40% end up having to go off their cancer therapy or reduce the dose because of diarrhea and side effects. Secondly, to keep the dog comfortable. That's what this is all about when you're treating dogs later in life. And thirdly, the comfort and the quality of life for the whole family, so the dog doesn't lose control when he or she comes home, the carpet, the couch, the bed. So we feel, well, we don't put out guidance, we feel that this could be about as important as the specialty market we currently have with Mytesi for HIV-related diarrhea, and really fills a nice revenue gap while we're waiting for our larger follow-on indications, for example, in cancer therapy-related diarrhea in humans to come on board. Overall, philosophy of the company is risk mitigation. So our pipeline, our shots on goal, are for a product that is already approved and is already approved with a chronic indication. So for example, we have 2 years carcinogenicity already completed. We also have a full supply chain in place. We take this product from a tree growing in the rainforest to a bottle, if anybody can see me, that you can find in essentially any pharmacy in the United States. That's the two most common reasons why new drug applications fail: manufacturing and safety. So we do spend the time to work with the FDA to make sure we have agreement on phase 3 pivotal trial design, endpoint definition, statistics, so that when we complete the phase 3 clinical trial, we don't have a regulatory surprise. We also have global unencumbered rights to crofelemer, and it is therefore a white piece of paper for us to determine how to partner and how to bring this product to all populations in need around the world. And that, again, is a nice source of non-dilutive funding for our pursuits here in the United States. What's important about this product and why it can benefit so many different patient populations is what it does and what it doesn't do. So it is an anti-secretory agent which normalizes ion flow, normalizes water flow in an abnormally affected gut. So if you are iron normal, you can take a whole bottle of Mytesi, nothing happens. What it doesn't do is it's not an opioid, so it doesn't have the risk of constipation. It's not systemically absorbed, so we don't have a first pass effect, we don't have drug-drug interactions, we don't have secondary metabolites causing problems later on. It's not an antibiotic, so we don't have resistance, we don't have the addictive risk. Safety is a very huge hallmark associated with this product. So bringing gut function back to normal in multiple populations, whether it's cancer therapy-related diarrhea, irritable bowel syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease, functional diarrhea, and of course, short bowel syndrome as well. So I'll talk a bit about the cancer indication that we're pursuing right now. Chemotherapy-induced diarrhea is the most common side effect, and there's no drugs that have been tested and approved specifically in this patient population. At ASCO this year, there were 3 third-party publications that show that about 40% of patients, which is similar to what we saw in the dog market as well, will discontinue their chemotherapy because of diarrhea. They will go off of their life-saving therapy, or they'll go to a subtherapeutic dose, or they'll have to take a chemo holiday because of diarrhea. We also, those publications found that it costs 3 times as much to take care of a cancer patient with diarrhea as one without. So getting the patient hospitalized, getting them rehydrated. And what that means is we're now moving from a supportive care arena to supportive care and outcome intervention, cost benefit, outcome benefit as well. The pivotal trial is ongoing right now. It'll be 256 patients. This is in fact placebo-controlled against Mytesi, the drug that is already approved, so expanding the label for an already approved drug, and we expect it to be completed by the patient enrollment to be completed by the end of 2022. The next indication that I'll mention briefly is short bowel syndrome. This is a rare disease. We do have orphan designation in the United States and have just filed for orphan designation in Europe as well. This is a catastrophic event where a patient goes from a normal intestinal length of about 20-25 feet to less than 5 feet, sometimes as little as 30 centimeters. And what happens then is the patient is not able to function with the normal secretions and absorptions, the inputs and the outputs, this nutritional absorption of the nutrients of life, the proteins, the fats, the carbohydrates, the vitamins. So they end up on parenteral nutrition. What we're looking for here is an intervention before the patient might go on growth hormone, which is approved which is utilized in less than 3% of the patients, appropriate in less than 3% of the patients, and has cardiotoxicity, endocrinology toxicity associated with it, or other even more drastic interventions. If we could reduce that parenteral nutrition by even 20%, that is a highly valued endpoint. And now we've moved along the value chain from supportive care, outcome intervention to disease management intervention as well. These are patients that typically are costing the healthcare system about $500,000 a year, and that's without complications. So a recent study came out and found that after surgery that resulted in short bowel syndrome, only 40% of the patients survived after 2 years, only 17% after 5 years. So severe mortality and morbidity. This will be a distinct formulation from Mytesi. It will be a highly concentrated liquid formulation so that it's not a big insult to the patient's gut. And then we'll have financial and reimbursement that is typically associated with a rare disease and orphan indication. This indication is the initial pursuit of NAPO-EU. This is the subsidiary that is the subject of a merger and funding with the Italian SPAC, which will be consummated in the beginning of October. NAPO-EU has just hired a wonderful management team that will be pursuing this clinical indication, and that data will be shared as part of the license agreement with the parent organization, Jaguar, here in the United States, to support our filing and our pursuit of a label for short bowel syndrome in the United States. Mytesi, the current specialty indication, we have about 20 million in gross sales in 2021. You can see in the second quarter of 2020, there was about a 5-fold increase in our gross and net sales. That had to do with putting in place an expansive patient access program to provide hub service, specialty pharmacy services, help with the prior authorizations, an expanded copay program. So to really help the patients get through the reimbursement situation. This was the first product that we ever launched, and we had to learn by hard knocks how difficult it is sometimes for the patients to get a first-in-class product reimbursed. We do have an early stage discovery program in psychoactive and psychedelic plants that are focused on mental health disorders, mood disorders. It's a very exciting, burgeoning area. There are several well-capitalized companies that are all chasing pretty much the same compounds: psilocybin, MDMA, ketamine. There's about 7 of them. What we can provide is exactly what we did with crofelemer, the front-end discovery process to come up with those second-generation psychoactive and psychedelic plants that can lead to second-generation compounds, new ways of treating and potentially curing mental health disorders. And this is a program that is a subject of discussions for a business development collaboration. We will do what we do best on the front end and look to the partner for clinical, regulatory, and commercial assistance. We have a lot of news, we have a lot of volume, and it's pretty meaty, typically focused on products and financial and business development activities, including the near-term drivers, as I mentioned, between now and the end of the year. We do have about 50 million shares outstanding. We did a reverse split a couple of weeks ago because we were out of authorized shares, and with our high retail holding and high volume, it was difficult for us to get the vote of more than 50% of the shares outstanding to expand the authorized shares. So we did a 3-to-1 reverse split. We now have about 50 million fully diluted shares outstanding, about another 100 million that are authorized. And with no fundamental change in the company, we ended up losing about half the value from the impact of the reverse split. We felt that, or I felt that, I'll speak for myself, that was a buying opportunity, and I, in fact, did buy at a premium after the reverse split with my CFO, with one of our largest shareholders who is the sponsor of the SPAC merging with NAPO EU, and our large manufacturer in Italy. Management team is remarkable. There are 10 of us who've been together for over 15 years, 3 of us who have been together for over 30 years, so great institutional knowledge about this product. The board also is a wonderful combination of finance, operational, legal. Jim Buchnowski has invested in almost every single round over about a 30-year period of time. So quick summary, we are a commercial organization for a specialty market with Mytesi. Crofelemer, though, has multiple shots on goal as a pipeline within a product, progressing from supportive care to impact on outcome, cost of treatment, and modifying disease management. We do pair our clinical program pursuits with non-dilutive financing, more of which we're pursuing in the future with business development relationships. We do have our first animal drug product coming out for chemotherapy-induced diarrhea in dogs in December. Strong management team, and as I mentioned, we do have a portfolio of about 144 patents pending, being filed all the time. However, the exclusivity is secured by the botanical guide, the approval under botanical guidance. So thank you very much for listening. I hope I've left a minute or two for a question.
Yeah, we got a couple questions here. I have a question, and then we got a pretty good question from the audience. Can you speak about any potential partners for Mytesi?
Yeah, so there's partnerships that we are looking for are outside the United States. So our plans is to continue to do the commercialization. We have a direct sales force for HIV, continue to do the development and commercialization for the United States market, and seeking partners around the world in 2 areas. One for Mytesi and all the follow-on indications. It has to be a partner that can handle cancer as well as irritable bowel syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease, so the GI indications, because it's the same product. And then separate for the rare disease, the orphan indication of, for example, short bowel syndrome, where it is a completely different formulation and a separate product. And you want a company that understands how to play, how to educate, how to promote in the rare disease field. Sure. We've taken one step there with the license to NAPO EU, which covers the European territory.
Awesome. That's going to be all the time we have for questions, unfortunately, Lisa, but thank you very much for joining us. Lisa Conte, she's founder and CEO of Jaguar Health. It's ticker JAGX. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Have a good day, Lisa. And calling out to the chat here, want to hear the presentations that chat is excited about. Put some tickers in the chat. I want to hear what you guys are excited for a little bit later today. And let's see some good emojis in the chat. I want to see some thumbs up. I want to see some dollar signs. And don't forget to smash that like button. Want to get a bunch of likes, get a bunch of thumbs up in there. We'll have fun. All right. Moving on to our next presentation here. We have Medirom Healthcare Technologies. They are on the Canadian exchange, ticker MRM, and we have Andrew Barwicki. He's Senior Vice President of Investor Relations. How's it going, Andrew? I see you.
Hello and good morning. And thanks for having me today.
Yeah, we are very excited to have you. I'll let you take it away, sir.
Excellent. Well, just to clarify, we're on the NASDAQ in the U.S. We are under the ticker symbol MRM, but I'm pleased to be here and thank you for participating. First and foremost, my name is Andrew Barwicki. I'm the investor relations person for Medirom. I'd like to take the opportunity and just briefly go over our forward-looking statement or the disclaimer. Obviously, all matters discussed in this presentation, except for historical data, are forward-looking statements. Forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties that could cause actual results to differ materially from those in the forward-looking statements. These include, but are not limited to, economic conditions, trends in the industry generally, and the timing of the industry cycles specifically. The company issues their press releases on the website and files with the SEC. The company assumes no obligation nor intends to update or revise any forward-looking statements to reflect future developments or circumstances. Medirom is a publicly traded company. Shares are listed on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol MRM. As of August 2021, Medirom operates 315 salons across Japan, Reiraku being its leading brand, and provides healthcare services. In 2015, Medirom entered the health tech business and launched new healthcare programs using on-demand training app called LAV, which was developed by the company. Medirom also entered the device business in 2020 and is developing a smart tracker. We call it the Mother Tracker. Medirom plans to expand the scope of its business to include data analysis, utilizing the data it has collected since formation of the company. The company was founded in 2020, conducted its initial public offering in 2000. Company was founded in 2000. Company did the public offering in 2020, and has expanded its business through organic growth and strategic acquisitions. The most recent acquisition was announced last week, coincidentally. Prior to that, the company acquired Seiwan, which had 13 salons. So prior acquisitions date back to 2018. So when you combine organic growth and acquisitions, Medirom now has 315 salons. The relaxation salon business is providing the best preventive solutions, which provides holistic and preventive healthcare services. Medirom has built a clientele that had 70,000 customers served in July 2021, which was the largest number ever recorded in a single month. Revenues for the year ended 2020 were $32.4 million. There was a slight decrease. There was about a 14% year-over-year decrease, all of which is due to COVID. COVID had an impact on Medirom business, but management believes we can gain market share and capitalize on the industry, especially upon the continued decline of COVID cases throughout the globe and Japan specifically. The company has expanded its salon business even throughout COVID. For example, in July 2020, 288 salons. In January 2021, 302 salons. As of August, which we recently announced. Yes,
Andrew, real quick, your slides are not scrolling. I see the scroll bar. I think you just need to scroll down with your presentation there.
Oh, let's try to fix that.
It's a very nice logo there, front page and everything. I like looking at this, but I also want to see what you're talking about. It's just like your lead page right now. It says Medirom Healthcare Technologies, and I see a little scroll bar.
The scroll bar is not working here.
What if you hit the arrow keys on your keyboard?
It's not going.
Let's see. It is a PowerPoint presentation in Adobe Reader. If you didn't know, if you can find that one and scroll for that one. If not,
well,
you won't have the slides, but you're doing a great job. You got a nice voice. You got a nice face to look at, and we got a nice logo here. So,
well, so I'll just continue with the presentation. Obviously, the PowerPoint presentation is it's filed with the SEC. You can go to our website. Like I was saying, the growth in the business continues. So, for example, in July 2020, 288 salons. In January 2021, 302 salons. As of August 31st, which was about a month ago, we had 315 salons. So even with COVID and the negative impact on our top line, we were able to expand. There were opportunities to expand, and in doing so, we anticipate being properly positioned for top line growth in the near and long term. The company generates revenues from various sources, including franchise fees, monthly education, marketing, real estate services, and consulting. One of the company's strengths is our 80% high repeat customer rate. Moreover, our core brand sales per customer in the first half of 2021 was $57.32. The industry standard, according to Yano Research, was $50 per customer. So our high customer repeat, our above average core brand sales per customer is high. Salon locations are strategically located in high traffic areas, such as retail location, metros, subways, malls, and plazas. We've been successful in conducting seasonal promotions, which we believe contribute to higher sales per customer. For example, spring reflexology, summer cooling head spa, autumn bowel care, winter hand care. We also own and operate one of the largest educational schools in Japan. The school's open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. The school provides over 120 in-depth curriculums that range from techniques to salon management. Professional lecturers specialize in each area of expertise, and to our belief that preparing and educating franchise owners and therapists through our school prepares them for their business and long-term success. We've established a specific health guidance business that is through a government-supported health guidance program. We work with health insurance providers, and we have seen that business succeed as we have partnership with blue chip corporations and various government bodies. Our app, or Medirom, we have an app called LAV, or LAV. This is a remote weight loss program with ties to benefits from government insurance programs. The app monitors activity, sleep, and weight. This is a wearable device, and in August of 2020, we released LAV to consumers directly. We've partnered with Matrix Industries to develop a self-charging fitness tracker called Mother Tracker. The technology includes Matrix patented technologies with a thermoelectric module and boost. This is a feature-rich and user-friendly device that includes a pedometer, has fitness tracking, pulse and body temperature, monitors sleep patterns, and is waterproof. The target market is hospitals, nursing homes, gyms, logistics and industry, the transportation industry, which can monitor drivers' health and overall retail sales. I would invite everybody to our website. That's medirom.co.jp/en. At the website, you'll be able to get a good understanding of our core business and operations, our relaxation salons, but equally importantly, we provide information regarding the LAV applications, the Mother Tracker. We feel it's important to understand that Medirom's mission and credo, the philosophies that were utilized when starting the company, and now that the company has grown. For example, Medirom's credo, which is completed by all employees, including part-time workers, consists of 3 major minds: for your mind, professional mind, and human mind. And it contains 14 behavioral guidelines to help us become attractive human resources. Management believes it is important, as the company expands, that the credo be in place in all locations and throughout the mentality. Before I turn it over to questions, I just want to talk about our customers real briefly. Our relaxation salons are designed to appeal to individuals seeking to improve their mental or physical well-being. Our customers include individuals who are health conscious and other individuals seeking stress and pain relief, therapeutic reflexology, or to improve their overall mental and physical health. The majority of our customers are employed females with disposable income, but our demographic mix varies by salon and geography. Our customer base has grown each year with the opening of new salons. We benefit from and rely on the value and recognition of our salons and other brands which drive word of mouth and direct referrals. I would like to thank you all. I'd love for now to answer any questions that you may have.
Awesome, Andrew. Thank you, sir. So a couple quick questions here. We do have a really good question from the audience. I'm going to get to here in one sec. You just teased it a little bit there about going to one of your salons, but like what would I go for? What would I go to one of your salons for? Like, give us the, kind of practical example.
So it's more than just it's mind and body. When you go, let's say you don't have an injury, sometimes stress, pain relief, obviously the injury, but just relieving stress, just going into a salon and relaxing, overall mental and physical health. It's one thing if you're in great physical shape and your body is performing well, but the mental part is very important for a nice, relaxing life, and that's something that this company has been so successful, and that's why our repeat customers is at such a high level of 80%.
Sure.
It's because of the people just seeking to relieve stress from their life, and obviously therapeutic reflexology, but obviously pain relief, but it's stress really. It's relieving that.
So do you ever send some of your clients away with homework? Like, do I only get some of the therapeutic advantages from going into the salons, or can you send me away with some education where I can go do some relaxing at home or in a park or whatever? Do you guys do anything like that?
Oh, absolutely. So it's more than just coming in, getting a massage or attacking an injury. For example, let's say your knee hurts. It's also preparing you when you leave the salon. It's kind of getting your mental stage 24 hours a day. So if you're in a salon for, let's just say, 30 minutes, there's 23 and a half more hours. And that's part of the process, is that we we have an education, we have a school, and the school installs into the people all the things that a person, when they leave a salon, how they incorporate that in their lives and their day-to-day lives.
Gotcha. So is that where the device kind of comes into play? The sort of watch looking thing? I mean, is there programs that are running there that help you maintain while you're not actually at the salon?
Yeah. So let's take the lab application. It's weight, controlling your weight, monitoring it, knowing what your heartbeat is, knowing it takes into account your health on a minute by minute basis. And that it installs into your mind the part about being healthy, eating healthy, enjoying what I consider more of a personal thing is knowing that you're healthy makes you work better, makes you communicate better.
Absolutely.
It allows you an opportunity to just be a better person because if you have an injury, you're attacking the injury. It's just stress relief. So it's really all encompassing, but it is more than just a massage. It's that monitoring your levels, having that that mindset where you're relaxed and you're performing at work better.
Awesome. Really good insight. We have a really good question here from the audience. How soon will the Kubishki Kaishi acquisition be accretive to MRM sales? Did I pronounce that close?
Yeah, you did. Actually, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know sometimes it's a little tough. So we just announced that on September 22nd, I believe, a week ago today.
Sure.
So with respect to the numbers, we are a foreign issuer, so we're not required to file our 10Qs yet, but we do issue KPIs, and we do issue, and we're going to do an earnings release at the end of October.
Okay.
With respect to forward-looking regarding that particular acquisition, I want to wait till we release the numbers to disclose exactly when that particular acquisition will be shown.
Absolutely makes sense, Andrew. Okay, sure. That is all I had. This is Andrew Barwicki. He is Senior Vice President, Investor Relations at Medirom Healthcare Technologies. That is NASDAQ ticker MRM.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day, Andrew. We'll see you soon, man.
Okay, bye-bye now.
All right, so let's do a couple of these fun, quick housekeeping things that we'll have to do throughout the day. We get to take a little tiny break from the presentations, and let us do our first Slido question. Let's see. I don't think I'm doing this right though. This isn't right, Nicole? This is questions. Let's see. Here we go. First question for our Slido poll. Remember, you fill the Slido poll out. There is a QR code in the bottom left corner. You fill the You fill the slide, you fill the questions out. At the end of the day, we are going to be giving away a Benzinga Pro subscription, a year Benzinga Pro subscription. It's like $1,200 value that you're going to be getting for free. All you got to do, scan that QR code for Slido and then answer these questions as we're going through. And I think I can hide my results here because we don't want to see your guys' answers yet. Who are you most excited to hear from today? Jaguar Health. We already had Jaguar Health. Lobe Sciences. I think that one's coming up next. Sorrento Therapeutics. That's ticker SRNE. That's probably going to be a popular one. Briacell or VVOSO Therapeutics. Or if one of those is not up here, let's see the ticker. Oh, there's another button. There's another button too. If you select other, go into the YouTube chat and let's see the tickers that you're most excited to hear from today. This is our first question. I think there are 12 questions. So I'm kind of pacing them out. We'll get to them slowly throughout the day. Next question. What are you most excited for today? Is it the live presentations? Is it the panels? Is it the trading education? Or is it the exclusive interviews? And I'm going to hide my results again. And there's probably, hey, that's me. Or is the last one the MC? That's me, Brent. I'm right there. The BSer. Brentser to some of you. Let's do one more question here. We'll do one more question. Are you invested? Are you currently invested in healthcare stocks? And this one, I will keep the results up because I want to see how many people are responding here and what our results are. Do we have a lot of prospective investors in the audience? Do we have a lot of already existing healthcare / biotech / pharma investors in the audience? And it looks like we have a lot of healthcare investors here in the audience. Also, that was 3 questions. We'll get to a bunch more throughout the day. Want to click over here. Let's go to the agenda. I'm going to click over to the agenda. Let's see where we're at as far as our agenda goes. And I'll give a quick little preview. And also, let's take a look at the other track. Spencer is over. He's like over that away. There's another little room at BZHQ that has a nice production setup. And Spencer's in there. Maybe I'll go like bomb him or something later. There's probably like a Nerf gun somewhere around here. I'll go bomb him with some Nerf darts or something like that. So coming up next, we are going to welcome him on in just a second. Here is going to be Philip Young at Lobe Sciences. After that, Inspira Technologies, Nemaura Medical, Sorrento Therapeutics. This is one that I bet some people are excited about. This one's coming up at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. That is, looking down at my clock, that is about 1 hour from now. After that, Lantern Pharma, DYAI International, just after noon. And then that's as far as I'll go for right now. We'll kind of like leave for a little lunch break. Not really. Won't really leave for a lunch break, but I'll keep the preview tight there, and we will. Let's see. I think we're ready to go for our next presenter. I just want to get excited about our Benzinga events a little bit more here. I was looking at this page as we were starting the event. This is benzinga.com/events. This is where you can see all of the upcoming Benzinga events. I go to this website like on a every other week basis. Usually I'll hear about the events that are upcoming from Benzinga because I'm inside of Benzinga, but sometimes I don't. And I'll go to this website maybe every couple weeks because we are just announcing so many new events all the time that I'm like, can't keep up to pace. So I would encourage everyone to go to this website, scroll through here a bit. We are having our first in-person conference. Is it next week already? That's in 2 weeks. Is it next week? Oh my gosh. It is in 2 weeks. It is in 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. The Cannabis Capital Conference, that's going to be in New York, but you can also tune in virtually. And I am getting the go-ahead. We are ready to bring on our next guest here. Nicole, if you would mind stopping my screen share. Thank you very much. Nicole Lapointe, ladies and gentlemen, she is our magic event coordinator behind the scenes. And let's bring on our next presenter here, Philip Young. He's CEO of Lobe Sciences. There's Philip. How's it going, man? How you doing today?
It's going great, Brett. Thank you.
Yeah, we are excited to have you. I'll let you take it away, sir.
Perfect.
Hey,
Thanks a lot.
And just a quick reminder to share your screen. And when you share your screen, there's going to be a little pop-up at the bottom that's going to say, like, you're sharing. Just remember to hit the little hide button so we can see all of
Okay.
your slides. Yeah.
How is that?
I can't see. I just see you and I so far, and it says lobesciences.com. I will let you know.
And share.
Computers are fun, right, Philip?
I love them. Every time I get to walk away from them, I love them. Okay.
All righty.
Let's see if this one worked.
Looks like something's moving. Something wants to happen. I saw some motion.
Hold on a minute.
All righty there. Ooh, I saw it for a sec. There you go. Yeah. So just hit the present button and you should be good to go. You are good to go. So hit maybe you can just, I don't see the hide button. Yeah.
Oh, hang on. That gets rid of it.
We had it, Philip, and then we didn't have it. My apologies.
There we go.
I led you astray there. There we are. Woohoo! All right, take it away, Philip. Lobe Sciences.
Okie dokie. Hey, thanks, Brent. I appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity to present what Lobe Sciences is doing. We're excited about the opportunity, and here we go. I'll be making some forward-looking statements today. All of our filings are current in the Canadian CEDAR website, so please, if you have any further interest in looking at them, please go there directly. So what's Lobe Sciences and what are we doing? We're a life science company that's focused and engaged in drug development, drug research, as well as medical device development. We have a simple vision, but it's very impactful. We're developing and delivering solutions to improve the human condition. And we're focused on brain health across the board, whether it be traumatic brain injury or subsequently developing post-traumatic stress disorder. Two conditions that have no medical treatment approved by any authorities as we sit here today. And when you see some of our new preclinical data, I think you'll agree that we're on the path to developing psychedelics and other concomitant medicines. So everyone's heard psychedelics. I'll briefly go over the principal psychedelics that are under development across the globe. Psilocybin, DMT, LSD, everyone's heard of MDMA, Molly. The key for all of the psychedelics is they're serotonin regulators, and they regulate mood, happiness, anxiety. And as you'll see in a few minutes, they also probably do a very good job at increasing and making new neural connections. Psychedelics principally work at the 5-HT2A receptor site, which we'll go into in a little bit. What we have here is a long-term history of psychedelics going back thousands and thousands of years. There's drawings of shamans holding mushrooms, and fast forward that over the centuries, and you see people have used psychedelics for medicinal care as well as for recreational care. And then as you get to 2019, 2020, slowly but surely, there's a new renaissance of psychedelic medicine occurring. This is recreational use principally. Places like Denver, Santa Cruz have decriminalized psilocybin. That's great. It means you can get some mushrooms and take them and enjoy the experience. What we're doing is we're taking it much further, is we're developing pharmaceutical products under the best guidance and regulatory guidance of the FDA and the global regulatory authorities. But this is a very good first step. And going back to the 60s, there was psilocybin marketed in the United States by Sandoz. It's something the FDA is familiar with and something that really is supportive of what we want to do, is improving mental health with the application of psychedelics. So as I mentioned, we're looking at traumatic brain injury, post-traumatic stress disorder with a combination approach. We think that using NAC, N-acetylcysteine, and psychedelics together really should be the 1-2 combination that gives an additive effect or increased effect over either therapeutic agent delivered alone. We're in combination working with the University of Miami, Dr. Michael Hoffer. As I mentioned earlier, we're in the early stages of developing a nasal delivery device. Our belief is that if we're going to create a pharmaceutical market that's easy for patients to use, we have to treat the patients where they live. And delivering small doses intranasally that are not psychedelic or trip-inducing is going to be the way to do it. The markets are very large and very attractive. As I mentioned, there is no treatment. So if we become the first treatment approved for regulatory use, approved by the regulators for use, we have a great opportunity. Just with post-traumatic stress syndrome, and these numbers have increased tremendously with the advent and the occurrence of the global pandemic. But as you can see, 40% of the people who suffer traumatic brain injury develop PTSD, and that's really where our thinking has come into play about the combination therapy. Traumatic brain injury, 69 million people globally sustain a traumatic brain injury every year. Probably not surprising to all the females in the audience. The ratio is 2 to 1 male to female, principally coming from sports injuries as well as other activities where the head is involved. The CDC says that 5.3 million US citizens, 2% of the population, are living with the results of traumatic brain injury. Very often, as mentioned, it's post-traumatic stress disorder. And those are really the big markets we want to attack. So PTSD, and if we'll start with traumatic brain injury, patients are told when they come to the hospital, they're told that they should go home, sit in a dark room, wait for the symptoms to get better. If they have a headache, take some over-the-counter medicine for the headache, and you'll get better over time. Well, as you saw from the previous slide, people don't get better over time. The headaches don't go away, the confusion doesn't go away, the inability to concentrate doesn't go away, and over time, this morphs itself into post-traumatic stress disorder. It's really a devastating consequence of the brain injury, but the problem is the brain is a very complex organ, and traumatic injury to it still is not widely understood. But what's understood is that patients are sent home, and if they don't recover thoroughly and completely, they very often develop post-traumatic stress disorder. So why are we looking at the combination of psychedelics and NAC? Well, as mentioned earlier, psychedelics, principally what we're focused on now is psilocybin, the serotonergic hallucinogens. They're very powerful at high doses, and they alter reality for patients. You've heard of the experience of having a trip, et cetera. But they're considered safe. A lot of people don't tolerate and don't like the trip, which is why we're looking at using low dose at home that doesn't induce a psychedelic effect. But our second therapeutic intervention is NAC, N-acetylcysteine. It's a dietary supplement that was originally introduced to the market for treating acetaminophen overdose. It's a powerful antioxidant. It's thought to reduce DNA damage, and it's marketed also for liver protective properties. It's sold over the counter in health food stores and is easily available, but it has been studied. It has been studied by Dr. Michael Hoffer from Miami in blast traumatic brain injuries in Iraq, and the data was very impressive and compelling. And that really led us to the combination of psychedelics and NAC. Really quickly, the science side, I won't get too deeply into this. The 5-H2A is a G-coupled protein receptor. It's very serotonin-rich target. It's great for psilocybin to activate those receptors. And we believe, and the science believes, that it can increase the plasticity of the neurons, making them more viable. It's important. I mentioned earlier the reset. If you look at the side that says placebo, that's what happens in the rats in this study that were imaged, and looking at the neural connections. They're okay, there's some connections. But if you look at the connections induced by the psilocybin experience, tremendously increased signaling, increased neural activity, which is maintained for up to 6 months. This is where we believe the real impact of psychedelics is coming into effect. And some people call it the brain reset button. It's very important. So our focus, traumatic brain injuries, is looking at how we can improve the outcome of patients after they've had the traumatic brain injury. There are no studies or clinical trials related to traumatic brain injury in classic psychedelics. We aim to be the first to demonstrate that activity. One other key component of the brain injury, also moving downstream to the PTSD, is anti-inflammatory. It's been demonstrated in numerous studies that both psilocybin and the NAC can be anti-inflammatory, and an inflammation in the brain is a key component of the brain injury. And what we're doing now is looking at how we can improve the outcome of these patients. They have the trauma, they have the ability to decrease the inflammatory response by taking 2 medicines instead of taking 1 or taking nothing. So here's the University of Miami preclinical studies that we've just announced the first cohort yesterday. What's going on is Michael Hoffer and his team are looking at multiple models, animal models, rat models, of traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress syndrome. They've used these models over the years, and Dr. Hoffer and his team are very skilled at running these models. An interesting thing happened along the way. Not only was there a pandemic, which caused things to be delayed, all of a sudden there was a shortage of psilocybin this year. And so a lot of the researchers in the United States ran out of psilocybin. We've been able to address that, and Michael Hoffer and his team now have all the psilocybin they need to finish up the models. But before they did, before they ran out, they were able to finish one of the key components, which is a classic study looking at rats in what's called a light dark box experiment. Basically, you induce the trauma, whatever it may be, the head trauma, or you induce the traumatic stress syndrome trauma, the predator scent. And rats generally, when you put them in the dark and light, they seek the light. They like the light. They like to go there. They're curious creatures. When they've been injured, they'll stay in the dark. If they've been treated, they tend to do better and go in the light and seek light aggressively. A very interesting chart here, statistically significant, highly statistically significant. The rodents treated with a combination of psilocybin and NAC performed very, very, very much better than either component or alone or vehicle or placebo. First experiment done demonstrating that our hypothesis, the combination therapeutics, are going to be better than individual. In this experiment, they were, and we're very excited to keep pushing this data forward. This is great validation, supporting our IP, and really giving us a leg up on the competition. We've got multiple patents in proceedings right now, and I believe that with that data we've just released and forthcoming data, we'll have a very solid hold on these patents moving forward. We have lots of collaborations. I don't have a lot of time to go over them, but I'll highlight a couple of them. First, virtual psychedelics, developing a headset-free virtual experience for patients as treatment alone or as treatment with psychedelic therapy. In certain conditions, severe depression and other severe PTSD, a psychedelic experience may be needed and may be something important. Dr. Skip Rizzo at UCLA and Brett Leonard in LA are both probably the most experienced people in the world at applying virtual reality, and Dr. Rizzo certainly in the medical setting. What we hope to do is develop the Chrysalis Pod, which will give doctors around the globe the opportunity to have patients experience a virtual experience while biomonitoring them totally and completely, but give them the freedom to move around and not be tethered to a computer. We call it a fully immersive experience using virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and olfactory scenting. We think it's a great opportunity for the company to create a market that doesn't exist today, and a market that could be extremely large as we go forward. Vitamind is a functional mushroom company that we acquired, and we'll be launching those products beginning of next year. I'll update you more on that as time allows. Additionally to that, we've looked at partnering with other companies to develop our pharmaceutical products, as we've done with Core One Labs, as well as engineering the nasal delivery device. We've now got a benchtop device that works. And what we're doing now is going through the human studies to make sure that we get the efficacy we want before refining the final nasal device later next year. We divested Ionic Brands earlier this year, our ownership of Cowlitz. It brought a tremendously non-dilutive 100 million shares into the company, which we can begin divesting and bringing non-dilutive capital into the company. The value of that transaction alone today at their stock price is about $11 to $12 million to the company. We've got a lot going on. As we've announced the University of Miami data ahead of time, and we're going to be bringing more data to the forefront now that we have psilocybin in hand. We'll do our first in-man study, and we're well on the way to protocol design and site selection for that, and I'll be updating you as we move forward. Partnering with a manufacturing partner is important, and I'll update the company and I'll update where we are with that in the next month or so as we move forward. We do plan to file a pre-IND and IND with the FDA, It's important that we get our regulatory components in place so that we can rapidly advance into phase 2 and 3 studies. The team is great, very experienced, and we have a lot of successes under our belts collectively. And it's a great group to work with. I don't have time to highlight our medical advisory staff. This is probably the best group in the psychedelic industry. These physicians are thought leaders, literally thought leaders and industry leaders for decades. And we're thrilled to have them helping guide us as we move forward through the psychedelic industry. We have about 219 million shares outstanding. The stock price is depressed. We believe the company has tremendously more value than being recognized on the street right now, and we intend to make the story clear and continue to get the market know of the advances we make. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. I just want to reiterate what you just said there. We feel our stock price is depressed. Always something you want to hear from an executive, obviously. You have time for a couple quick questions?
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here as long as you need.
Okay, awesome. So the chat was excited during your presentation. Obviously, psychedelics is a pretty popular space to be considering right now for a lot of investors. I mean, why do you think there has been this recent attention on psychedelics? Do you think it has been, you know, the proliferation of medicinal and recreational cannabis that has helped, or do you think there's something else going on?
I think it's a recognition that mental health is so far behind the rest of the pharmaceutical environment. Cardiac medicine has improved tremendously. Oncology has improved tremendously. Mental health has lagged behind. The only thing that's been new are new generation selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors for depression. This is totally taking that and putting it on its head and actually doing something that's disease modifying. And that's really why I think everyone's excited about it. There's something for people that have long suffered.
Absolutely. And taking a question that the audience didn't necessarily ask, but I think they were wanting to ask, and I'm going to ask it for them. What do you think the catalyst is going to be to get regulators, whether it's in the government or the FDA, over a hurdle for considering, you know, LSD or psilocybin on a federal level?
Well, I think that's a two-part question. Recreational, I think there's a long way to go before it's ever federally, if ever federally recognized. I think that the FDA regulatory approach is one that is everyone knows how to do it. If you've developed drugs, you have to do the right things. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the drug company Sandoz, which got absorbed into other companies over the years, marketed psilocybin in the 60s and early 70s here in the United States as a generalized treatment for mental well-being. We know that the FDA is very interested in these compounds. They're Schedule I compounds now, so that does raise a little bit of an avenue that you have to navigate with the FDA. But I think all regulators are very interested in these treatments as therapeutic opportunities for people with all kinds of brain illnesses.
Great stuff, Philip. Thanks a lot for joining us today. Philip Young, he's CEO of LOBE Sciences. On the Canadian exchange, it's LOBE, and on the OTC exchange, it's GTSIF. Thanks a lot, Philip. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, Brett. Take care.
You too, sir. All righty, we're going to keep it rolling. Smash that like button if you haven't. We need lots of likes. We want likes. We love likes. We love likes. We love likes. All right, next up here, Inspira Technologies. I know this is one that a few of you have heard about. It's ticker IINN, and we have co-founder, CFO. It's Joe Hayon. Joe, are you out there? How's it going? You are muted, sir. Or
oh, here we go.
There he is.
Thank you.
There's that nice voice.
Thank you very much.
All right, take it away, Joe.
Thanks very much. So Inspira, we're a medical device company operating in a $30 billion respiratory care market. And Inspira is developing the R device, which is actually an early extracorporeal respiration device, which has the intent to function as an artificial lung. Now, our goal is to minimize the need for mechanical ventilation. Now, the ART has been specially designed to rebalance a patient's saturation levels while they are awake and while they are breathing. And this, in turn, will allow us to potentially prevent the need for mechanical ventilation. Now, like many, I too have had COVID, and it is a pretty frightening experience, as I'm also heading towards my 50s, and I'm very much aware of the complications and risks associated with the deterioration of a COVID patient. But I was fortunately very lucky. I recovered very quickly. But for example, a childhood friend wasn't as lucky and found himself at a young age being intubated and placed on a mechanical ventilator. And, just quoting his family, they reckon he's just very lucky to have survived the treatment. Now, every single year, each year, there are about 20 million people being placed on mechanical ventilation and being intubated. And COVID-19 has only further exposed the high risks and complications associated with this type of treatment. But Inspira's breakthrough technology has the potential to reduce this number significantly. So Inspira is developing the ART, an early extracorporeal respiration support system. And this device is designed to directly oxygenate the blood at an early stage while the patient is awake. Now, by acting as an artificial lung, we are rebalancing the patient's saturation levels to 95% or higher, and we're doing this in around about 1 minute. So by inserting oxygen into the blood and removing CO2 from the blood, we have the potential to minimize the need to go to invasive mechanical ventilation. I would like to share with you all our technology and how our product works.
Most people take breathing for granted.
I think we just lost the sound for the video.
Every breath challenge. Over 400 million people suffer from respiratory insufficiency. Every year, nearly 20 million end up on respiratory life support, and millions die. Doctors facing patients with these treatment challenges administer supplemental oxygen using devices such as nasal cannulas. And when supplemental treatment is insufficient, their only option is to induce coma, intubate, and place the patient on mechanical ventilator that is not only expensive and complex to use, but puts the patient at high risk. This further emphasizes the huge gap between basic respiratory care and an intervention that should be used as a treatment of last resort. Inspira's augmented respiration technology, the ART, bridges this gap, delivering the right level of care. Introducing Inspira ART 500, the solution that immediately boosts oxygen saturation levels. The treatment can be administered by a trained clinician, eliminating the need for ICU-level care. Let's understand how this breakthrough technology works. Inspira's dual lumen cannula is inserted into the jugular vein. Blood with low oxygen saturation is continuously drawn through the cannula's intake lumen into the ART 500. The innovative proprietary ART 500 pump circulates the blood at an optimal rate of 1,000 cc's per minute while preventing thrombosis and hemolysis. The blood flows to the oxygenator, which oxygenates the blood and removes CO2, with only a minimal drop in blood pressure and low shear force, protecting the red blood cells. The oxygenated blood returns through the lumen to the jugular vein. Even though the ART 500 treats blood in low volumes, it can raise the patient's oxygen saturation to 95% or higher within 60 seconds. This device brings immediate relief to the patient while being easy to operate without the need for ICU expertise. Inspira's ART 500 sets the new standard in respiratory care, bringing hope to millions.
So, thank you. So let's just recap. Imagine a patient's being brought into the emergency room and they've got difficulty breathing. The patient will be treated with some type of respiratory assistance. And this could be high-flow nasal oxygen, and in some cases, even BPAP. Now, often the doctors will notice that the patient continues to deteriorate. And it is at this stage they'll be faced with this huge dilemma, whether to intubate the patient, place them on a mechanical ventilator or not. Now, we as Inspira would like to offer the doctors and patients a new pathway. So by directly bypassing and oxygenating the blood and rebalancing the patient's oxygen saturation levels within about a minute, we are providing a capability to prevent going down that pathway to be intubated and placed on a mechanical ventilator. Now, our product comes with many advantages, which include by keeping the patient awake and by not having to go through the injured or sick lungs, we are able to prevent many risks, reduce complications, which in turn will reduce readmissions, hospital burden, and the costs. Now, we're looking at a $30 billion respiratory care market, and the ART is designed to expand this market as our product has been developed to not be dependent on ICU level of care, making it very affordable and easy to use. Now, with an increasing raise in the aging population, the rise in COPD, and respiratory diseases, the ART is both expected to be disruptive and expand the current market, targeting and deploying the system beyond the ICU, including in general medical units, and of course in small rural and urban hospitals. Now, we plan to enter the market using a multi-step approach. So you can see that we're actually going to be using our key components to enter the market and provide a revenue stream already in 2022. Further on in 2023, we will provide and introduce our ART ECLS system. And this system will basically function as our market penetration model as we become more familiar and work hand in hand with leading hospitals. And in 2024, we plan to introduce the ART with a new intent of use to minimize the need for mechanical ventilation. This is expected to grow a very strong market, which is so much in need of a product that can prevent needing to go to intubation and full invasive mechanical ventilation. Now, our business model, of course, is based on disposables. So we have the perfect razor blade business model. Now, one of our potential pathways is to bundle the system with disposables and to deploy it, obviously, in ICUs and beyond. So as a large portion of our revenue will be based on disposables, as we increase deployment and roll out the system, we can expect a growth in income. And we are talking about a potential total addressable market of $20 billion per annum. For reimbursement, Inspira plans to utilize an existing CPT code using a new approach to an existing procedure. We will be working with our leading hospitals to illustrate to the CMS how we can reduce patient complications, reduce costs, length of stay, and of course, staff burden. Inspira's technology is based on both direct blood oxygenation and blood circulation by using circulating blood at a rate of 1,000 cc per minute, with the goal of preventing hemolysis and thrombosis. Now, by treating the blood and oxygenating the blood at a stage where you're maintaining a minimum drop in pressure and a low shear force, we are able to prevent damage to the red blood cells. So despite the fact that we're actually oxygenating a very small quantity of blood, we have the potential to rebalance a patient's oxygen saturation levels and potentially prevent the need for mechanical ventilation. From an IP point of view, our product is built up of several components working together to rebalance a patient's saturation levels. So we're working very hard to both manage and maintain our IP. And this includes an IP not only for components, but for a new intent of use, to use extracorporeal oxygenation or direct blood oxygenation as a method to minimize the need for mechanical ventilation. So we're not only maintaining and managing our IP our IP in order to look after our technology, we're also expanding our IP to look after our market. Now, from a regulatory point of view, we too are taking a multi-step approach. As of from the end of this year and throughout 2022, we will be submitting 510K FDA submissions for the different key components. Now, by the end of 2022, we will be filing our ART ECLS system, which will be deployed in 23. And eventually in Q3 2023, we'll be deploying the ART with its new intent of use, with that unique capability of preventing the need for mechanical ventilation. Now, of course, every company needs to have a very strong go-to-market strategy. And we are extremely driven to this goal. Now, we're already working towards collaborating and engaging with top societies, ranking hospitals. And we've already collaborated with a leading hospital by the name of Sheba, which is the 9th ranked hospital in the world. They've already exposed our future plans, which include, and I quote, to test a revolutionary respiratory treatment that aids in blood oxidation for severely ill COVID patients. And you can expect to hear more about this in the future. Now, we are preparing the medical community and the medical industry for our disruptive technology. And Inspira has entered multiple discussions with both global medical device companies, global manufacturers, and regional distributors. And this will include potential strategic partnerships with the goal of attaining strategic investments for our next level of go-to-market. Now, alongside, we are also identifying our customers and our applications. And we've identified two main pathways. The one being early saturation in order to prevent the need for mechanical ventilation. But we've also identified how doctors are very much interested in using our product with patients that are on mechanical ventilation in order to reduce risks and complications and potentially get them off the machine a lot quicker. Now, of course, we're looking at the targets ahead. And I think this is extremely important to all our followers and supporters and investors. As we go through 2021, we will, as mentioned, we will be having our first FDA submission. We will be, from a go-to-market point, we will be looking at distribution agreements. Now, 2022 will be a year whereby we will see deployments of our components, a potential maybe strategic agreement, distribution, and of course, we're talking about the submission of our ART system as an LCLS. Now, 2023, you can expect to see the deployment of our ART ECLS, additional FDA filings for the new ART system with the new intent of use, and we expect by that stage to have additional strategic agreements and collaborations. Now, Inspira has a very bright future. And I think if you look at the market today, many will agree that we're still being discovered by the larger market. We're still being discovered about what the full potential is, understanding what a disruptive business opportunity we hold. Now, COVID-19 has only further exposed both the risks and complications associated with mechanical ventilation. We've seen this both in the hospitals through COVID, and we've seen this through governments, how they've made decisions regarding this type of treatment. The ART has the potential to minimize the need for mechanical ventilation. The ART is both destructive and a game-changing technology, and is both expected to be both affordable and easy to use. And I do want to remind you that it has a total addressable market of about $20 billion per year. Now, Inspira was established with the principles of providing an alternative or to minimize the need for mechanical ventilation. And COVID-19 has only shown how vulnerable patients are and how doctors need different new options for treating patients. Thank you very much.
Awesome, Joe. Good stuff. This is why I love Benzinga events, especially when we're doing a lot of small cap stuff. The amount of innovation that is being discussed at an event like this is amazing. And your company here is certainly another one of those, Joe. And I have a couple quick questions, if you don't mind.
Please.
Mostly about kind of the device itself. So it's called ART. Is this only for emergency situations? Obviously, anytime somebody needs to, get help with oxygen or respiration, it's pretty serious. But I mean, is it, somebody comes into the hospital, to the emergency room, and they need some help right away, or is there further application than that?
So at first stage, yes, we're looking at emergency rooms and then ICUs, but we're specially designed the product to be very much free of certain ICU level standards of care. So it's actually been designed to be used outside of ICUs, general medical units, smaller hospitals, whether they are rural or urban, and further down the line, we could see ourselves in emergency medical services.
Gotcha. Okay. And so the chat is pretty interested by your product here in your company, and a lot of the questions are kind of related to getting the product into a patient. I mean, how is that process? You said that, you know, an advantage is that you can keep the patient awake through the process. I mean, what is it like for somebody getting that? Is it an injection? Is it a syringe, or is it like a sheath into the neck? I saw in the demonstration, you know, there was a patient there. He was talking to his partner and he was talking to the doctor. It seemed like he was okay. Yeah. So again, our product is yet to be used in humans because we are pre-FDA. But the design for the product is the following: a patient will be brought in, or they would have some kind of respiratory failure, and the doctor would need to make a decision with regard to treatment. So a cannula would be inserted into the inner jugular vein, and this would be a very quick process. And within a minute, it's already circulating the blood. So what it's doing is it's extracting up to 1 liter of blood a minute. This blood goes through a process whereby CO2 is removed. It's getting super saturated, and it's getting circulated back through that same dual lumen. Now, this elevates the oxygen levels, enriches the oxygen within the vein, the venous blood, and therefore basically takes the load off the lungs and down while the patient is still awake without the complications of having to go to intubation and mechanical ventilation. So the treatment's a lot quicker, and then you also don't have to wean the patient off, which means you don't have to go through the process of taking them off the machine. Sure. So how long can a patient be on the product for? Is it, you know, to get emergency relief and then they can use it for an hour or two, or can they be on it sort of indefinitely as long as they need some help with respiration? So in most cases, we're looking at taking patients that would normally end up on an invasive mechanical ventilation and giving them a much better alternative. Sure. So in most cases, our patient would be on there from a couple of days to a week, and when there are complications, it becomes a couple of weeks. Gotcha. And is there a scenario where not using ART is preferred? Is there ever an advantage to, you know, mechanical ventilation? Well, there's always going to be the situation where let's say someone's lungs have collapsed, or specific treatments that will still require mechanical ventilation. But we believe that many patients are actually going down that pathway because there's such a gap today between non-invasive oxygen supplements and invasive mechanical ventilation. They're two extremes. Sure. This is where ART comes in and will potentially prevent many going towards invasive mechanical ventilation. Sure. And I know our audience is always excited about prospects, looking toward the future, having an outlook. And you hinted more than a couple times about, you know, a new intent for use for the device coming sometime in 2023. Any, you know, hint that you can give us what that intent for use might be? So as I said, there's the ECLS system, which will be used more on acute patients, on patients that are ovation. But the new intent of use is to have the patient awake, communicative, breathing, using their own lungs. Sure. So there's a very big advantage by keeping a patient awake and not actually taking through intubation and then going through their sick lungs. And this is what we're working towards. Awesome, Joe. Well, thank you very much for joining us. I'm really excited to see what you guys can do with the ART. Inspira Technologies is ticker IINN. Johan, he's co-founder and CFO. Thanks so much for joining us today, Joe. Thank you very much. All right. Have a good one, sir. All right. That was pretty cool stuff, right? Chat. Let's see some engagement in the chat. I want to see some more of who you're excited to see today, more presentations that you're excited to see. Let's drop some tickers in there. And we're going to keep it rolling here, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next is an exec from Nemaura Medical. It's ticker NMRD. It's Dr. Faz Chowdhury. He's CEO at Nemaura. Faz, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. I will let you have at it, sir.
Super, thanks very much. I assume you can see the slides.
Slides look great.
Super, thank you. Okay, excellent. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this conference today. I'm really excited to be speaking here today. And thank to all the listeners who are listening in today. And sorry, let me just... So first of all, just to start with some forward-looking statements that I should be making as part of today's presentation. And just briefly, one question I do get asked quite frequently is, well, what is your background? You know, where did you come from? What have you been doing? So essentially, just a very brief intro to my background. And so originally trained as a drug formulation scientist and completed a master's in nanotechnology and microsystems. And I have a doctorate in nanomedicine and drug delivery. And essentially, the point is here that I'm a technologist at heart. So, you know, that's my forte, that's what I do. And I've essentially been the CEO from his foundation. So by way of introduction, about Nemaura Medical, so we've developed what is essentially the world's first daily wear non-invasive glucose monitor or glucose sensor. And this is a Class 2B medical device approved in Europe and currently pending FDA review of a PMA application that we submitted. We launched SugarBeet with our UK licensee in the UK, and also a program in the US called Beat Diabetes. And ultimately, the idea is that on the one hand, you've got the sensor technology, and on the other hand, you've got Beat Diabetes, which is a program, a digital program, which is designed to manage, to support and hopefully prevent diabetes and potentially also reverse diabetes. And importantly, what I wanted to also talk about today is that today we've launched the beta program of what is a mass market consumer metabolic health application. And that's something I'll be talking to you about a bit later. And this is where we connect the mind and body, and our product is branded Miboko. So the focus of today's discussion, there are a vast number of slides which I'm going to skip through the majority of those, and I've put them in there so that if people wanted to, they could go out there and access those from our website later on and look through the overall progress and developments that we are making as a company. But today's focus is going to be predominantly on a couple of things that have been asked several times over the recent weeks. And first of all, well, where are we with general reimbursement strategy? You know, how are we going to get these devices into the hands of patients, and how are they going to be funded? So I'm going to tell you a lot more about that today. And secondly, of course, we've been saying that we are going to be launching the metabolic health program before the end of this calendar year. And of course, we're very pleased to be able to do so 3 months in advance of the end of the year. And I'm going to be telling you a lot more about that program today. Just by way of background, very briefly, obesity and diabetes, these are two of the major drivers of chronic disease, of the chronic disease epidemic. And essentially, you've got about 500 million people around the world with diabetes itself. And then you've got, I mean, the figures vary, but somewhere in the region of 1.5 billion people around the world with prediabetes, and the vast majority are not actually aware of the fact that they're pre-diabetic. So our aim as a company, our focus, the core focus, is to either prevent, manage, or reverse type 2 diabetes. That's our forte, that's our mission, that's what we intend to do. And the idea is to use our suite of technologies to improve metabolic health across the broader population, meaning that let's try and avoid or prevent diabetes in the first place, rather than trying to manage it where possible. And the way we intend to do that is basically combining our the knowledge that you will gain from use of the sensors. And by the way, that doesn't just mean that you stick a sensor on and hey, you get a profile and then you try to interpret that. We go way beyond that when we talk about the knowledge that you gain. And that knowledge is basically about how we also help to interpret that data and provide metrics by which people can judge or assess how well they're performing or how much improvement they're making over time, rather than just leaving a sensor in the hands of individuals and saying, well, off you go, get on with it. And engagement. So ultimately, it's very easy to put devices in the hands of people, but if you cannot engage them by giving them something that empowers them, and also by translating data into something that is meaningful, something they can relate to, then people will quite easily lose interest. And this is where the engagement part comes in. And of course, the ultimate outcome that we're aiming to achieve through all of this is to reduce HbA1c in the case of those with diabetes, reduce blood cholesterol levels in the long term, same as blood pressure, and achieve sustainable weight loss. And that's what we intend to do, or what we're targeting to do, through a combination of our sensor technologies and our digital programs through the apps. So if I go on to the product portfolio, so we have the SugarBeat CGM. So it's a standalone continuous glucose monitor where you stick a device, a transmitter on your arm with a daily disposable sensor. That's one of our products. The other is a Beat Diabetes program where we have an app which supports people to help them lose weight and to be able to ultimately manage their diabetes. And that is in combination with our sensor, where we gather data and give meaningful feedback to individuals to say, well, you know, over the course of the month, you did such and such, and look, this is where you are on the scale in terms of your levels of fluctuations, in terms of the way you're responding to sugar, or even in terms of the way your lifestyle is affecting your sugar levels, for example. And then finally, the third one is the Consumer Metabolic Health Program, which is MIBOCO, which is a program that we're launching today. And going back to SugarBeat, as a standalone continuous glucose monitor, you have a daily sensor, you apply it to the transmitter lasts for up to 2 years, so you don't throw away the electronics. It's environmentally friendly, it's highly cost effective in that you recharge the unit, you stick the sensor on, and it's the sensor, the daily disposable sensor, which is about 1 millimeter thick, which you simply dispose of. It's a self-adhesive sensor which sticks on the one side to the transmitter and on the other side to the skin, and you throw that away on a daily basis. And of course, over the course of the day, you get the profiles of your sugar levels, and you can use it as a standalone sensor in order to be able to monitor your glucose levels. But the idea is that the reason why you would actually measure on a continuous basis and try to get a profile of your sugar level, as opposed to just a point-in-time measurement of finger pricks, is that with a finger prick measurement, you really cannot assess or judge the extent of fluctuations you are getting. And also, by getting the profiles, the important thing here is that you could have you could be measuring your HbA1c, but then there are in fact good HbA1cs and bad HbA1cs, in the sense that you could have the same HbA1c but vastly different fluctuations in your sugar levels. And of course, it's those fluctuations and the extent of those fluctuations that essentially impact the long-term prognosis in terms of the potential complications that arise. And this is why knowing the fluctuations is such a powerful tool. But what we're saying is that, well, actually, you know, the type 1, those with type 1 diabetes, that market is very well catered for with the long-term sensors, 10 days sensors, 14 days sensors, etc. What we're saying is that, well, you've got 90% of the market where people have type 2 diabetes. And most of that is basically lifestyle dependent. So actually, you've got a scenario here where you don't necessarily need a sensor every single day of your life. What you could do is you could use it as a tool with which to gauge the extent to which you're managing to improve the control over your sugar fluctuations, as opposed to becoming dependent on a technology by sticking a sensor on every single day of your life and thinking, well, you know, the sensor will tell me when it's too high or too low and I can act accordingly, as opposed to actually making lifestyle changes, dietary changes, etc., that will lead to better control, and using the sensor as a tool that will enable you to assess the progress you've made rather than a device that you become dependent on. And this is where, by being a daily wear sensor, it means that people have the ability to be able to use that sensor as and when they choose. So whether they choose to use it 2 or 3 days a week or 2 or 3 days a month, it's entirely at their discretion. Excuse me. And of course, as a direct result of that, you can understand that therefore this becomes highly affordable. So, you know, you're talking about maybe tens of dollars a month, as opposed to hundreds of dollars a month for sensors. And from our UK licensee, we've had various testimonials. And as a direct result of that, we've announced in the past that our UK licensee ordered 200,000 sensors with a rolling forecast of another 100,000 per month So a couple of million over the next 2 years. And they're selling these on the basis of a diabetes management program, which is designed to provide support to the users in addition to the sensors to measure how much progress they're making in terms of the control over sugar levels. With regards to launching sugar beet in the rest of the world, we will be revealing plans over the coming quarter regarding how we intend to now also roll out to other territories where the CE mark is accepted. So for example, Europe, and then there's parts of the Middle East, and there are parts of Asia, for example. But initially we will be focusing on Europe. And as we've said before, we expect to be having some activity in that area before the end of the calendar year, and we shall be providing further updates next quarter regarding that. Now going on to reimbursement strategy. So just 2 days ago, we announced a deal with, in fact, our UK licensee on a combination product, whereby they will be essentially providing the CGM so our sugar beet device in combination with certain drugs that are widely prescribed to those with type 2 diabetes. And of course, if you think about it, the future of medicine is where you are combining things that can allow you to measure the progress that you are making, or the impact that a medication is having on you in terms of the improvements that you are making. And of course, this is by far, from our perspective, probably the smartest way to get these devices into people's hands, because then you're not talking about a hard sell, you're not talking about trying to figure out how you're going to get this reimbursed and all the rest of it, because ultimately the sensors will be provided to those individuals who are already on those drugs that are designed to help them achieve better glucose control. And so therefore, with those sensors, at the end of the month, they'll be able to see, well, to what extent have I now achieved better control? And in anticipation of this deal, and bear in mind, there are about over 2 million people in the main European territories, 4 of them, and UK combined, over 2 million people that are prescribed some of these medications. And so in anticipation of that deal, we'd already back in July ordered electronic components for 200,000 of our transmitter devices. And the anticipated launch is at the end of Q3 next year, when some of these drugs start coming off patent. And of course, even if we were to just sell those 200,000 devices, we would need over 800,000 sensors per month just to service those 200,000, just to give you an idea of the types of volumes we're talking about over the coming months and years. And also to add that this is in addition to the current orders that we have for the sensors, which are going to go direct to consumer out-of-pocket expense. So therefore, from our perspective, with all the partners and licensees that we've been speaking with over the last couple of years, we certainly feel that this is by far the most efficient way for us to get the product to market on a large scale. The Beat Diabetes program that we launched in the US last year, all I will say about that is that next quarter, we intend to provide a detailed update of the progress that we're making with regards to that program. And just to reiterate what that program is about, it's basically a digital program designed to help people manage their diabetes, lose weight, and achieve better control over their blood glucose levels. And it's combined with our sensor in the form of ProBeat, which is basically where we gather the data and then provide feedback in a way that's actually meaningful for individuals that they can act upon, where they get an overall idea of how well they are performing or they're not performing, as the case may be. And so now moving directly onto the metabolic health program. So this is something that we've been working on for the last 18 months. And the idea arose from the fact that there are companies out there in the digital space whereby they are making enormous progress, where they have just apps which help people basically improve their lifestyle, their diets, etc. And of course, the way we view it is that if you can measure metabolic health, or have a metric by which you can measure what is actually happening inside a person's body, as opposed to just what's superficial, then potentially you have something a lot more powerful. And this is where we've launched our product called Miboko. And this is where what we're trying to do is connect the mind and the body. And essentially, we're trying to say this is the way, this is the future of basically health and well-being. And also, it's an intelligent way of doing things, because now not only are you going to be embarking upon a program, but you are going to have metrics by which, as in meaningful metrics by which we can measure how much progress or how much improvement you are making, or to what extent you have a stable, if you like, metabolic health. And of course, our sensor will be used to do that. And of course, in the territories where the CE mark is already approved, we're able to provide real-time monitoring and real-time insights into what is happening. And those territories where we're yet to get approval of the device, we will have other ways of measuring the metabolic health metric. And if you take the US alone, you have almost 90 million people with prediabetes. Now, each and every one of those individuals is a potential customer for Miboko. And the idea is that we will provide a series of tools within the app that enable a person to incrementally make improvements in their lifestyle, in the diet, in their habits, which will allow them to hopefully avoid long-term diseases such as diabetes. And initially, as part of the beta, we're actually giving away the sensors for free. So the entire program is free on the beta program. And then eventually, of course, we will launch the commercial subscription model in due course. And bear in mind, this is not just direct to consumer. This is something that will be marketed to employers and insurers all over the world. So that's really all I had to say with regards to the SugarBeat sensor and then Miboko, our metabolic health program. And to summarize, I would say that, so apart from the fulfilling the orders for the orders that we received for the sensors earlier in the year, the other things to look out for are the launches outside of the UK territories. And also we'll provide some updates as to how the FDA review is going with the PMA. And then with regards to the metabolic health program and the SugarBeat sales, I guess the two key things to look out for now are, from our perspective, in terms of the growth of the business from this point onwards, is about, well, how many registrations and subscriptions are we now achieving for Miboko moving forward, both on a direct-to-consumer and on a corporate level or insurer level. And of course, secondly, generating revenues for SugarBeat sensor on a standalone basis. And just finally, we still have a very healthy balance sheet, so we are in a fortunate position in that regard. And it is probably the most exciting time or period for the company since its very foundation. So thank you again for listening, and I shall revert to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Faz. That was great. We do have a couple quick questions here, kind of focus on the SugarBeat device specifically. So a question from Christine in the audience. She said, how does the sensor test the levels without needles?
That's a really good question. So we have obviously I would say there are, and I was asked this precise question just like 2 days ago on the call. And I mentioned that, look, there are 5 or 6 factors that make up how we actually get the glucose to the surface of the skin, how we measure it, and how we interpret it. And of course, there's a lot of know-how involved in that. But what I can say is that we take glucose to the surface of the skin in a non-invasive manner, and that glucose basically is what we directly measure. So we do not measure glucose by inference. We are measuring glucose directly. And of course, based on the 1,400 or so patient day studies that we've done, the methodologies that we have adopted have demonstrated that it doesn't lead to skin irritation or things of that nature, at least thus far on the patient pool that we've tested.
Gotcha. And how long does a charge last for the device, and how long does it take to charge? Is this like a serious time investment when you have to charge it?
So usually when I'm not diabetic, but I still wear the device just to try it out every now and again. And I usually give it a 20-minute charge, and it lasts for the whole day.
Oh, cool. Okay, gotcha.
It's pretty quick. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then Christine had another really good question here. I know you hinted at with one of your other services, with one of your other candidates, but I don't know if you mentioned for SugarBeat, is there any prospect for when insurance companies will start accepting SugarBeat as something that they might contribute to or pay for patients?
I mean, we are working on this, and when you consider the price point, it really shouldn't be a hard sell, because we are talking about something that is going to be highly cost effective, and in the long run, when you consider the benefits people will derive from this in terms of being able to actually see what's going on, it would become a very powerful tool. So we are working on it. That's all I can say at the moment.
Awesome. Well, that is great, Faz. Dr. Faz Chowdhury, he is CEO and chair at Nemaura Medical. It's ticker NMRD. Thanks so much for joining us, Faz.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
All right. Have a good day. And let's get excited for the next presentation. Not that we don't get excited for all our presentations, but I know this next one is going to be a company and a person that a lot of you out there in the audience have been excited to hear from. Sorrento Therapeutics, ticker is SRNE, CEO, Dr. Henry G. Henry, are you out there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much, Brent.
We are so excited to have you. Our audience is always really interested in Sorrento. So why don't you take it away and tell us a little bit about the company?
All right, fantastic. Can I show the screen?
I see your screen there. It looks great.
Beautiful. Fantastic, Brent. Thank you very much. As you know, we're a public listed company. So how do you move the screen? So I don't know how to move the screen.
Let's see here. If you can't click it and it's not reacting, we can maybe get somebody on our end.
Yeah, you are on your side. Click the screen for me.
Yeah, sure. And if you want to just give that person a little cue whenever we go to the next slide or whatever.
Next slide,
awesome.
Please.
Let's see.
So much,
Let's see if we can do this quick here.
It's like a frozen.
So I am getting word. Henry, stop sharing. Stop sharing, and then share again, and maybe we can just kind of trick it to working.
Yeah. Okay.
And if we can't do that, I don't know if we're going to be able to help you for the slides, because
no, that's fine. I can talk without the slides as well.
But try to share again and see if we can shake something loose.
Okay. Let me stop sharing, then I'm trying to share again, right?
Yep. Ready.
Share.
Let's see.
Okay. Share.
And I saw it moving on the back end. It wants to work. It wants to work.
Yeah. Okay. Here.
All right. Let's see if we can.
I cannot move the screen.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. All right. Well, that's okay.
Next slides. Next slides. Next slide.
Just take it away. We actually don't have your presentation, Henry. So
you don't have it? Okay,
yeah, we'll have to point people to the presentation. Maybe when you get done, you can tell people where they can look, they can find it.
Okay, so now I'm gonna talk without the screen. So
does the arrow keys work for you, Henry? Can you use like the arrow keys on your keyboard? Does that move it forward?
Yeah, I tried it.
I gotcha. All right.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Fantastic. So what we have built through the years as a full-blown, fully integrated biopharmaceutical company, and through the 12 years, from a garage, 12 years ago, we built a company with a full-blown pipeline, looked like a big pharma pipeline. We have, as of today, focusing on 4 business sides, one including the oncology side. We have a product called abivertinib, which has already finished the non-small cell lung cancer pivotal clinical trials. We have about a 500 patient, being treated in the non-small cell lung cancer indication. The data is already locked, and we are right now waiting for the deep analysis of the data. We should be able to share the top line data, hopefully October. And that's the non-small cell lung cancer side. We bought the whole company called ASEA that comes with a small molecule CGMP facility with hundreds of people, very well-versed in the small molecule side. And on the oncology side, we built off-the-shelf allogeneic cell therapy in the CD38T, and we have about a dozen off-the-shelf cell therapy product to follow. That drug is right now in phase 1 and for multiple myeloma. We also innovative in the antibody drug space. Recently, antibody drug conjugation space or ADC space is red hot, and all big pharmas buying a company with anything relates to ADC. And as soon as you get a FDA clearance on the product, they purchase for $2 to $3 billion. And that including Velos Bio acquired it for $2.7 billion for a ROR1 ADC by Merck. And we have about a dozen products under development with 4 products right now in clinical trials, either alone or with our partner. So that including CD30 ADC, patients already dosed with CD30 ADC for amyloidosis. We are working with some of the premium institution for the multiple myeloma indication, and that can be also moved into some of the liquid tumors as well. And we have a BCMA ADC, we have ROR1 ADC, we have CHOP2 ADC right now. It's already in phase 1, get a clearance in China, and we are submitted to the FDA here. So should be getting a clearance soon. That's for solid tumor. And we have oncolytic virus with next generation oncolytic virus, which we are adding the delivery of immune checkpoints, as well as some of the Treg modulators, as well as IL-12 for modulating T effector cells. So that should be getting into clinical trials very quickly. Now, we have a very large pipeline in the oncology side. The same drug, some of the drugs can be applied to autoimmune. For example, abivertinib, we have very strong animal efficacy study and it shows very strong activities in lupus, which is almost no drugs there other than one of the Benlysta antibody being FDA approved, selling on the market, but not very effective. And this drugs developed by Human Genome Sciences. I used to be a postdoc over there, and Human Genome Sciences being acquired for $2.5 billion by GSK. The same drugs can be useful for the multiple sclerosis. We're showing the very strong efficacy over there. We are going to be in phase 2 for both multiple sclerosis and the lupus with this small molecule. Now, this molecule is a designer molecule, has dual functionality. One is against EGFR mutants, and we're using that for against all solid tumors. But this same drugs is a BTK inhibitor, 3rd generation BTK inhibitor, that is very effective, is strong inhibition for the production of cytokines relating to cytokine storms. And as you know, cytokine storm is one of the biggest contributor to deaths in the COVID-19 diseases. And we use this one to testing whether this one can stop ARDS, which is acute respiratory distress syndrome. And we tested 96 patients in the US and 400 patients. What we're trying to do here is to see which this molecule can help which stage of the patient. These patients are hospitalized patient, and we want to see if they can help the patient at which category, let's say category 4, category 5, or category 6. If we see any indication or trend that helps a certain severe category, like a category 5 now changed to category 6. If we can see this activity in the category 6 now, that will be very interesting, because that's the category of a patient in the hospital ready to get on the oxygen, ventilators and intubated. This is the patient population needed drug to help them, but there is no drugs right now at this moment. And I believe if we can fill in that void space, that will be a very big market opportunity. Meanwhile, the key is for us to saving life and to get people out of the hospital quick. So that's the one we're working on. And then we have, of course it works.
Henry, real quick. It looks like we got the slides up here. What slide are you on?
Go forward. Go forward. Yes. No,
This
before
one
that,
is
before that. Yes, the hair, beautiful. Yes,
number
this one,
13. I think it was
one.
slide
Next one.
13.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Cool.
We'll stay here.
Great.
All right. So what we're doing here is with the drug abivertinib and the BTK inhibitor, that's going to help us to see do we have a positive signals. If they have a positive signal right now with patient population so large right now, we can get the pivotal trial started and get the pivotal trials, demonstrate whether this drug can save life. For the patients already in the ICU, we have a drugs called mesenchymal stromal cells derived from adipose cells. And this drug's already demonstrated in the phase 1 trials, 10 out of patient out of hospital. Basically, we're preventing them entering into a deathbed. So 10 out of 10 patient, 100% saving life right now here. So we are into phase 2 right now with 100 patients in Brazil, and we're going to be in hundreds of patients in the United States as well. That will be a potentially saving life, and this is the key for us to saving life. As you see, our strategy is to detect early, treat timely. One of the tools we have is a COVID stick rapid antigen detection. In a few minutes, you're gonna see whether you're positive, and you wait for 15 minutes, we can, show you're negative with the infection in your nose swab. So right now we are already EUA approved in Mexico. We have 1 million tests already in Mexico, and going to be a 10 million shipped into Mexico. So this is potentially a very, very big commercialization opportunity in Mexico. And we also can get into Latin America. We are talking, gonna be any moment right now, get an EUA approved from Brazil. And we have applied the WHO on the reviewing of our product. And we applied already in the EUA in Canada. Hopefully within a month, we're going to get the EUA approval there, and a very big market opportunity. In the US, we have very close communication with the FDA. We have, I believe we're going to be almost there with our application, and hopefully can be responded with a EUA approval. As you know, last year, the Trump administration bought 150 million tests from Abbott for Bionics, and that test, is price is $5 this year. Biden's administration bought $750 million worth of tests from different entities. Each is ranging from $11 to $13. And Abbott at this time only supplying about 3.8 million tests, Bionics, for close to $13. So huge demand, huge shortage, and I will hope the timing is right for us to get the product on the market. We did the comparative analysis of COVID sticks against the PenBio, which is equivalent of the Bionics in the US. PenBio is the leading brand in the worldwide from Abbott. And we believe we did the all-comer testing with our COVID stick versus PenBio. And they are about a sensitivity-wise is a 62%, which is a flip a coin. We have the COVID stick sensitivity is 82%. That means very accurate testing to predict whether you have infection or not. This is the way to open up the society and the schools, all these. And now with the detection, you have the infection. We have a solution here provided as a COVID drops. Recently, as you know, Florida starting using Regeneron's neutralizing antibody. It's a huge demand. In a very short couple of weeks, they have a 60,000 patient infused with Regeneron. Now, suddenly there's a shortage of the neutralizing antibody, and Biden's administration's right now rationing the supply of Regeneron through different states. So there is a huge shortage. All of the different states government is talking to us right now. They want the neutralizing antibody, and they want to help us to get the test done quickly. And we're talking about there's a daily about a few thousand patients being infused with Regeneron or other neutralizing antibody. So with the state collaboration, we can get a few thousand patient clinical trials done very, very quickly with the COVID jobs. That's our hope. We're working very diligently with different states right now, government. And with this, our goal is to to detect quickly. So if you have a COVID stick, detect you have infection. And if you're positive, you immediately apply the COVID drops. Now, the one of the advantage of a COVID drops is that the quantity. The reason for a large quantity infusion in the hospital setting with a Regeneron antibody is because they need a large quantity, because the antibodies through IV infusion, it has difficult time to get it through the lung, very low quantity getting in the lung. But the majority COVID-19 virus infection is happening through the nose, gets into the deep lung. And our COVID drops was few drops in the nose that preventing the upper respiratory infection, block the viral replication. That's most effective way to preventing virus getting into deep lung or getting into some other organ. So with that COVID drops, we believe that drug is gonna be a very minute quantity. So we're talking about the 1/50th or 1% of the quantity, 1 to 2% of the quantity of Regeneron using. So we don't require hospitalization. And with the COVID drops, if we can demonstrate this effective, and we already demonstrate safety, finished phase 1, we should be able to apply for EUA approved, and that will be helping tremendously. Now, that also solves the supply issue, because we can use this drug 50 times each run manufacturing. We can provide 50 times more the drugs to treating patient with just getting infected, while the non-symptomatic preventing them to develop symptom, or is not hospitalized, we can preventing them getting into hospital, jam up the system. So we're very excited working with the different states to get the trials done. Hopefully we can supply the potential solution to treating patient. So that's we believe that's very big market opportunity. With this one, we believe that last quarter, Regeneron has about $2 to $3 billion on their neutralizing antibody, and this quarter they just got a $2.9 billion order from the federal government. And with the COVID job, if we can demonstrate the efficacy, we're going to be able to supply multi-billion dollars worth of a product very short term. With this said, we believe that we have a very strong, potent antibody, and we have antibody that works on all variants, and including the Delta, the South African version, and the Brazilian version, or some other theoretically emerging variants. So we're working diligently, having these one as a combo product, potentially as a COVID shields for treating the patient. Now, our strategy, detect early, treat timely, and with the detection COVID stick, we are commercializing in Mexico, and you will see us sponsor certain major sports events, and you will see us with the tent and the people, screening with the COVID stick, and they can get into the events. And hopefully one day all the school kids going to using this one to detect the infection, so they're preventing them getting into school, infecting other kids, and bring the infection home. And if you test positive, COVID job is your way to do a few jobs, prevent you from develop the disease, and hopefully not get into the hospital. But if you're already in hospital, we have potentially oral pill preventing you to develop into severe cases. If you're already in the severe case, and we have mesenchymal stromal cells, which is one infusion based that can help you get out of the ICU or hospital altogether and saving life. With this said, we have multiple products that one FDA approved, and multiple of them already phase 3 done. And one of the non-opium pain management drug, we believe it's going to be potentially a $10 billion peak sales now. Used to be, we believe, it's $5 billion. However, with the shortage of the drugs for lower back, bulge, discus, we have this SP102 fully enrolled 400 patient treatment, and we have a fast track. Hopefully, we get the approval from the FDA. We can starting to build revenue. And with this drug alone, peak sales about a $10 billion, we think we can build a major biopharmaceutical company with all the extensive pipeline we have. We're very bullish, and hopefully rewarding our long-term investor and stakeholders handsomely. As you see, last year, Moderna's is about a $5 billion market cap. This year's right now, as of today, 150. Sometimes they get 200, close to Merck's market cap, which Merck is 100 million years old company. So time is right for Sorrento, and we believe we can pull something like a Moderna. It could be very interesting. However, we're more interested in saving life, improve living. And with our medicine innovative pipelines, look like a big pharmas, we one day we're going to be like a David and beating the Goliath. Thank you very much.
That was a lot of good stuff, Henry. Our chat was going crazy. They are extremely excited to get more information on Sorrento.
Sure.
So really appreciate you having here. I have a few questions, if you
Sure.
don't mind, from the audience. The audience had like way too many questions. We're not going to be able to get to them all, but we'll get to, I'll try to pick out a couple of good ones here. So we have Alex, who has clearly been following you and Sorrento for some time. And Alex asked, do you still stand behind a comment that the company could be in the $100 billion market cap range over the next few years? Are you still feeling confident in that?
My goal is to build a company 200 to 400 billion. And we think with the trajectory that the Moderna has from 5 billion to 180 billions, anything's doable. We have the pipeline, we're a much bigger pipeline. And meanwhile, we're doing the vaccination and multivalent, and our animal testing shows our multivalent strategy works much better than the current Washington or Wuhan-based vaccine. So that vaccine alone, if we develop it in Mexico, which we believe are going to be able to testing 50,000 people very quickly, if we get that, we potentially can come in here, see superiority as a universal boost for anybody take a Moderna, Pfizer's or J&J's. That could be a huge market, especially for developing country like Latin America, other places, not North America, with no cold chains. Beautiful.
Do you have any projections for the Mexican market specifically?
You know, they have about 150 million people. Just imagine, you just do $10 a shot, you do 300 million a shot, you know, that's a 300 million times 10. You can calculate the number.
I like it. I like it, Henry. And then we had a lot of audience members asking about the ANP deal. Do you have any updates for us? I think that was announced earlier in 2021. Do you have any updates for us on that deal?
You have to watch it, and I don't have the update at this moment right now for you.
I like it. A little tease. That's fine. You're keeping people tuned in. And maybe just a couple more here. Had a couple more good questions. Any updates on your trials in the UK or your trial in the UK?
Yeah, so we have a COVID jobs right now in UK going well. But with the current interest from a different state on a neutralizing antibody, we believe we can get several states. Each state can do a 3,000, 5,000 patient very quickly. Because right now, daily infusion in Florida alone is 2,000. And adding, they have 60,000 infusion already done. And we can get a 5,000 in Florida going, a few thousand in some other states going. We can get the trials done very quickly.
Gotcha. Okay. And let's do one more quick one here. An audience member asked, what's going on with Smart Farm and the DARPA grant that Sorrento just recently received?
Yeah, so we are actually, according to plan, we are working very diligent with DARPA, and everything moving forward very nicely.
Gotcha, Henry. That was kind of the couple of highlights. Look, the audience keeping you honest. Those were a lot of good questions, right, Henry?
Yeah, appreciate it. And we're working very diligently to make sure reward our long-term stakeholders.
Very good to hear, Sarah. I know our audience likes to hear that. Henry G., CEO of Sorrento Therapeutics. It's ticker SRNE. Thank you so much for joining us, Henry.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you very much.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And let's keep it rolling here. Everyone wants to keep it rolling here, right? Let's go with our next presentation. I see he is behind stage. He's ready to go. Lantern Pharma. It's ticker LTRN. And we have joining us from Lantern Panna Sharma. He's CEO and president. And there he is. How's it going?
Great. Thanks for having me on.
No problem. It is our pleasure. I'll let you have the floor, sir.
Great, thank you. Well, Lantern, we're publicly traded on NASDAQ, ticker LTRN, and we're one of a handful of companies that is at the forefront of using big data and artificial intelligence to help accelerate the pace and lower the cost of drug development, specifically in oncology. I think everyone knows that developing oncology medicines takes a lot of time, takes a lot of capital, and historically has been fairly inefficient with a success rate for drugs of less than 5%. And much like AI and data have done for many other industries, we believe that it's going to completely crush the product development cycle in drug discovery and drug development and smash the cost from the nearly $3 billion it takes today to bring an oncology medicine to market to eventually, I think, a tenth of that cost. But at the same time, there's so much data available from collaborators, from patients, from centers, from studies being done. And all this data helps us understand really how drugs and tumors will interact or not interact. And we believe that we can use and generate models that help us then accelerate drug development. And that's the core of what we're doing. And the way we're doing it in medicine, there's a real need, because if you take a look at the ROI in the top 15 pharma, this is a study that Deloitte puts together every year. In 2019, their ROI on internally generated programs was less than 1%, if you can believe that. Last year, it was 1.7%, several orders lower than their cost of capital. And our AI platform helps to really, we think, solves the fundamental industry problem, which is you see strong therapeutic effect early on, but it gets diluted because you really don't understand how to specify the patient group that's most likely to be responsive to your drug. Our platform does that. The second biggest issue is that there are specific genetic weaknesses or targeted molecular mechanisms that we have an idea about early on in development, but we don't really use them in later development. And so with our platform, you can really address and understand how to exploit these molecular weaknesses in specific cancers. And so our platform solves what I think are two of the most fundamental problems in cancer drug development. And because of this, I think there have been a lot of really exciting companies like Lantern, like many others. And we think that the pace of innovation is only going to increase. I talk a lot about how this is going to usher in a new golden age of medicine because of AI, where computing and storage and consumers willing to share data and the rise of sequencing is going to generate all kinds of new types of medicines and therapies, and also allow us to repurpose therapies that historically have gone abandoned or failed. And that's what our business model does. We use our AI platform, Radar, to take drugs that fell short of statistical significance, but also develop new compounds, and then understand really how and where they work best, and then launch them into clinical trials. And these trials go after specific populations. Sometimes we get orphan designation. We got 2 of those last month, one in GBM, one in pancreatic. And it allows us to have, I think, save tens to hundreds of millions of dollars per phase of trial and substantially de-risk the drug because we understand where and how it works. So our platform, we've talked about it reaching over 8 billion data points this year. We're on track to do that. Last year, we reached 1 billion, so that's a pretty substantial increase. When our company went public last year in June of 2020, we were at about 275 million. So you can imagine from 275 to now 8 billion in Q4, this will be a very large increase. And this increases the scientific value of the company by better understanding all the mechanisms in various cancers. In fact, we were just having a call right before I came on one of those mechanisms and seeing how we could exploit that mechanism actually in other cancers. And then also it increases patient value because we can improve their outcome with reduced costs and reduced economic burden. And by specifically understanding the kind of patients that are going to benefit, we can get them into trials faster. We announced a collaboration just yesterday with Deep Lens to find, in fact, very specific patients, never smokers that are chemo naive, that have failed TKI therapy with non-small cell lung cancer adenocarcinoma subtype. So not only do we rescue that drug using AI and data, we're also now finding the patients for our trials using AI and data. So that kind of pipeline, we think, can totally reduce the cost and bring drugs to market faster. So this is our pipeline today. We have 2 programs in phase 2, one in metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. We had an initial readout a few months ago, the first third of the patients, and showed a very noted improvement in overall survival. We have another program in non-small cell lung cancer that I just talked about, where we're beginning to enroll sites. We expect this to be an 80 to 90 person trial in non-small cell lung cancer, which is a massive market opportunity just in never smokers, which are 20% of the population, and almost $3 billion are spent today, maybe slightly more, in therapies for never smokers. Pancreatic cancer, we're actually presenting today and tomorrow at the AACR Virtual Pancreatic Conference. We've got some tremendous data with our collaborator from Fox Chase. And then in GBM and other CNS cancers that we're working on in collaboration with Johns Hopkins. When we went public a year ago, a little over a year ago, we had 3 programs. Today we have 8 programs. And usually it takes years and costs tens of millions of dollars even to get to early stage named programs. We've, again, gone from 3 to 8 with a fairly de minimis burn rate. Our molecules, we've got, are all mostly small molecule except for one, which is an antibody drug conjugate. And we're addressing markets that we believe are very significant. Over nearly 500,000 patients worldwide today and growing, and several $1 billion in market opportunity. I'll talk a little bit about each one of the programs. LP100, it's an existing phase 2 program. 9 patients out of the 27 have been treated. The overall survival has been a little north of 12 and a half months, which is a noted improvement over other fourth-line treatments. This is about a $700 to $800 million spend globally, and really there's no great therapy for these late-stage patients. Their average survival is about 6 to 7 months today. So we think this drug not only can be a great opportunity in this market, but we've actually now uncovered how this drug works in a few other cancers as well. We published on that last year. Our second drug, as I mentioned, LP300, very targeted agent, disrupts by binding to specific cysteines on proteins, and these proteins are involved in non-small cell lung cancer pathways. And so this was a drug that failed historical trials, but we've now figured out how and where it works, and it tends to work really in never smokers. And so in never smokers, this drug has improved survival by about 100 to 125%. So if you take a look at never smokers on the far right of your screen, you can see the data on which we're basing our trial. For all patients, this is a cohort of 288, you see it had very slight increase in survival, not significant enough. But in never smokers, 125% increase in 2-year survival, and actually 100% increase in overall survival. Our third drug, LP184, this is a drug that works across a number of solid tumor cancers, and it's a very potent agent. We filed a number of patents in pancreatic, GBM, ATRT. We have signatures that correlate to how and where it works. So this has been a drug totally generated and guided by AI from day one. This is a totally new drug, and it also crosses the blood-brain barrier. From all of our early stage work, we've actually gotten some great collaborations with leading research institutions. And that's part of our strategy, actually, is to work with leading KOLs. And so we're working with Fox Chase in pancreatic, Hopkins in brain cancers, and Georgetown in prostate cancer. Our GBM data, which we shared, and we got FDA granted us orphan drug designation for gliomas and GBM and other malignant gliomas. Let me just share some of the data that we're excited about. So if you take a look at this, we had this in 2 very different groups of mice. And, people cure cancer in mice all the time, so it's another one of those slides. But in this case, it's a little different because we got complete regression with just 4 doses. And this wasn't even dose optimized. So if you take a look on the left, after 4 doses on every other day, days 15 through 21, there were no measurable tumors in these GBM model. We also did another model where we actually derived glioblastoma cancer cells from patients, built those into neurospheres and planted those into mice. And this was all at Hopkins. And out of 3 out of the 4 mice, you saw complete regression. Actually, in all mice, you saw complete regression. Only 1 showed some tumor growth after dosing, and it was significantly lower. We found very similar great results preclinically also in pancreatic cancer. This work was done with Fox Chase. And there you saw that we dosed every week for 8 weeks and the line in the green shows that we saw complete regression, significant rapid shrinkage and regression. So on the bottom, you see the tumors that were taken out of the mice, virtually nil, versus the tumors on top on the untreated mice, and they grew 146-fold. We also got orphan drug designation in this as well. So we've got some great preclinical data that we're going into the clinic with next year. And we expect by the end of next year, virtually all of our programs will be in clinical trials. How do we protect all of our ideas and insights and signatures and also the drug itself? Through patents. We have over 90 issued patents and pending applications across about 14 different patent families, including patent on our Radar AI platform. Again, some of the collaborations that we're involved with, these are important because they also give us access to data that powers our platform, and also patient insights, and that's really critical. What patients and what patient needs are there so that we can improve the standard of care or completely go over the hurdles that exist today. So we've gotten a lot of milestones for a small, young, growing team, and in fact, we'll also have later this year data. Today, actually starting today in pancreatic, next month in GBM, and the month after that in a totally new indication that we're pretty excited about in blood cancers using a new drug. I didn't talk about that today, called 284, and this is probably one of our youngest programs. So we're developing new insights. We're accelerating our existing drugs. We're continuing to grow our platform. It'll be over 8 billion data points. We believe we'll be there very soon. And we also have an ADC program that we'll be talking about. Again, we're publicly traded on NASDAQ. We've got about 80 million in cash and cash equivalents at the end of the June 30th quarter. Our burn rate was about 2.4 million that quarter. We expect that to increase as we go into trials, but we have enough capital on hand until into 2025. So I think at this market cap, we're a steal because we're trading at just barely over cash value. But more importantly, we've got multiple programs, any one of these programs that can be worth $1 billion to $3 billion. So thank you for taking some time and listening to our story.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Pana. A couple quick questions, if you don't mind. We got a few minutes here. Kind of a basic question, but where did the company name come from?
Oh, that's a great question. I love that. It's a wonderfully fitting name, to illuminate, light the path, lantern, all those wonderful things. But actually, the company name came from the source of the original drug, LP-100, our first drug, was originally sourced from a jack-o'-lantern mushroom.
Wow.
Yeah, so the jack-o'-lantern mushroom is very toxic, and it's been known in literature to have anti-cancer effects. So when they isolated this toxic substance, they thought initially it would have some medicinal properties, namely for bacteria and viruses, but then they also found it actually killed off cancer cells. They wanted to find out the mechanism, and they finally isolated that back in, I think, in the 70s, and it was done by some folks at UCSD. And then they finally isolated it further and further and found a very specific compound. LP-100 is a semi-synthetic derivative of that compound. And so as an homage to the mushroom itself, it was named Lantern Pharma.
Cool. I like that story. We might have to do a little Benzinga.com article on that story name. That's a cool one.
One of the most successful cancer drugs of all time came from the Japanese yew tree.
Okay.
Yes, there's a whole history of natural substances that lead to anti-cancer drugs.
So you had a nice slide up there. A couple slides back, you had, what 2021 has been like and what you're expecting for 2022. You said you're expecting a lot of the candidates to be in trials next year. I mean, give us a little teaser if you can. What does 2023 look like for Lantern?
I think we'll probably see a lot of partnering activity. Our business model is to focus on the innovation and develop, breakthrough ideas and then partner them out in later stage with bigger biotech and pharma.
Sure.
2023, we also expect significant progress on our antibody drug conjugate platform as well. On our antibody drug conjugate candidate, LPA18. And so that is, we're pretty excited about the progress we're making on that. So 2023, I think will be partnering our antibody drug conjugate and our 284 drug. But there are always new opportunities. I mean, our insight from our radar platform, we've got probably 8 or 9 really exciting ideas that are very, very early. Really talk about that. Any one of those can gather more data and gather steam, and we can bring it into our named pipeline.
Sure. Well, we are looking forward to some updates from Lantern and from you, Pana. So thank you very much for joining us. Lantern Pharma, LTRN is the ticker, and this is Pana Sharma. He's CEO and president.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure, sir. And let's keep it rolling. I'm just going to keep saying, let's keep it rolling. I want to see the momentum in the chat. Let me know if you want to keep going. Let me know if you want to take a little break. Should we take a little break for a Slido question here or two? Let's see what. Yeah, I think Aaron's he's shaking his head like this. This is a shake. Cool. I will do my little screen share here, or maybe it's a big screen share. Who knows? And let's see. Let's go for a Slido question or two here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna keep recapping why we're doing this. We're doing this. Not the healthcare event. You guys know why we're doing the healthcare event. To give you great ideas, get stuff on your watch list, get more good information about companies. Why we're doing the Slido polls here. Excuse me. We're doing the Slido contest here. There is a QR code in the bottom left corner. Scan that QR code. You can tune in on your phone. I'm going to ask the questions out loud here, and on your phone, you can answer. And at the end of the event, that should be around 5 p.m. today, we're going to pick a winner. And that winner is going to get a one year subscription to Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro is our premium trading platform, trading news and investment idea platform. We have a news feed. We have a Squawk. If you guys haven't checked out the Squawk is amazing. If you are a trader who has a ton of screen real estate, but not a ton of screen real estate available, use the Squawk on Benzinga Pro. Instead of having to stare at a news feed all day like I do, you can turn on your speakers, click on your little speakers, put your little earbuds in, and you can have one of our reporters. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Here I am. You guys can see me better now. You can have one of our reporters read you news out loud. So something happens that's moving the whole market, we'll get you an alert as fast as possible as to why we think the market's moving, what the news item is, how much of an impact that news item might have had on the market or on a stock. You got to try out Benzinga Pro, pro.benzinga.com. Again, I'm going to pull up my screen share. We'll get to that question that I was alluding to. Here's the Slido questions. Fill out these questions. You get into a drawing for a potential year subscription of Benzinga Pro. Let's go to question 4. Question 4 is, are you willing to return to in-person conferences in 2021? Pretty simple question. Are you willing to return to in-person conferences in 2021? I'm excited. I won't be at the Cannabis Capital Conference, which is in a couple weeks in New York, but I'm going to get to one of our in-person conferences in the next few months here. And one more. Did you know you can track important FDA trial dates at benzinga.com/FDA? Yes or no, I do. All right. We had a little fun there. We had a little fun with our Slido poll. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I want everyone to fill that stuff out as we're going through the presentations today. I'll keep jumping back to this. And coming up, our next guest, let me just pull up my sheet here. We have DYAI. It's ticker DYAI. And we have the CEO of DYAI, Mark Emelfarb, joining us. Mark, how are you? I got you muted. I see the little mute button, the little mute icon on your picture, Mark. So let's get you off mute, and then we can talk. There he is. Now can I hear you? There he is. How's it going, Mark?
Good, Brent. How about you?
I'm doing well. And hey, a little treat here for the audience. We're going to learn a little bit about DYAI from you right now, but then right after this, you are going to be on a panel with a couple other biotech pharma execs. We're going to be talking about data and rapid COVID-19 diagnostics and treatment. That's right, Mark?
Yeah, we're going to be talking about, at least from Dyadic's perspective, of how we're going to revolutionize the way these things are produced in a more affordable, larger quantities to make the world vaccinated and treated when they need either a vaccine or a COVID treatment.
Absolutely, man. Well, I'm excited. That's going to be starting in like 20 minutes, but for the next 15, 20 minutes, we're going to hear from you about Dyadic, and I'll let you take it away, sir.
Do you see my screen or no?
I can't see your screen yet. There, I see it, and there is a little heads up. There's a little button. There's a little panel in the bottom middle. Hit the little hide button next to the blue button. Go down a little bit further. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Now we can see the whole slides.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
All right, well, let's just jump in. Thank everybody for attending the presentation today. At Dyadic, we've developed over the last 3 decades a way to mass produce proteins, and we're going to talk about today how we can really use that technology to produce massive amounts of proteins in a short amount of time at a very affordable price. This is our safe harbor statement. So really what we're doing is we're going to transform biomanufacturing. By what I mean by transforming it is we're going to be able to take DNA, gene sequences, put them into our C1 hyperproductive cell line, and make products that could feed, fuel, and heal the world. And we spent 25 years feeding and fueling the world with companies like BASF, Shell Oil, Abengoa Bioenergy, and then DuPont purchased our industrial biotech business for $75 million in December 31st, 2015. And guess what? On January 1st of this year, our non-compete ended. And we're exploring how we might re-enter the feeding and fueling part of the biotech journey. In the meantime, Dyadic at a glance, we have plenty of cash on hand. You'll hear about the deal coming up with Sorrento, which is going to bring more cash into the kitty. And we have the ability to really ramp up what we're doing at an accelerated pace with a variety of partners on a global basis. The C1 technology is a versatile platform. It could be used for antibodies, it could be used for therapeutics, it could be used for enzymes, it could be used for vaccines. It's robust, it's versatile, it's scalable. We've actually scaled up to 500,000 liters. So we're actually scaling down for the pharmaceutical industry. And we have strategic partners all over the globe and an experienced leadership team. So speaking of the leadership team, you can see here, we are very skilled, balanced, over 20 plus years. Our CSO worked for Teva and Codexis before Dyadic. Matt on our CCO, GSK and Lonza. You might not know Lonza, but they're one of the world's largest producers of biomanufacturing of proteins for therapeutics. And Ping Rawson, our CFO, came from us originally. She was at Deloitte. Has been here helping us, guide us on the financial side. Pfizer, Merck, Phoenix, Carex, senior management, senior board leaders, corporate governance. I think we have all the boxes checked. In fact, I believe our board is as good or better than the big pharma boards for what we're doing with the right people for the right reasons. So the history of the technology, as I mentioned, it's been almost 3 decades since we first isolated this C1 cells in nature. We modified the technology to be able to hyperproduce proteins using that cell with very unique morphology or growth characteristics. And over the 20 to 30 year journey, we can engineer, put DNA in, DNA out, and make things or remove things from the cells to mass produce proteins and therapeutics virtually of any type and kind. We've established on the COVID-19 program, speaking of just specifically for a vaccine, we're working with Sorrento Therapeutics, where we announced about a month ago that we have a license agreement with Sorrento to cover a big part of the globe. You can see coming up on the next screen, to make vaccines at a fraction of the cost, potentially multivalent vaccines that cover Wuhan, Delta, UK, South Africa, Brazilian, and the emerging variants. In India, we're working with Syngene, which is a division of Biocon. If you don't know who that is, I suggest you look them up because they're the real deal. These people have like Lonza, Patheon, and Catalent. Syngene's a CDMO, contract manufacturing organization, and Biocon, who owns 70%, avails over biologic production for insulin, antibodies, and other products in India and across the globe. The Rubik Consortium in Africa, is just starting up with us. They're going to be doing the R&D, potentially building their own manufacturing facility based on the C1 technology. And then Meditox in Korea. Meditox is the 4th largest producer of Botox, and they're working with DYAI since July 2020 on C1, working on a COVID vaccine. And Meditox covers not only Korea, but Southeast Asia. You can see here that we're nearing the potential to cover 100% of the world's population with what we believe is going to be a potentially really booster and prime and boost, but also a really attractive booster vaccine, because we're targeting the receptor binding domain, not the whole spike, which makes 80% of the neutralizing antibodies come from that protein. And so if we can mix and match the Delta with the Wuhan, with the South African, with the potentially the Lambda, the Mu, with the emerging variants, we have the ability to really change the game and to bring better control and broader coverage to patients on a global basis and larger volumes more affordably. Our development pipeline, it's not just about COVID vaccines, which we've talked about. We also have developed a COVID antibody, and that's being looked at and evaluated to see if and when we might be able to start advancing that into the clinical trials or preclinical trials. In addition, on the human non-COVID side, Hengrui, a large Chinese manufacturing pharmaceutical company, I think one of the largest biotech pharma companies publicly traded in China. Other top pharma companies, we're working on seasonal flu with the University of Oslo, and we'll get into that later. And then, of course, on animal health, we worked for 5 years getting ready for the pandemic in the Zoonosis Anticipation Preparative Initiative, but also on traditional animal health products, we can produce vaccines and antibodies for both farm animals and pet animals. So the markets we have are very broad and diverse. As you can see from this slide, we're not at loss for opportunities. So we're focusing in and zeroing in on what we think are some of the biggest opportunities at the beginning, but we can apply this technology very widely, very broadly. Again, feed, fuel, and heal the world, and basically make virtually any type of protein or therapeutic that people may want for whether it's animal health, human health, and potentially back into the industrial business as well. The addressable markets, as you can see here, are massive. So if we can just get a fraction of either the animal health, human health, biologic mAbs, bispecifics, the world's our oyster. We put in a piece of sand, out comes an oyster. In our case, put DNA in the cell, out comes a protein. But the advantage we have is it comes out in large volumes at very low cost. Our technology is based on a hyperproductive, industrially proven filamentous fungal cell. And by the way, filamentous fungi are nature's most productive secreting organisms on the planet. So we've spent over 20 plus years developing this platform on the industrial side. We use it to make enzymes for ourselves, sold those in 35 countries all over the world, licensed the technology on the industrial side to companies, as I mentioned, BASF, Shell Oil, Abengoa Bioenergy, and then, of course, the acquisition of the industrial business by DuPont. And we've grown it at massive scale, so we're scaling down. In biotech, it's failed to scale. We're going the other way. We've already scaled it to levels that you're never going to need in biotech. High purity, hyperproductivity, robustness, flexibility, speed, and cost. Health equity, big topic these days. We're going to help transform health equity to actually allow people all over the planet, not just in America, get access to affordable health care by being able to produce these biologic drugs and vaccines at a much lower cost in a faster way. To give you an example, monoclonal antibodies. You've heard of Regeneron, you've heard of Eli Lilly, you've heard of these SARS-CoV-2 antibodies that people are using right now. There's even being rationed. There's a shortage. The capacity to produce monoclonal antibodies is limited. And we have the ability to produce 3 or 4 batches using C1 cells. In the same time, you can produce 1 batch of a CHO cell, potentially at higher yields, at lower cost, in a faster way. This slide is just an example of many of the different types, classes of proteins we've made at record levels. Antibodies at 24.5 grams per liter or 3 grams per liter per day. An average antibody in a CHO cell is 4, 5, 6 grams per liter in 14 days. So you can see the difference. On the Coronavirus antigen example, the SRBD protein, 2,000 to 3,000 milligrams per liter. Some of the leading companies are using insect cells, which are baculovirus cells. Companies like Novavax or Sanofi's recombinant protein vaccines. They're getting somewhere in the neighborhood of, I would think, 20 to 50 milligrams per liter in longer time period. And then they have to remove viruses, which we don't have in the first place with C1. So this just demonstrates the robustness, the versatility, the utility of the cell line to make different classes, types of proteins at record levels. As I mentioned, we spent 5 years working with the European Union in the Zoonosis Anticipation Preparative Initiative, getting ready for pandemics, working on the Rift Valley fever virus and on the Schmallenberg virus, proof of concepts. Israel Institute for Biological Research, we made an enzyme there to protect them against sarin gas and also on a COVID enzyme. On the human antibody side, we're developing a potential biosimilar, biobetter of nivolumab. That's Bristol Myers Squibb's $8 billion antibody for cancer, Opdivo. And in this particular case, our business case here is proof of concept that we can make Opdivo. We'll be able to make dozens, if not hundreds of other antibodies, Nemaura, Keytruda, you name it, we should be able to make them in C1 faster, quicker, cheaper, and larger volumes more affordably. Our business strategy, co-development, technology licensing. On the left, you can see here with Big Pharma, upfront cash, milestones and payments. Sorrento's a peek at what we're doing there. In the Sorrento deal, we're getting, it's a binding term sheet. Hopefully in the next week or two, we'll finalize that and have a definitive agreement, which will bring to us cash up front, $5 million, $5 million in Sorrento stock, and up to $4 million in reimbursement. Funded proof of concept, we've had dozens of those helping us advance the technology. We still have many of those in both animal and human health. Small, medium biotechs, this is where we have the potential to get equity, milestones, and royalties, where they don't have the cash for an upfront access fee. We've been getting equity in some of these small companies. In fact, we just cashed in on one of those equity pieces for 1.3 million euros last quarter, and then grants and contracts. On our own internal pipeline, as we talked about Opdivo, that's a biosimilar, biobetter, potential to not only use that as a proof of concept to make dozens, if not hundreds of other antibodies, bispecifics, trispecifics, et cetera. From an acquisition potential of certain aspects of the company, like we sold off the industrial business to DuPont for $75 million. We hope here engineering C1 to make vaccines and drugs to get numbers in the ranges of, you see Merck spent $400 million in a yeast cell to glycofy. J&J spent $2.4 billion to buy Crucell on a different cell line. Ligand spent $516 million last year to purchase Phoenix, and Sanofi paid $750 million to get access, amongst other things, to the baculovirus expression system, which we've talked about, we can make several times more quicker, faster, cheaper proteins using C1. Our objectives here are to advance towards phase 1 human clinical trial in conjunction with our partners and collaborators in India and Africa, in Korea, and in the US and North South America with Sorrento. Animal health programs continue to advance the development of the platform and moving a vaccine now towards acute respiratory disease of birds. Human pharmaceutical programs to work with top pharmaceutical companies, biotech companies, towards getting those upfront license fees, access fees, milestones, and royalties. And of course, with the small biotechs, potentially instead of the upfront cash access fee, potentially equity in these companies with the milestones and royalties down the road. An infectious disease strategy for animal and human health. We have the ability, we believe, to make more antigens quicker, faster, at flexible commercial scales than any other vaccine manufacturing platform. In addition to that, we can swap out genes of interest. For example, we can switch from Wuhan to UK to South African to Brazilian to the Delta variants every 2 months. We can swap and make a whole new variant, stable cell line with the potential to make billions of antigens for vaccines at flexible commercial scales globally. The key takeaways: proprietary C1 gene expression technology. We continue to refine it, to develop it, to evolve it, move it more towards the human therapeutic side from the industrial side. We made great progress in the last several years doing that. We're now working with big pharma, big biotech, governmental agencies. Competitive advantage: higher, quicker, faster production of the products of need. Again, bringing health equity, lowering the cost of goods, just transforming biomanufacturing. Plenty of validating partnerships, and we expect more to come. Opportunistic business development on both animal and human. Multiple shots on goals, not just in animal and human health, but a growing number of areas and applications in the billions of dollars of opportunities. We had 25.8 million in cash and investment securities, no debt, fully funded R&D programs, and of course, now we'll be getting some more cash in after we close the deal with Sorrento on a definitive agreement the next 2 weeks. And we hope to drive process and execution excellence as we continue to apply this technology more broadly on a global basis to make dozens, if not hundreds, of products on our own in conjunction with partners or with license agreements. And with that, I will thank you and see if there's any questions.
Yeah, one quick question here for you, Mark. So a couple slides ago, you were highlighting, interest, rising sort of M&A interest in platform names, right? I mean, why do you think this is happening right now? What's the allure, I guess?
Well, the allure is that the world needs to make proteins, right? So whether those proteins are for animal and human health, for industrial purposes, or a variety of other applications, we've scaled protein production to levels that you would never imagine in the pharmaceutical side coming from the industrial side. So we're bringing the power of industrial production or biomanufacturing into I would call it where they used to make small amounts of expensive things. We're used to making massive amounts of low-cost things, and the two worlds are colliding. But the world is demanding health equity, and we're going to help deliver that.
Awesome. Good stuff. Mark Emelfarb, CEO of DYAI. And Mark, you're going to be, as I was hinting a little bit ago, you're going to be sticking around here. We are going to be having our first panel of the day. And why don't I just welcome on the moderator here, Jason Colbert from Dawson James. Is it Colbert? Is it Colbert?
Colbert, you got it.
Colbert, awesome. I will let you introduce the guest, if that's okay, Jason.
Sure, my pleasure. First of all, Mark, great to see you. Great presentation, as always, incredibly thorough. What I hope is that you won't mind repeating some of the things you just said. I've asked all of the CEOs to talk a little bit about their company and introduce themselves, the company, the ticker, the market cap, cash on the balance sheet, and when they think the next catalyst is. And then we'll get into some Q&A. As an introduction to everybody, I got to tell you, it's an interesting time, right? COVID is a black swan. It's not something that anybody specifically predicted, although many people believe that we were susceptible to a either natural or terrorist-like event for a pandemic, but now it's actually happened. And there are some good news about COVID is that this is a good dry run because it may happen again. What's interesting is the resources that are available in the world of biotechnology to treat it. And I think the first step in COVID was to be able to diagnose it. The next step was to see, can you treat it? How do you prevent people from cascading? And of course, the ultimate goal is how do you arrest the spread? And I think arresting the spread occurs with vaccination. The problem historically has been that vaccinating against a coronavirus is very difficult. We don't have vaccines against the common cold because they change a lot. But because of the uniqueness of this specific virus, it seems that there were conserved regions in the way the virus is built and that vaccines could be created. And the market moved very quickly with a new type of gene-based vaccine technology, identifying a specific region of the vaccine that doesn't change. This is a little bit like identifying a person by their nose, not by their ears, not by their hair, not by their eyes. But when you get up close, the nose can be used to identify. it's a different type of vaccine than what we've seen in the past. It's very clear to me as an analyst that we will see second, third, and fourth generation vaccines, and I think that's very relevant to this panel. It's also extremely relevant when we talk about, do you need a booster for COVID? By the way, I'm pro-vaccine. I've had both of my Pfizer shots. The real question is, at what point would I need a booster? Do I need a booster? My B cells, my immune system should remember the virus. They should be able to activate my T cells to kill the virus. But what is the level of my circulating monoclonal antibodies to prevent an infection from taking hold? How do you know that? Because a binary test, whether I have or don't have COVID, doesn't provide a lot of information for us. So I think that's a good place for us to start. When we move beyond traditional binary diagnostics and we think a little bit like a treating clinician, what kind of information does a clinician want to hear, want to know? So let me introduce one of my favorite companies, ADTX. Amro Albana is the CEO. He's the founder of the company. And I think COVID is a little bit of a test case for this company, because I think success in this company has much broader implications, not just to COVID, but what additional immunological information would you want to have as a treating clinician in order to treat your patient, let's say if they had cancer, or let's say if they had Crohn's disease or another immunological related disorder. I'd want to know exactly what is the status of their immune system. So with that as a lead-in, let's talk first a little bit about ADTX. We're going to keep our initial comments for each company to 5 minutes, and then we're going to go to a moderated Q&A format. Amro, take it away.
Jason, thank you. Good to see you again. So ADTX, we are a biotech company. We're focused on commercializing new innovations that take fundamentally different approach to treating and understanding the immune system. And Jason, you summarized it very well in your intro.
Amro,
but before
don't forget. Name,
yeah, I was going to say. So
right,
again, my name is Amro Albana. Sorry, my name is Amro Albana. I am the co-founder and CEO of ADTX Inc. Our symbol is ADTX. As of our last filing, second quarter of this year, we had $8.6 million on our balance sheet. And we did another round of financing, $11 million that we announced in Q3, primarily for the purpose of a potential acquisition that we're looking to do in the antiviral space. So the DNA of our company, no pun intended, we are a biotech innovation company. Our mission really is to innovate and commercialize various biotechnologies that fundamentally or take fundamentally different approach to precision medicine when it comes to the immune system. So what does that mean? In one area, we are developing new therapeutics, new class of therapeutics, where we could potentially retrain the immune system to address organ rejection, autoimmune diseases, as well as allergies. And that's really how the company started, Jason, which really led us to the second platform that we have been working on, which is ADTX Core, a way to understand the immune system. Because here is our belief. We really cannot begin to speak about precision medicine and precision type approach to our health unless we understand someone's immune profile. We certainly were not planning on COVID. We did not anticipate COVID, just like everybody else. But when COVID hit, we recognized that we could use ADTX Core, our platform for profiling an immune system, to begin to understand how we each react differently to COVID and what type of immune response. And maybe I'll just kind of end it with this. Early 2020, when COVID started, the world was focused on controlling infection. Everybody was focused on protecting society from each individual. So we had to wear masks, we had to do social distancing, we worked remotely, we stopped flying, so on and so forth. But during that time in 2020, we actually went public and we said, while everybody was saying when vaccines become available, things are going to go back to normal, we predicted that when vaccines become available, the focus is going to shift from infection status to protection status, because ultimately the way forward, we each have to understand our personal immune profile to make decisions in terms of treatment and how we move forward on, including booster shots, which is obviously becoming more and more of a discussion and a debate as we move forward. So that's ADTX Core. We're applying it to COVID-19 and many other applications in potentially oncology, autoimmunity, CNS, and other areas.
Amro, when we talk about booster shots, what is the immunological profile of somebody that would clearly need a booster shot?
So, Jason, this is going to be a major question, and our goal here as ADTX is to really to get people, and especially clinicians that are practicing out there, to give them objective information to make that decision for their patient or for each individual. Because you've seen the debate, you've heard the debate in the last 60 days as far as booster shot, whether or not someone should take it. Here's what I will say first. I certainly hope, and we certainly believe that booster shots should not be provided based on a population type approach. Everybody gets it, or everybody doesn't get it, or everybody gets it at a certain time. Look at immunocompromised. Some of the immunocompromised patients, as we're seeing in our data, even with a booster shot, they're not developing immune response. So that may not be the best approach. I'll use myself as an example. I got COVID early 2020. I didn't realize it until I got ADTX scored. I received 2 Moderna shots, so my immune response is off the chart. Do you really want to give someone a booster shot, someone like myself, a booster shot? So the approach really moving forward must be based on individual immune response as we're making decisions about booster shots or even course of treatment.
Or if I can just add on one part, if you've already had COVID, do you really need to have the vaccine? What would the ADTX score tell you? And so is natural immunity enough, or should you get the vaccine?
So this is obviously an area of major interest, and you've seen some of the studies. In fact, you've seen the study that just came out of Israel when it comes to breakthrough infections for those that are naturally natural induced immunity versus vaccine induced immunity. And Jason, the stance we're taking with ADTX is we're not going to practice medicine. We're not going to tell someone whether or not to take vaccine or whether or not they have this or that. What we're actually saying is this: whether you had COVID, whether you were vaccinated, or even if you had COVID and vaccination, it is best to understand your immune profile so you and your physician can make that decision. And frankly, all of us are continuing to learn more and more on how our own immune system is responding differently to COVID, and of course, other future viruses. As you mentioned in your intro, this is certainly not the first, and it won't be the last.
So I want to push this just a little bit more, which is, once you've had COVID, if you have an ADTX score, the ADTX score may show that you have immunity, but that if you get a COVID vaccine, you may actually get an even enhanced level of immunity. And that was your experience.
That's my personal experience, correct? Because you can look at it as, to put it simply, of course, when you get the virus naturally, we're not sure exactly how we can count the number of exposures. But look, if in my personal case, I received, let's just say, 3 exposures, 1 time with COVID and twice Moderna. So that increased. I initially, before I got the vaccination, I was already showing immune response, robust immune response. And then I took Moderna because I had to travel internationally. And that, like I mentioned, got my immune response off the chart. So pretty high immune response in my scenario.
Okay, so one last quick question for you, Amro, which is, it's a small company, sounds like a really good technology. I haven't heard of a lot of other companies that are able to immunologically profile very specific markers to determine not just whether you're immune or not, but where your immunity is, what the markers are. And by the way, I've had the ADTX score. Thank you very much. And it was fascinating to look at all of those different markers. So my question for you is, what's it going to take now to commercialize on the COVID side? What does the revenue ramp look like? And I'm not asking you to project future earnings, but just in broad terms, what are you doing in order to get this technology commercialized, which will ultimately be a driver for the stock?
Yeah, no, great question, Jason. Look, we've been public for a little bit more than 12 months, about a year. And you probably heard me say this before. We are a great story. We have great innovations, but I'm pushing the company to get into growth story, which is commercialization. And what we've been doing in the last 12 months is we've built the infrastructure required to actually commercialize ADTX score. So that included opening a large-scale immune monitoring center in Richmond, Virginia. That was early July of this year. That included, of course, complying with regulatory requirements. We are a lab-developed test. That's a key word for us. That's a key word for us because we fall under CLIA and CAP regulatory bodies. We had to understand the private and public insurance. We identified at least some of the CPT codes that we can at least share with potential partners. They obviously have to make their own decisions on that. We applied for Medicare. So we've done all that to provide a commercialization infrastructure to deploy ADTX score. So from here, our strategy to go to market is to partner with channel partners. That's what we call hospitals, independent physician offices, even other CLIA labs, where they send us the samples, we process the samples, and we send them back ADTX score for their own clients. That's our commercialization plan. We've been successful in doing that. As we go around the country and we share ADTX score with various chief medical officers and other physicians, they're really positively surprised that there's such a tool that exists, and that's our plan. Finally, on your last question, yes, this is certainly not a forecast, but to give you an idea, right now we are, generally speaking, each ADTX score is anywhere between $80 to $90. That's our revenue for each ADTX score. So if we end up doing $1 million, that becomes $80 to $100 million in revenues, which becomes very significant for a young company like us. If we move up to 10 million, which is, that's the scale that we've built in Virginia, in Richmond, Virginia, well, that would mean $800 to $1 billion in revenues. Certainly, those are just the general numbers, and that's not an indication of a sales pipeline.
Understood, but you have capacity to go up to 10 million. At 1 million, the company would be wildly successful, by the way, if you pulled in those kinds of revenues. Really interesting story. Obviously, I'm an analyst. I'm covering this company. I'm covering DYAI. I'm covering Sorrento. Anybody who'd like to see the research that I'm writing, go to the Dawson James website. By the way, these CEOs can tell you, I won't hesitate to challenge them if something they're saying doesn't make sense. I'm a very tough analyst. I'm not just rating stocks to do business with them. I'm putting it where I really mean it. And they're all buy rated. I all think they're really great names. Thank you so much, Amro.
Thank you.
So I have a challenge mentally. Do I transition to DYAI and talk a little bit about kind of their vaccine platform? But I think it'd be more interesting to go to Sorrento. And then as we talk a little bit towards the end in Sorrento about why Sorrento is working with DYAI, I think Mark will set you up to kind of close the panel, okay?
Great.
Okay, so Henry, one of the things that Amro mentioned and that I kind of mentioned is that this is a new vaccine technology, mRNA, and my understanding is that it's essentially going after one conserved region. I see a lot of flaws in this. In other words, I see it as a first generation technology. Scientifically, I know that you could talk about anything, and we'll get into the diagnostics, we'll get into the therapeutics, and we'll get into the vaccines. But I'd first like you as a scientist to opine about what you see in terms of the vaccines after you finish your introduction, name, ticker, market cap, balance sheet, and talk with me a little bit about, is this a first generation vaccine technology? Will we see second and third generation?
Thank you, Jason, very much for inviting to the panel. So, as you know, Sorrento is listed on the NASDAQ. The ticker symbol is SRNE, and we have a market cap about a 2.2 billion, and we have cash and the investment in public and private entity all coming together in the few $100 million range. And the as answer your question about the messenger RNA, this is the first generation right now. As you know, the mRNA technology is evolving very fast pace. As you know, you can tell this is the first generation. Reason is Sanofi just bought a company, Translate, and that company they bought about 1 month ago. They invested firstly years ago about the 450 million. Then last month they bought the company for 2.3 billion, and I believe it's announced yesterday or the day before they scrapped the whole things for because it's a mRNA, it's unmodified. So that tells you this technology evolving so fast that even the big players over there right now is reactive, and I believe that the one that unmodified mRNA could be difficult. That's where the Sanofi scrapped the whole few $1 billion acquisition and stopped the program in the unmodified mRNA vaccine. And you need to keep up with the advance of the technology. The first generation mRNA using Washington strain or the Wuhan strain, and that's the spike protein. Now, the issue is the spike protein, you have some cleavage site in the middle that potentially cut the spike protein into S1, S2. It was the S1 leaving the memory and floating in the bloodstream. That may cause some side effect. So you want to change that. So the first generation, none of them changed the mRNA structure. That's problematic potentially because that's where potentially a side effect kicks in. And secondly, the mRNA, you have a formulation. The formulation right now is using lipid nanoparticle. The lipid nanoparticle, firstly, the lipid they're using, they may have some IP issues, right? And then the lipid nanoparticle itself, a first generation with some pegylation in it. And, there is a lot of drugs using pegylation. You generate an anti-idiotypic, or anti-drug antibody, ADA we call, that potentially against the pegylation. So you got to have problems because then you got to have a systematic, side effect or certain specific organ side effect. Now, this is improvement.
I want to interrupt you and kind of translate what you just said, which is the current mRNA vaccines, the way they work, and by focusing on the spike protein and where they kind of create that spike protein, that there may be elements of that have some toxicity associated with it. That's a
potential concern. That's a potential concern.
Yeah,
you need to perfect it.
And the formulation, in order to get this gene therapy right into the target cells, that formulation itself could be immunogenic and a problem, particularly when we talk about second or doses or repeat doses, right?
Exactly. That you create the antibody against the drug antibody or antibody against drug,
And
that's
way,
very dangerous.
Henry, so what is the solution to that? I mean, as a scientist, and anybody who speaks with you very quickly understands that you're a scientist, right? You're almost you have multiple hats on. So just sitting back from a big picture point of view, what is this? Why can't we use a more traditional vaccine?
Yes, that you can, but the mRNA, what you needed to do is perfect it. So you perfect the mRNA sequence itself, which we did, and then you perfect the formulation. Then you're avoiding some of the formulation may causing harm if you do repeated dosing, and which we did too. And then you have a formulation you can be stored in the room temperature. That's very critical, but then you can lyophilize, ship around the room temperature. That's going to be much more usable worldwide, especially for developing countries with no freezers, right? Of course, if you want the traditional antibody, which is a DYAI kicks in with the protein, which is RBD-based, subunit RBD, which is right to the target, which is the one binding to the receptor for viral entry. And the protein is much smaller. It can be made with the C1 technology that Mark and the DYAI developed it. It could be a tenfold of quantity than the traditional, chill cell-based antibody production type. So that's why we're very interested in working with DYAI. The reason is that they give you, firstly, much smaller unit to work with, much higher production, much easier to transport, because that you can transport the RBD protein any type of form. You can be in a liquid form, refrigeration, or you can be dry form in the room temperature.
Is there a reason to believe that the RBD protein, which is not a genetic sequence, right? It's not the mRNA vaccine primes immune cells to kind of make spike protein, and then the immune cells recognize spike protein and they defend against it. The technology you're talking about, how does that work?
Yeah, that protein basically they are presenting to the antigen presenting cell, APC we call that, and they eat up the RBD, then show up and they present, and you got the immune cells, both the T cell and the B cells responding to it, and the hope is getting the memory long-term type of cells already created, but these generate very strong immune system because you can test it. You can test in animal very quickly, and you see the RBD that the mock sent to us. You can generate very strong immune response. You can also testing whether these immune response against different variants. For example, if you use the RBD from Washington strain, are they against the Delta? Or what if the next one, are they against the South Africa? So that type of stuff, you can all test it before you get into human. And then when you get into human, you can test it. Now, the beauty of this one right now, although in the North America, you have a large people quantity already been vaccinated. However, but when you do universal boosters, but you don't want to use the last year's flu vaccine as a universal booster for current year's flu strain. The same thing. Why are you using RBD or the strain mRNA from a Washington strain or the Wuhan strain, which is a lot
I could
effective.
not agree with you more. I've tried to follow the logic at the CDC, at the FDA, and even from the White House, and I'm just really struggling because for me personally, I'm trying to understand boosting people with the same exact sequence a third time to create circulating monoclonal antibodies. Doesn't make sense, particularly if you could do a variant or a multivariant booster, right? That makes sense to me.
That's the plan we have as a multivalent. So you can test the vaccine. You generate either mRNA or the RBD. You see whether they're against all of the other variants, because it can be tested very readily, very quick.
Henry,
we're talking about within a week we can test it.
Give me a timeline on the vaccine program on when we can expect some news.
So from the dyadic RBD base, the Mark already has the tox data, and we doing the IND package. So we're going to be able to, together with Mark and some of the other folks, we can submit to either the FDA or some other regulatory agency around the world. We already talked to German regulatory. They like the approach. And also you can do multivalent. That means you're putting multiple RBD into a same vaccine. As long as you have the tox data to back up, they don't need you to do another tox study. Okay, so that's beautiful. mRNA, we're talking about, we're making the product multivalent. We're going to go to Mexico and test it over there because the vaccine rate is very low. So you can do de novo. Meanwhile, you can actually, in the US, you do a universal booster. So you're using a multivalent, let's say you're using Delta vaccine or the South Africa vaccine, you're against the Delta, you're going to have a superiority against the Washington strain, which is the Moderna, Pfizer, or J&J. We actually have a test, which is Amaro said, we have a test to test whether you did the vaccine with the J&J. Do you have an antibody against it? I mean, if you have one shot J&J, in 2 months, you don't detect any antibody. And
when can we see this vaccine in a clinical trial?
My hope is both the RBD as well as the mRNA multivalent in the first half of next year in human. Hopefully, we can finish complete enrollment too.
Wow. Okay. And just, I don't want to, I'm almost out of time for you on Sorrento, but can you
Sure.
give me a 1 or 2 minutes on the diagnostic side and on
Yes.
the therapeutic side? Just give me a mention on what you have and kind of what the events are we should focus on.
Yes. So the diagnostic side, we have a COVID stick. EU approved in Mexico. We're commercial launching the product already. You will see a big launch effort with multiple sports events going to be using a COVID stick. And we are talking about the double millions tests going to be marketed in Mexico and some other Latin American country. We are going to get
real-time point of care tests.
Yeah, it's a point of care tests. And we have real time, and we have Brazil going to be approval hopefully shortly, and Canada we're waiting for final words within a month, and the U.S. we're very active as a FDA. Hopefully this time we're going to get the approval. Hopefully with the data we can get approval. With this, the demand is humongous. You have the last year $5 per tests, and Abbott supply 150 million this year, $13 tests. Abbott only supplies 3.8 million. That not even last for a single day. So that's huge demand shortage right now. If you detect positive, we have a COVID drops. You do nose drops into your nose, preventing you getting into deep lung infection and get into hospitalization. That's the goal. We're working with multiple states right now. Want to do a few thousand patient different states so we can get the COVID drops in place too.
And COVID drops is a monoclonal antibody mixture that binds to free virus.
Yes, they binds, blocks the replication. This is a humongous demand right now, and there is no enough supply because the Regeneron requires 1.2 grand. It's not enough to make. Yes, it's not enough. And last quarter they did close to 3 billion. This quarter they just have an order from the government 2.9 billion. And every one of the state we talked with have a shortage. They want to use COVID drops because it's much easier, not getting into hospital, and a much small quantity. One run Regeneron can be 50 runs of Sorrento COVID drops because we're using about 2% of the quantity needed from Regeneron quantity.
Sorrento, ticker symbol SRNE, one of my favorite companies, plenty of cash, big market cap. We're not talking about oncology. We're not talking about pain therapeutics, but we could do an entire panel just on oncology with Sorrento and certainly on the pain side as well. As you can see, nothing I like more than when the CEO is the scientist, right? Henry, I think your biggest issue is making sure you don't go into the lab and start kind of building because we need.
I have my lab code behind me.
All right. So help me understand, how did you find Mark Emelfarb? Or Mark, how did you find Henry? How did you guys end up connecting with each other? And what are you proposing to do for Henry?
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, well, let me start out with, we found Henry because we have mined virtually everybody on the planet. We can think about where we can enable the production of larger quantities of lower cost vaccines, antibodies, and therapeutics. And Sorrento has an infrastructure.
Forgive me, Mark Emelfarb, CEO of Dyadic, ticker symbol DYAI, balance sheet, next event.
Okay, so balance sheet's 25.8 million in the last quarter. Prior to the definitive agreement we're going to have with Henry, which will shore that up even further. $168 million market cap, 30% inside ownership, which is mainly me and my family, as well as some of the directors and insiders. No debt, no warrants, completely clean. And we're going to transform and revolutionize biomanufacturing.
Mark, are you dilution sensitive?
Yes, I'm very dilution sensitive.
You're the most dilution sensitive guy I know, and for investors, you should love that. Mark does not want to dilute his ownership stake, so he's not going to do any bad deals, right?
Well, we're only going to do tremendous deals with companies like Sorrento that have the power and the regulatory and the experience and the knowledge to pick the ball up and run it across the goal line. We've spent 25 plus years developing a way to mass produce proteins.
Okay, so I'm sorry I interrupted you. You found Henry.
Yeah, so we found Henry. We seeded Henry and his team with the receptor binding the main RBD protein of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. They ran a significant amount of animal studies, recognized in their lab the power and the potential of the vaccine itself in terms of its efficacy, its safety, its production. And so the combination between hyperproductivity and the effectiveness of not only the RBD from Wuhan, as Henry knows, we've made South Africa, UK, Brazil, and now Delta. So we have them all. And as you pointed out, and Henry pointed out, a traditional recombinant protein-based vaccine potentially has a safer, less side effects. And the RBD itself, like a flu vaccine, you take, it's quadrivalent. It has 4 different proteins. And I think, as you mentioned, Jason, the Wuhan strain, and as Henry mentioned, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, et cetera, they keep giving you the exact same strain, the same antigen over and over and over again. I'm not saying it's bad, because it's better than nothing, but we're going to make a better vaccine in combination with Sorrento, we hope, where we're going to combine more than one of those multivalents. We could have 2, 3, or 4. And the ability and the technology that we avail over that we're empowering Sorrento with is to be able to not only do that, but to do it in large volumes affordably. We have the ability to treat a world population easily, simply, and affordably with a trivalent, tetravalent vaccine. That's being developed in Sorrento. We're doing it in Africa with the Rubik Consortium, in Korea with Meditox in Southeast Asia, in India with Syngene and Biocon. And with Sorrento, they have, in Israel, we're developing, that's what we developed. The base technology was developed with the Europeans and Zappi for 5 years before the pandemic. Somebody talks about, did we expect one? Guess what? We prepared for one, and we were ready. And with companies like Henry's and Sorrento's, they're going to pick up the ball and they're going to deliver the promise, and they're going to make vaccines, not just for America, but for a global population more affordably. And as you know,
Mark, if the Sorrento vaccine goes the distance, how do you benefit?
Well, we get milestones, up to $33 million in milestones, and we get royalties on each one of the vaccine shots per dose.
Okay,
so if you think about,
give me an example of that math. Just not just kind of a generalized example, not guidance, but in a general way. Let's say Sorrento ends up, this becomes a popular vaccine, and they do 500 million doses. You get 500 million times what? 10 cents?
Well, I'm not going to give the exact number, okay? But I think there was an example given on our last conference call, if it's 0 to 10%, and if you just take something in the middle, 5%, and if you take 500 million doses, I think that adds up $250 million, drops to the bottom line with no cost of goods. If Henry does 1 billion doses, the number goes up exponentially.
Right. But my point is just that because we're talking about a lot of volumes, even though the net dollars per dose might be small, the reality is it always is in vaccines, and the secret is volume here.
Yeah, it's volume, but it's also, in the case of C1 and Dyadic, and it'll expand. I'm sure Henry has other thoughts and uses he's already thinking about of where he can apply this platform to make potentially antibodies or therapeutics or other drugs. We're not related or limited to COVID-19. It's a protein production platform that can be used to make dozens and hundreds of vaccines or antibodies or therapeutics. We're going to transform biologic manufacturing so that it's affordable and accessible. And as Henry pointed out, think about Regeneron and think about Lilly and the antibodies. The shortage is already in America. If you don't live in America, you're not getting an antibody for COVID treatment. It's not available, or it's not accessible, or it's not affordable. We can help solve that problem together with companies like Sorrento to really bring healthcare to a global population and health equity. The world is not going to stand for, let's say, part of the world getting vaccinated or treated any longer and the other part not. And we're going to help solve that problem.
So it sounds like over the next couple of years, as a vaccine comes to the market that includes the highly efficient production platform, the C1 platform, that could be transformative to Dyadic as it relates to COVID and as it relates to that platform, right? And that's one part of your business.
Right. It's only one part of a multi-pronged approach. we basically have an endless opportunity, but we're focused right now mainly on, to your point, Jason, therapeutic vaccines and antibodies and other treatments for COVID, but it's the opening door or the opening salvo to a much bigger picture.
Okay, so that's really interesting. And one of the things I didn't expect you to say was that, but it makes sense that you could manufacture therapeutics or monoclonal antibodies, the cocktail like COVID drops, more efficiently. Henry, is that something that you see too applicable to the C1 platform?
We're already doing it. We already received the antibody from Merck. We're testing it right now against all of the variants. If that works, we'll put it into a COVID shield, which is a cocktail of 2. We already have one from Mount Sinai, extremely potent, and it covers every one of the variant, Delta, Mu, Lambda, South Africa, Brazilian, you name it. And we have even tested dozens of theoretical mutants as a potential variant, evolving variant. It works on every one of them. Now, Mark just sent us with C1 produced antibody. We're going to test it. If that works, we have 2, maybe 3 antibody works on all of the variants. That would be amazing. Then it covers all of the bases, basically the whole 9 yard, right? From end to end, it covers all. And with a large quantity you can manufacture with C1 protein technology, then you really can supply the world. Since we're already using only a 1/50th quantity needed for Regeneron. If you can increase that quantity by 10-fold with C1 manufacturing, you're talking about 500-fold. Every time they run reactors, they run out of supply right now. Every one of the big pharma working with them, all of the raw material shortage, you don't have supplies right now. Every state's knocking the door. They want it, they cannot get it. That's why they want to support the clinical trials with Sorrento COVID jobs, because then we can do 50 times the supply. Imagine if you do with C1, you can do 500 times the supply.
Mark,
right?
sounds like Henry is drinking the dyadic Kool-Aid. Sounds good.
No, we liked it. We like it a lot.
Good. Let me get closing remarks from each of you, 1 minute or so. Amro, you've kind of heard the discussion from Henry talking about therapeutics, talking about COVID stick, and talking about vaccines. We've had a little bit of a discussion about these are first generation vaccines. I love some of the comments, Mark, that you made when you're talking about the second or third shot of the same thing, which immunologically to me doesn't make great sense. And it's just sorting that out seems difficult. Maybe ADTX is part of that solution. So close with us.
Jason, yeah, I mean, look, with what Henry and Mark talked about, ultimately right now, we have to understand whether it's a treatment or any other approach, it's got to begin with someone's immune profile. ADTX could not be better positioned to provide that immune profile for COVID-19 and beyond, and many other indications. Ultimately, we as individuals and as a society will need to begin with understanding someone's immune profile. Beyond that, we didn't really spend much time on the therapeutic side to get into organ transplantation, autoimmunity, as well as allergies and immune tolerance and antigen-specific immune modulation. That's too much to put in all in one sentence. We could not be better positioned as we are looking to enter into clinical trials second half of next year, psoriasis, type 1 diabetes, skin allograft, and preclinical in multiple sclerosis. Could not find ourselves in better position.
Thank you. And Henry, 1 minute, give me a close. Boy, limiting Sorrento to COVID is almost criminal because there's so much else going on in the company, but it's also really amazing and very surprising to me how much you have going on just on the COVID side alone. Tell me a little bit about what's your message to people?
So my message is getting into commercialization. We have the cancer side with abivertinib, phase 3 done. We're going to be getting into a data presentation very soon. And we will, if the data is good, which we see in the pretty tremendous phase 2 data, it looks good. We're going to do a pre-NDA meeting with FDA. That's on the cancer side. And non-small cell lung cancer, huge market. On the non-opium pain management. We finished the 400 patient enrollment with SP102. We believe the peak sales about $10 billion now because the drug shortage was dexamethasone oil for COVID patient use. And this could be a $10 billion product and no competition because no drugs are approved right now on this space. We have fast track. It's all done. We're gonna submit hopefully next year. And COVID side, we about the commercialization on the COVID stick for quick detection. Then we get the large clinical trial done, proof of concept, EUA approved COVID jobs could be a tremendous market opportunity. With if you get the different stage, we have MSC cells or oral pill with abivertinib to get you out of the hospital quick.
All right, thank you. And Mark, closing comments. Try to keep it tight because we're a minute behind, so you have 60 seconds.
All right. Well, again, I think our main goal, just like Henry said, we're going to bring healthcare, make it affordable, whether it be for rheumatoid arthritis, whether it be for cancer or diabetes. You know, you think about Keytruda, they're selling Merck, what, $1.5 billion a month. You know, we have to change the paradigm of the way these biologics are produced, or the world is not going to have access. And you know what? Working with Sorrento, working with Syngene, working with Meditox, working with Rubik, and we're working with other people on other products and other opportunities. The platform, when you put it in the hands of people like Sorrento and otherwise, or Syngene or Meditox or Rubik, they see the power, and they're going to start applying it in broader places and in diversity. And that's what we're going to do.
All right, guys, listen, this was a great panel. Thank you very much. I just want to remind everybody, if you're interested in Dyadic, if you're interested in ADTX, if you're interested in Sorrento, go to the Dawson James website, pull down our research reports. You can see the initiation of coverage reports, and you can see the string of the most recent notes. They're open. They're available to everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent conversation, gentlemen. Jason, you did a fantastic job moderating that. Thanks for all the good questions. And thanks for that little tip at the end on how we can find the notes. Appreciate that. You have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Where else can you find information like this? We're getting executives from 3 publicly traded companies on to have a conversation, not necessarily tell you about their companies, but have a conversation about what's going on in the industry. This is really good stuff. Benzinga bringing it to you exclusively here. We're about halfway through, ladies and gentlemen. I'm kind of hitting my stride. I hope you guys and gals out there are hitting your stride. We're getting the pace going here. Let's do it. Halfway through, a ton more good content coming up, and we are going to keep it going here with our next presentation. It is from a company called BriaCell. It's NASDAQ ticker BCTX, and joining us is President and CEO of BriaCell, Bill Williams. Bill.
Thanks, Brent. It's a pleasure to be here.
Very, very glad to have you. I will let you take it away, sir.
Thank you so much. I am going to be making a few forward-looking statements as I go through this presentation. This is a quick glimpse of our cap structure, our recent share price of 89, about 15.27 million shares outstanding. We've got about 55 million in the bank, which gives us a good runway of about 3 years worth. And to get right into the corporate highlights, BriaCell is a clinical stage immuno-oncology company developing treatments that boost the ability of the body's immune system to fight and destroy cancerous tumors. Our lead drug candidate is BRIA-IMT, and we're targeting third-line advanced breast cancer with BRIA-IMT, having dosed 35 patients to date and seen robust responses in predictable subgroups of patients, which makes our data similar or superior to other advanced or approved drugs for breast cancer when they were at a similar stage of clinical development. We are collaborating with Incyte Corporation in a corporate collaboration and supply agreement, giving us the ability to use their immune checkpoint inhibitors in combination with BRIA-IMT. We did start this study in combination with Keytruda, but then switched over to Incyte's PD-1 inhibitor, which works by the same mechanism of action as Keytruda. And our goal is to get to a registration study in 2022 so that we could initiate that study, which is typically a big inflection point for a lot of biotech companies. What I'm most excited about is the fact that we can now, based on our observations with BRIA-IMT, personalize our therapy, but keep it off the shelf based on the patient's HLA type. That'll increase the number of patients we can address with breast cancer, but also this platform technology will allow us to address other types of cancer as well. And we are looking at this in terms of an R&D agreement with the National Cancer Institute. Our board of directors has lots of experience. My background comes from academia at University of Pennsylvania and then at GlaxoSmithKline and more recently Incyte Corporation, having introduced numerous drugs into the clinic and worked on over 10 drug approvals. Our chief scientist, Miguel Lopez Lago, is out of Memorial Sloan Kettering. Dr. Wiseman is our scientific founder, pedigree going back to the MD Anderson Cancer Center and USC. We have Becky Taub, who has a tremendous wealth of drug development experience. And on the finance side, we're really covered, as you can see from the information on Mark Lustig, Martin Schmieg, Vaughn Ambrose Pantaloni, and then Jameson Bondarenko, our chairman of the board, who is really a whiz kid when it comes to finance. Our current pipeline includes BRIA-IMT in combination with the Incyte compounds in advanced breast cancer, third line or later, with further safety and efficacy data expected through 2022. Our off-the-shelf personalized cell lines are slated to get into the clinic with an IND filing later this year and to enter the clinic early next year. And then we're developing similar immunotherapy cell lines for prostate cancer, lung cancer, and melanoma, as well as some earlier stage assets as well. The way our therapy works, BRIA-IMT is derived from a breast cancer cell line, and it has been genetically engineered to make an immunostimulatory substance called GM-CSF. So the way it works is by at least 3 mechanisms of action. There's production of breast cancer antigens. These are proteins that are associated with breast cancer. So these antigens would then be recognized by the immune system, and the CD4 and CD8 positive T cells would be activated to then recognize the same antigens in the patient's cancer and attack it. The GM-CSF that is produced by the BRIA-IMT cell line markedly boosts that response. But what appears to be relatively unique to our approach into the BRIA-IMT cells is that it's able to actually directly stimulate these cancer-fighting CD4 and CD8 positive T cells, again, markedly boosting that response and accounting for some of the excellent results that we've seen. We use BRIA-IMT in a regimen that includes a couple of other drugs. The cells, BRIA-IMT is irradiated so that it is replication incompetent. In other words, it can't divide anymore, so it can't grow in the patients, but it is still viable and able to generate a very potent immune response. Dr. Wiseman treated 4 patients, and then we treated another 23 in 2017 and 2018. They were all very heavily pretreated with chemotherapy and biological therapy, if appropriate. The safety data was fantastic, mostly just local minor irritation at the inoculation sites, which is an expected consequence of developing an immune response. And then the efficacy data also very, very promising. We treated, again, a total of 27 patients in the 2 studies. And we noticed a correlation between HLA matching and clinical benefit. So let me just back up for a moment and mention HLA molecules are the molecules on cells that are responsible for starting immune responses. But they're polymorphic. In other words, they're different in different people, but then they're shared by some people. This is similar to eye color or hair color. People can share the same eye color or share the same hair color, or they can have different eye color, but the same hair color, or different hair color, the same eye color, et cetera, et cetera. And so we noticed that the HLA molecule type that on the BRIA-IMT cells, especially when they matched the patients at 2 or more HLA types, we had a very high rate of disease control, especially in patients who were able to develop an immune response. Of course, if they couldn't develop an immune response, they couldn't respond to our therapy because that's our mechanism of action. But you can see that if there were 2 or more HLA matches, with the BRIA IMT, we had 75% clinical benefit and disease control, including patients like the one on the right here. She had 20 different lung metastases, in other words, breast cancer nodules in the lungs. She had 20 of them, along with tumors elsewhere. And she had 2 HLA matches. She had failed multiple prior therapy attempts. And in spite of that, all 20 of these nodules either disappeared or shrank to tiny scars. And she had improvement, stable disease elsewhere. So this gave us an idea that we're really onto something here. But one of the other things we noticed, we were looking at circulating cancer cells and cancer-associated cells. And in over 90% of our patients, these cells were expressing a molecule called PD-L1, which puts the foot on the brakes of the immune response. And it can be neutralized by drugs like Keytruda and Opdivo. And so we decided to go in combination with Keytruda and treated 11 patients with the combination. Again, the safety and tolerability was excellent. All 11 patients, again, very heavily pretreated. Many of them had very weak immune systems, but in spite of that, we still had some really remarkable responders. One lady who had liver metastases, in other words, breast cancer nodules in the liver. This is usually a very bad prognostic sign. A lot of these patients just go right on hospice therapy. But in spite of that, in spite of having failed 8 prior therapy attempts, she still had a 25% reduction in the size of her liver metastases and clinical benefit. But an even more impressive patient was a lady who came to us after having failed 12 prior regimens. And she had a breast cancer tumors that had traveled. One was behind her left eye. There were others on the outside lining of her brain, the dura mater, and one in her adrenal gland. And she was a double HLA match with BRIA IMT. And she had a 70% reduction in the size of these tumors. You can see this breast cancer tumor behind her left eye was pushing the eyeball down. It was pushing it forward. So you could actually just look at her and see that her eye was displaced. It was bulging out. And after 6 months on treatment, that tumor completely disappeared, and she had improvements elsewhere as well. So again, she was a double HLA match, and this gave us a lot of confidence in our approach. But we also picked up on another biomarker looking at these patients who are deriving the most clinical benefit. Now, breast cancer, like any other cancer, when you diagnose it, you take a biopsy, you take a piece, you look at it under the microscope, and you can tell that it's cancer, but sometimes it'll maintain some of the architectural features of normal breast tissue. In other words, it still kind of looks like normal breast tissue. And that would be a well-differentiated tumor or grade 1. On the other end of the spectrum are tumors that just look like a lump of cells, and that would be poorly differentiated or grade 3. In between is moderately differentiated or grade 2. Now, BRIA IMT was derived from a grade 2 moderately differentiated breast cancer tumor, and its genetic fingerprint, as shown in the upper right here, matches most closely with other grade 1 and grade 2 derived breast cancer cell lines. I should mention that 40% of recurrent breast cancers are grade 1 or grade 2. So this is a very sizable population. So we went back and looked at our patients with grade 1 and grade 2 tumors in our studies. And in our monotherapy study experience, there were 7 patients who had grade 1 or 2 tumors who were able to develop an immune response. And 5 out of 7, or 71%, had clinical benefit, in spite of the fact that they had failed on the average 7 prior regimens, 7 prior therapy attempts. In the combination therapy study, there were 3 patients who were grade 2. All of them were able to mount an immune response. All of them had clinical benefit, even though they were more heavily pretreated. And you can see some of the tumor size reductions we saw in these patients in the graph on the lower right, whereas other patients had stable disease. And the median overall survival in this group was also quite good. It was 12.5 months, which compares very favorably with a recent publication in third-line patients. So they failed 2 prior regimens, where the median overall survival was 7 to 10 months. So we think we may be having a survival benefit as well. And in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over these slides just in the column on the right-hand side, just noting that we're still seeing a good correlation with HLA matching and clinical benefit in the combination with Keytruda, and then also more recently switching over to the Insight combination. And this is just some additional survival data in the various subsets I've talked about. And you can see that we are seeing in these very advanced patients who have failed multiple prior regimens, we're seeing survival data that is better than what's reported in third-line patients. This brings us to our off-the-shelf personalized approach. Having noticed that BRIA-IMT works best in patients who have an HLA match, we've now genetically engineered the cell line to express 15 different unique HLA types, which will allow us to single match over 99% of the patients and double match about 90%. So the way this will work is that the patients will come in, they'll have their HLA typing done, we'll be able to ship overnight the matching cell lines, and they can be treated the next day with the best matching cell line for them. And so this is something we're very excited about, transferring the cells now into GMP manufacturing and getting ready to file an IND later this year. And this is our timeline and catalysts. You can see BRIA-IMT is in the clinic in combination with the Insight compounds, generating additional data. Once we have enough patient data from this study, we're going to go down to the FDA. And if you look at the bottom row, we will be negotiating a study design for a pivotal study, which is going to be a huge inflection point for us, we think, because at that point, we will know the study design, how much the study will cost, how long it'll take, and what the market is going to look like, because that will be based on the study design. And so the patients we could market to will also be known. And at that point, it's a simple calculation for a big pharma company to do and to decide whether or not it's worthwhile licensing our BRIA-IMT. And then the off-the-shelf personalized cell lines will be coming in the clinic early next year, and they're about 2 years behind in terms to getting to that pivotal study. And then we've got the cell lines for prostate cancer, lung cancer, and melanoma on track to enter the clinic in 2022. So you can see we have a very robust pipeline that we have a lot of confidence going forward. We are well funded, and all of this has given us enough confidence to actually do a share buyback, and that was recently initiated, where we're going to be buying back up to 10% of the shares and warrants that are outstanding. So at that point, I will hold on the presentation and see if there's any questions.
That was excellent, Bill. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have a couple quick questions, if you don't mind. And you just were talking about the buyback, so let's stay on it here for a second. What will you and the management team need to see as far as benefits from the buyback to want to keep doing shareholder payouts, whether it's a buyback or a dividend?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really more of a question for the business guys. I'm more of the science guy. But clearly, if we see a good effect on our stock price, that would be an incentive for us, because we are definitely I should mention that I myself am a huge stockholder. I invested over $2 million in the company. Our chairman of the board invested over $5 million. Mark Lustig, another director, is a 10% holder. So we're very invested in the company, and we want to do those things that are going to be good for our investors as well. So that's going to be a huge factor there.
Absolutely. Our audience loves to hear, a good exec who has their money with their mouth, as they say. One question here, a little bit more on the science side, like you said, for the BRIA-IMT and Keytruda combo, I know I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but for a phase 3 trial, do you know what the patient population could be expanded? I think for the 1-2, it was like 7 or 8 patients.
Yeah.
Do you know what the phase 3 patient population would be expanded to?
So our current thinking is that we'll come in at third line or later breast cancer, and we'll probably be looking at some of those subsets we mentioned, the patients who either HLA match or match in terms of the grade of the tumor. And so, as we're going forward, we're going to be focusing on those patients. And again, the design of that study will be the subject of negotiation.
Of
with
course.
the FDA.
Gotcha. Okay, awesome. Bill Williams, President and CEO of BCTX. It's ticker BCTX on the NASDAQ. Thank you very much for joining us, Bill.
Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, Brent. You're doing an awesome job, and keep it up.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
All right. Bye now.
Getting some encouragement from the presenter, from the exec. Let's see a little encouragement in the chat. Let me see some thumbs up. Let me see some. My favorite emote is like the guy puking out money. So let's see your puking out money emojis in the chat, gang. And we'll keep it going. TENX Therapeutics. It is ticker TENX. We have our next presenter here. He's CEO of TENX. It's Chris Giordano. Chris, hello.
Brent, how are you?
I am doing very well. It is a pretty nice fall day in Detroit, Michigan. Where are you?
I'm in Research Triangle Park, North Carolina. Pretty nice here as well.
Awesome. Well, good to hear. And I will let you have the floor, sir. Take it away, Chris.
Thanks so much. Thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Giordano. I'm the CEO of TENX. I'm here with our Chief Medical Officer, Stuart Rich, and for the Q&A, also our CFO, Michael Jebsen. So a quick word about me. I joined TENX in July of this year as part of a transformation that our company is undergoing as of about a year ago, which I will describe in a few minutes. And then I'll overview very quickly the two programs that we've got ongoing that will see phase 3 patient enrollment in the year ahead. And then I will hand over to Stuart to cover those in more detail. At the end of the brief show today, I'll try to map out a few major clinical and regulatory milestones that we'll be hitting, and I think that our investors will be looking for over the next 12 months.
Hey guys, real quick, let me pop in. Stuart, if you don't mind, there's a little bar in the bottom of your presentation. Hit the little hide button. It's over. Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brent. He's an interventional cardiologist, but we all need a little help even with the technical stuff sometimes. So,
that's what I'm here for.
So that was a long time ago when he was doing interventions all the time. But Stuart is our Chief Medical Officer based in Chicago, where he's had faculty positions at Northwestern and University of Chicago Medical Centers for 40 years now. Stuart's a renowned PAH and pulmonary hypertension expert globally, and has supported FDA for over 20 years as an advisor. So Stuart's one of the advisory committee members on anything that comes through FDA, cardiorenal in pulmonary hypertension. So also related to that transformation that brought Stuart in at the start of this year, we have a great new board of directors at TENX, including 5 physicians now, 3 of whom bring legacy from Omthera, Corvidia, Biohaven, Pfizer, Amarin, and Furiex. So a very helpful group of advisors for Stuart, for me, and the rest of the organization. Our scientific advisory board consists of some of the most eminent thought leaders in the field of pulmonary hypertension. And you can see some of our colleagues listed there, brilliant clinical trialists and helpful to us in conducting our upcoming phase 3. So as to the 2 assets that we have under development now, first of all, imatinib. This is an anti-proliferative agent. It's considered a miracle drug in cancer. It achieved peak sales for Novartis of almost $5 billion in CML and a few other less common cancers. And it demonstrated efficacy in patients with PAH in their IMPRESS trial completed years ago. The second asset we have is levosimendan. Not available in the US today. Levosimendan has been used in patients with hospitalized heart failure in over 60 countries. The administration globally is limited to intravenous administration. We have the rights to develop and market levosimendan in North America, and we've demonstrated efficacy in a group of patients who've never seen benefit from a therapy before. On our next slide, we'll quickly touch on the commercial prospects. As you can see on the imatinib side, we're talking about PAH here, over a $5 billion market today. Many people have been following the news or the potential news about Acceleron. Acceleron is forecast to have a $3 billion peak sales, their therapy, which may be added to this list. So the market continues to grow. There's some who estimate a 10% increase in the number of patients with this rare disease annually. On the right side with levosimendan, you can see just white space, a completely open market opportunity. So as you can see, we're working on therapies that we take into rare or far more common but very serious cardiopulmonary disease, and that we believe will have real groundbreaking impact and major symptoms and disease modification potential in those populations. So with that, Stuart, I'll hand over to you to go into some more detail about the two products.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris. I'm going to go over the development of both of these drugs, and it's going to go relatively fast. So I just want to remind you that this slide deck is loaded on our website, and if you want to revisit it after today's talk, you should be able to do that easily. So for those not terribly familiar, pulmonary hypertension has been categorized in 5 different groups backed by the World Health Organization in 1998. So PAH represents group 1. It's an orphan disease, and it is the one that's had the most attention over the past 20 years for drug development. It's a progressive fatal disease with no cure. Even with all the current therapies, 5-year survival is still only around 57%. So therefore, it has a large unmet clinical need. And the problem is there are no disease-modifying treatments available. Very quickly, this is a disease that's been compared to cancer. If you look at this graphic at the upper left, this is a healthy pulmonary artery, showing you the lining of the pulmonary artery and the blood going through. If we move down to the lower right, what happens is that these cells that line the artery grow inward like cancer. And as they grow more and more, the lumen narrows, blood can no longer get through the lungs, and the patients go into heart failure and eventually die. There are already existing 11 pulmonary vasodilator drugs that have been developed for PAH. They are all orphan drugs, and you can see them listed here in categories. The orphan disease market has attracted a lot of industry investment. However, none of these are disease modifying. They improve the symptoms. They seem to have slowed the progression somewhat. Whereas imatinib, which we're going to talk about in a second, is a disease-modifying treatment. When asked what % of these patients might qualify for imatinib therapy, the answer is potentially every one of them. Imatinib was developed by Novartis as Gleevec, the first curative treatment for chronic leukemia, considered one of the greatest breakthroughs in cancer research. Because of early studies in animal models demonstrating the potential for disease reversal, Novartis decided to seek approval for imatinib as a treatment for PAH. Simply, as I've talked to you already, what imatinib does is it blocks the growth factors that cause the pulmonary arteries to proliferate and narrow. And not only does it block the disease, it causes disease reversal, which is unique now in the whole field of treating pulmonary arterial hypertension. So Novartis went through an entire drug development plan, including phase 1, 2, and 3 trials, and they showed the drug works. And when I say works from the regulatory standpoint. This is a graphic of the phase 3 trial, showing on the right-hand side the change in 6-minute walk distance, which was the primary endpoint, in the patients who received imatinib compared to those with placebo. The problem that was occurred, however, was a high dropout rate. If you look at the number of patients on the bottom, imatinib started with 103, it ended up with only 66. And so the frequent dropouts prevented the approval from EMA and FDA requiring a second trial. The excessive dropouts were attributed to nausea and vomiting from gastric irritation from imatinib, which has been known about the drug anyway in all of the cancer trials. The problem was Novartis didn't mitigate against it the same ways they did previously. And even though the efficacy was established, because the patent for this drug went off in 2016, Novartis withdrew the NDA and also abandoned the patent, excuse me. But knowing that this drug still had the potential to be a groundbreaking treatment for PAH, we decided to pick this up and develop it more. What we've done is we've developed a delayed release novel formulation with enteric coating to prevent gastric irritation, Although the immediate release drug is dissolved in the stomach, which causes the irritation, our formulation does not dissolve at all in the stomach pH. It dissolves entirely in the small intestine where the drug is absorbed. We have agreement from FDA that we've diminished the risks of dropouts in our clinical trial design. We've also gone back and said we can do this even better. We can enrich the trial to not only minimize the risks, but increase the likelihood of success. So our unique formulation will prevent dropouts. We have FDA agreement from a small single PK study, which will be started in the month of October. We have enriched the enrollment of identifying only patients who respond to the drug to be enrolled, which has reduced the number of patients that we need to treat to approximately 50. And we would been invited from the FDA to apply for breakthrough therapy designation. So, in summary, this has the potential to be the very first disease-modifying treatment for PAH. We only need one single phase 3 trial for approval. The orphan disease designation provides 7 years of market exclusivity in the United States and 10 years in Europe. Our unique formulation strategy will minimize our side effects, and we are waiting to hear from the FDA regarding breakthrough therapy designation. Now I'm going to move on to the second drug that we have, which, as you see, is for group 2 pulmonary hypertension. This is pulmonary hypertension from left heart disease. And as Chris mentioned, there is no current treatment at the time. So this is the underlying problem here is heart failure. There's a lot of news about heart failure with drug therapy, and all of the therapies that have been developed and are being talked about are for the systolic heart failure, which is perceived to be the most common. The problem is that diastolic heart failure is equally as common, equally as lethal, and there's not a single treatment that has ever been successful in this group. In fact, a recent white paper from the NIH made the statement that this is the greatest unmet need in cardiovascular medicine today. The problem is that traditionally, all of the treatments for heart failure have focused on the arterial circulation, whereas we now realize the problem with the diastolic heart failure is the venous circulation and what we refer to as volume overload. There's lower extremity edema, swelling of the ankles, swelling of the abdomen, fluid in the lungs. This is what these patients suffer with this form of heart failure. Here's an example of a patient who has elevated central venous pressure. If you see her neck veins markedly distended here, this is fairly common. This has been assumed to be coexist, but not a problem. Actually, we have identified that this is one of the targets. Here are 2 chest x-rays that I'm showing. The one on the right is normal. The one on the left shows edema fluid all throughout the lung. This is from congested lungs. The problem here is elevated pulmonary venous pressure. That is the other target in this type of heart failure. Levosimendan is a unique potassium ATP channel activator and calcium sensitizer. And what we have discovered is that it has strong vasodilatory effects on the venous bed. Specifically, it causes a marked reduction in the central venous pressure and a marked reduction in the pulmonary venous pressure. And as I mentioned, very recent clinical science has now confirmed that reducing the central venous and pulmonary venous pressure are the critical targets for left heart failure. Why are we studying pulmonary hypertension with left heart failure? Well, first of all, it's the most common type of pulmonary hypertension. If you see on the slide on the right, I broke up in a pie chart the different 5 groups of pulmonary hypertension. PAH, the orphan disease, is this very small 3%. Heart failure is 68%. But equally as important is that the regulatory pathway for drug approval is far less stringent than it is for heart failure alone. So what we did is design a phase 2 mechanistic trial to focus on those 2 gut targets that I mentioned and to see if, in fact, levosimendan would be effective. And we made the trial challenging because we knew that those venous pressures not only are elevated at rest, but they are markedly elevated with exercise. And that is really what we were trying to achieve. So we started with an open label phase where all of the patients had a right heart cath at rest and exercise, were hospitalized and received 24 hours of the levosimendan infusion, and came back the next day to see whether the drug worked. In those patients that it was effective, they were then placed in a randomized double-blinded outpatient study and then brought back after 6 weeks to determine whether or not there was an improvement in 6-minute walk. So here are the results. This is the open label 24-hour infusion. On the left, CVP is central venous pressure. On the right, CWP is pulmonary venous pressure. Their baseline values are shown in blue and their 24-hour values in red. And you can see that the central venous pressure and pulmonary venous pressures went down at rest with their legs up in the pedals and riding the bike. And if you want to know what this magnitude of treatment effect is, I would have to characterize it as dramatic, and no other drug has ever achieved this in medical history to this date. However, you cannot get a drug approved based on hemodynamics. You have to get it approved on some types of functional activity. And so after the 6 weeks, when the patients came back and we did a 6-minute walk, we showed an improvement in that 6-minute walk, and the patients randomized to receive active drug in red, whereas the ones who got placebo had a worsening. This is the first medicine that has ever improved 6-minute walk in any population with this type of heart failure. So at the present time, we now have the rights to an oral formulation for levocimendin from Orion, which is the company that licensed up the drug. We approached the FDA and have now agreement that we can use the oral formulation for a single phase 3 trial for approval. We don't have to do an interim study. We are currently transitioning the existing patients to that oral formulation so that we can determine the best and most effective dose. And then we plan to start our phase 3 trial in the first half of 2022. So in summary, pulmonary hypertension, left heart failure has an extremely high unmet medical need without any approved therapies. It has a very large commercial market. Our drug has a unique mechanism of action that directly targets the problem. We have the very first positive phase 2 trial on hemodynamics and clinical data, and an agreement to conduct a single phase 3 trial for approval. So with this, I'm going to turn this back to Chris, and he will go through with you quickly the timelines for our development.
Chris, I can't tell. Oh, Chris, you know what? It's the old mute trick. There he is. Oh
gosh. Thanks, DJ. So on imatinib, we've basically got formulation work now complete. We're going to do a simple 12-subject PK study under our IND, and we'll have results of that this year. We'll then initiate phase 3 in the first half of 22. So all of the planning, partner selection, protocol refinement that we need for that phase 3 start in the second quarter is ongoing in parallel with a very rapid, simple PK test. The next slide shows that for levocimendin, where, as Stuart described it, we've transitioned all those patients from the IV original formulation to the daily oral. We are steps away from the final patient in the open label extension, going through that transition and settling on his or her dose. And that allows us, again, close to the middle of next year to initiate enrollment in that phase 3. So as we mentioned at the start, it's been a year of transformation and new focus, and there's a lot coming up in the next 8 or 9 months for us as we launch those 2 pivotal studies. So with that, we'll hand it back, Brent. Questions from the audience?
Yeah, sure. Always questions from the audience. Our audience is always hungry for some good old questions. And I see we just added another guest here, Michael. How's it going, Michael?
Very good, thank you.
Cool. So Michael's stopping by for a couple questions. So let's see. I have a couple questions related to imatinib, and then also for the group 2 candidate. So you said that, when you got the candidate from, I forget which other company it was, you added a coating to remove the potential nausea and vomiting, correct? Was there anything else changed about the formulation?
Yes, we changed the dose as well. So it's a novel proprietary dose on top of it. And that will assure us that we will have no concerns regarding generic intrusion of this drug when it's on the orphan market.
Great. Okay, gotcha. And then switching over to the group 2 pulmonary hypertension, what's the total addressable market like for that?
It's hard to say because there's been very few prevalence studies. I think it's a fair estimate to say 1.5 million. It could be as high as 5 million.
Okay, awesome. And then Stuart, you had an interesting comment there, but if Michael wants to take one over, he can. That's cool. You said that for group 2, I believe you said the FDA has sort of a less stringent process, right? Why is that?
Because the FDA has a legacy standard that for pulmonary hypertension indications, they will only ask for a single phase 3 trial, especially when it's an unmet need and there's nothing else in the market. Knowing that advantage in our favor is why we went that route.
Gotcha. Okay, awesome. And we just had a question here. I don't personally understand it, but maybe one of you guys do. So we have Proton in the chat asking, in testing with oxygenating therapies beforehand or during that 6-minute test, does that make sense to any of you?
Oxygen is only administered if the patient needs it, but we don't administer oxygen as a test. If the question is, are we challenging with oxygen to see the response? The answer is no.
Gotcha. Okay. I hope that answered your question there, Proton. That was kind of it from the questions. Really awesome presentation, guys. Thanks for participating today. TENX Therapeutics, it's ticker TENX. Thanks a bunch for joining, gentlemen. Have a good day.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Later. Okay, everybody. We're switching gears here, and I'm cleaning up the joint a little bit here. I'm gonna button my top button, and let's see what happens. Let's see if the audience likes the top button more. I will fully disclose. However, though, I am missing a button here, so it's kind of silly because I'm missing that button. But let me know, audience, if you like the top button and why am I buttoning my top button? Well, we're switching it up a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to actually do a little bit of an interview. And what do you know? I'm going to be the host for the interview. And joining for this interview, we have the CEO of NLS Pharma. It's ticker NLSP, Alex Zwire. Alex. Let's see Alex on screen here in a sec. There he is. How's it going, Alex?
Hey, Brian. Hi. How are we doing? Cool shirt, by the way. Love it.
Thank you very much. I think it's like a Southwest United States style. I don't know if you agree. You're in Europe, right, Alex? So it's a little bit later for you, obviously. Well, thanks for staying up late with the Zinger Nation gang. We always appreciate it.
No worries.
Awesome. Okay, sweet. Oh, what was that?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And so, some of the other presentations have been a lot of, learning about the company and learning about the execs and learning about the management. And we are going to do a little bit of that here. But also, when we're having kind of a conversation, more of an interview, it's going to allow us just going a little bit more into, your business, I know people really drive your business. It's going to allow us to go into a little bit more top-down discussion about the industry, and let's jump right into it. And I alluded there. I know at NLS people are very important, and so tell us a little bit about your background and the rest of the NLS team.
Sure. Yes, love to. My background is 25 years in pharma, like mid-sized pharma, at a company called Vifer Pharma, where I started as a young marketing assistant, exited as the chief operating officer of that company. I was globally responsible for, BD, building up sales forces, so marketing and sales, regulatory affairs, basically all outbound activities of the company. And US was one of my key markets. So yes, pretty extensive experience in pharma and biotech. I'm co-founder of the company, and I've been with the company since its inception in 2015. Apart from me, I'm very happy to work with a very dedicated and competent and handpicked management team. All people who've been there, done that, seen that before. So no training on the job, including CNS drugs, bringing them to the market. So that's important because speed is one of our key critical success factors.
So I'm going to preview a little bit of, what the company does and the candidates you're focused on, but obviously it's going to sound better coming from you. So NLS is focused on central nervous system disorders, narcolepsy, ADHD, and the lead candidate is called Quilliance. I'm sure the audience has heard about Quilliance out there. Narcolepsy market between a $2 and $3 billion market. Now, why would a product containing Mazendal, that's the active part, right, be important in an already large treatment market?
Yeah, good question. So, apart from being a large market, it's also an underserved market. Only, 25 to maybe 30% of the patients are actually being treated and diagnosed and treated. It's usually also an issue of, wrong diagnosis with other, comparable illnesses.
Okay.
The main reason why we believe that there is a place for our compound is because there was a survey conducted in the U.S. that showed that 9 out of 10 patients are frustrated with current treatment options in the narcolepsy space, and obviously 9 out of 10 patients would like to see better, meaning safer, better tolerated, easier to administer drugs. Sure. And we believe one of those options could be Quilliance.
And so what's novel about the formulation for Quilliance?
So it's a repurposing compound. Mazendal was initially approved and on the market in the US for short-term obesity. And the drug is no longer on the market. We're bringing it back in a proprietary extended release formulation, which will allow for a once-a-day dosing in the morning, but will also allow to be used as a monotherapy. Because in narcolepsy, you have 2 core symptoms. One is the excessive daytime sleepiness, or EDS, and the other one is cataplexy. Cataplexy is the full or partial loss of muscle tone, usually triggered by strong emotions. The drugs currently on the market, they typically target one of the 2 symptoms. The only compound that we are aware of that was successfully used as a monotherapy was Mazendal, because Mazendal was used 40 years, that's 40 Brent, off-label under compassionate use.
Gotcha. And you just mentioned the extended release, right? So yeah. is the only advantage that a patient has to take it less? Are there any other advantages for having something that's extended release?
Well, I mean, the most important feature obviously is you take a pill in the morning and you forget about it, right? And this is a typical, right, release mechanism. Because some of the drugs that are currently approved in narcolepsy you need to take at night. You even have to set the clock and wake up at night to take those, potentially even a 3rd dose. So I think that's a big difference. The other problem is, as I mentioned, patients are constantly, combining different therapies to treat this full spectrum of symptoms in narcolepsy. Mm-hmm. Whereas Mazendal, we believe that we have a compound that, will, target all of the core symptoms of narcolepsy, the sleepiness as well as the cataplexy. Gotcha. And it's probably due to its unique mechanism of action.
I'm sure there's some downside when a patient is looking for a few solutions, right? And you're saying, don't worry about that with Quilliance. We got it all covered, right? Yes. The other issue that you have today in this space is tolerability, safety. Some of the drugs have black box warnings. They are controlled substances. Sure. So there are issues associated to those drugs, right? So if you bring a drug to the market that is not only easy to administer and to take, but it's also well tolerated and has been proven over years and years to be safe, I mean, that's a huge plus. Absolutely. And so Mazendal has been around for a while. You said 40 years, right? Tell us a little bit about, the candidates, the active ingredients history for, I think it was previously used for like obesity, right? And maybe for narcolepsy previously, right? That's correct. Yeah. So it was discovered by Sandoz in the 60s. It was approved in the US in the early 70s. It was on the market for close to 30 years in the US and also in several markets in Europe. And as you mentioned correctly, it was used for exogenous or short-term obesity. So it was a diet pill, basically. Mm-hmm. But since it had weight-promoting properties, people in the narcolepsy space, and I'm talking very, very early on, like in the 70s, they tried to, because it was a rare disease, and there were no medications approved, so people tried to, to overcome the sleepiness. And so it was obvious they were looking for weight-promoting agents. And so that's why the compassionate use or the off-label use of Mazendal started basically from the day it was approved also in obesity.
but it was never fully developed to be an approved drug in narcolepsy. This is what we are changing now.
Awesome. And so let's bring it up to a little bit more relevance here. Earlier this month, company announced that you're going to be initiating a phase 2 trial for Quiliance in narcolepsy. You officially enrolled your first patient. So tell the audience how the endpoints are set up for that phase 2 trial, and also why do these endpoints give you confidence in the trial?
I will. First of all, let me just quickly tell you that, opening an IND and from scratch and enrolling patients and all of that within 7 months is world record time. We've done this in warp speed, and I'm very, very proud about that feature. So we are now recruiting patients, and things look very good. We're actually recruiting patients at the multiple of what the competition does. So apparently, the drug seems to have already its followers in the space. Not only physicians, but also patients seem to like the protocol.
The other part was, why are you confident in the trial, the way the trial is set up? What
in
makes
terms of the endpoint, right? So
the
endpoints that we are using in this phase 2 proof of concept study are identical to the endpoints that we have found in a retrospective analysis sponsored by the French FDA, who looked at several years of off-label use of Mazendol under compassionate use program. So it's the same endpoints. It's called the ESS, or Epworth Sleepiness Scale for the sleepiness. And then, a most objective one is the change in weekly cataplectic attacks. So this is actually what virtually everybody's doing in this type of, proof of concept study. So we're not reinventing the wheel here, but we are very confident because we already have seen in the retrospective data, what the outcome in terms of those endpoints will be. So, we are very much convinced that, the study will look very similar to the retrospective data. Now it's going to be prospective, but also retrospectively, it was used in refractory patients, which means patients that had no other options. So for you to be able to receive Mazendol in the past, everything else must have failed. So the highest dose of sodium oxybate, the highest dose of methylphenidate, of modafinil, only then you would be allowed under compassionate use rules to have access to Mazendol. And despite that, we had phenomenal results. So I think we're very confident that this trial will be nothing but successful.
Awesome. Love to hear it. And we know that investors love to get a feeling for timing of different trials when patients are enrolling. So let's talk a little bit about the timing if we can. For next steps, can you give us some indications of what the timings will be like? When can we expect data for the phase 2 trial, for example?
Right. So we have enrolled the first patient, I think it was 2 weeks ago. We've announced that. We're doing very well. We're going to give constant updates to the markets of how we're doing in terms of the enrollment. We have promised the market to have interim top-line results towards the end of this year. This means, from the 60 patients that we expect to enroll in this study, at least 30 patients will be enrolled, which will allow us for an interim analysis. So to answer your question, the very next important, value inflection point, the data readout, is expected towards the end of this year.
Awesome. Thank you for answering that. And other key milestones or, catalysts for the stock that your management team has on the radar right now that you'd like to give the investor audience a little heads up on?
Yeah, sure. So, we are expecting the issuance of our formulation patent. That's the extended release patent, which is, key for this drug, for the once a day, monotherapy dosing. So we expect that to be issued towards the end of this year as well. And then there might be, other news around the pipeline. We do have a very deep pipeline.
Great.
And we expect, news about that as well. But right now we're really laser focused on the clinical trial. So I think, updates on the enrollment, on the recruitment is what is going to drive, the key value here.
Awesome. I know that the audience loves to, be able to set their sights on stuff so they know when they should start looking around for stuff. So thanks for answering that one. I know that you recently had a deal with Novartis. Can you talk about that deal at all?
Yes, that was a very important milestone. We worked on that deal for many moons. Novartis, or Sandoz before, they were the ones who, approved the drug, right? So they were the owner of the NDA. The drug is no longer on the market. So, what we managed is to do a license deal with Novartis, which gives us exclusive access to the full NDA, right? Which is key. Why? Because we are using the 505(b)(2) pathway, and there's a ton of data that we will be able to use to our benefit when going to the FDA and in terms of discussing the regulatory pathway. But it also helps us to design better trials to better understand the drug, because it also has data around CMC, pharmacokinetics, drug substance. So it's the entire NDA, right, from a big pharma company. So having that on an exclusive basis, was for us a major milestone.
Sure. And so moving away from Novartis, I mean, would you consider partnering globally or regionally?
I think it's probably a bit too early, even for the partners on the other side, because they first want to see what the data looks like. I think at this point we're not laser focused on either way. We have internally the knowledge, the capability to build commercial teams and launch products. It's what I've done, globally for Vifor Pharma, the company that I worked for previously. But in the end, it always depends, right? If the right offer comes, we're definitely going to look at it. But at this point, we have not decided, which way to go. There's certainly what we're doing. That's for sure.
Sure. Okay, so this is something that I personally know a little bit less about, so I kind of want to ask you direct. I mean, compassionate use program for Quilliance. That would be after the investigational new drug application is approved. But can you elaborate on what a compassionate use program for Quilliance would look like?
Sure, it's basically part of an expanded access, which means bringing the drug to patients, especially within rare disorders or rare diseases, before the drug is approved. So it's basically the ability for the company to generate pre-approval revenues, right? But it's also the possibility to bridge your patients from your trials into a compassionate use program where they're going to have access to the drug until the drug is approved. So you don't lose the patients, as to speak. So, and you can maintain the dialogue with your key stakeholders, the patient associations, with the physicians, key opinion leaders, and so on. So compassionate use programs, expanded access programs, a different word. A subgroup would be on the named patient basis. These are all tactics and strategies to bring the drug to the patients before it's approved. By the way, I used this strategy numerous times at my previous company. So I'm very familiar with it. So
you got some experience with it. Great. Okay, gotcha. And so learning a little bit more about Quilliance potential out there, I mean, could Quilliance be used for something else besides narcolepsy, or maybe ADHD is the other indication that I saw, maybe you guys were thinking about for Quilliance?
Listen, the more we discover about this compound, the more excited we are. Its unique mechanism of action, targeting the orexin system, holds a lot of promises, right? So you mentioned ADHD. We run an ADHD trial. It was one of the most successful phase 2 studies ever conducted in the US, where we had at par efficacy with the best, stimulants on the market, and with a very clean safety profile. So ADHD is definitely an indication to look for. And then there are other indications around narcolepsy, like idiopathic hypersomnia, sleep apnea, that are associated indications in the sleep disorder realm. So yes, there are other indications that we're currently looking for.
And I think for investors, something that as an investor or prospective investor, you always want to hear from your executives is, we are so excited about this. And that's just what you express for Quilliance there. Love it. Let's talk about patents for Quilliance and kind of some of the exclusivities. Is there any patent protection for Quilliance?
So yes, there is. We also have orphan protection or orphan designation. Once the drug is approved, this turns into an orphan protection, which is the commercial protection. I would say it's probably even higher in the hierarchy than an IP, right? And because that cannot be challenged, IP can be challenged in court. So we have orphan designation both in the US and in Europe, which will give us 7 years in the US, 10 years in Europe. It can be increased to 12 years with the pediatric plans. To answer your question, there is also IP. We have a use patent for Mazendal in ADHD. And we've just announced not too long ago the notice of allowance for our formulation patent, which doesn't only cover narcolepsy, but also covers ADHD, and by the way, also idiopathic hypersomnia. So You wouldn't need those patents because you are protected by the orphan protection once you're on the market. Once that runs out, of course, you will be happy to have additional layers of IP. We have them now. Excellent, excellent. Okay. Any other candidates out there? What's your pipeline look like? So we have several. One that I think is very exciting is not a repurposing, but that's a new molecular entity. It's called loflumide. It's a next generation Provigil in the US, so the active ingredient is called modafinil. That's a super interesting compound. It's a very, very potent wake promoting agent that I would foresee, in several indications, maybe even in long haulers, because one of the key symptoms in COVID, long hauling COVID symptoms is the chronic fatigue syndrome. So, having a very potent wake promoting agent to keep you awake during the day might be an interesting thing. So, but that's an early stage drug. We have other drugs that are, a little bit more advanced. We'll in the next couple of weeks and months decide, what the priority is, because again, we are right now laser focused on narcolepsy. Excellent. Love the focus, Alex. So really quickly, if there are investors out there in our audience who are wanting to learn about some of those candidates that you kind of just hinted at there, what's the best place where they can get more info? Well, I mean, given that we are a public entity, there's not too much that you can do apart from just do the reading and trying to be on conferences such as this one, right? Where, like it. Where people are gonna maybe open up a little bit and let you look what's under the hood. But we will decide when to inform the markets when we feel confident about it. We clearly and firmly believe in in our credo of over delivering and under promising. So that's we want to keep that because we've been very successful with that approach. Awesome. Did you hear that, audience? Alex is saying, do your homework. That's wise words of wisdom from Alex Dwyer. He is CEO of NLS Pharmaceutics. It's ticker NLSP. Thanks so much for joining, Alex. I hope you have a good rest of your night. I will. Thank you, Stuart. Cheers. Cheers. That was fun. That was fun. I like doing interviews. It's cool when I get to talk to y'all, but it's cool when I have somebody who can respond not via typing. I like in the chat. I like typing, don't get me wrong, but it's just nice to hear a voice and see a face. So that was kind of fun. We're gonna switch it back into presentation mode. I'm looking at my agenda here, and I'm just kind of scanning through my agenda. We're gonna have coming up in a few minutes here, we're gonna have Vivos Therapeutics. It's ticker VVOS. I know a few of you in the audience. There was a chatter a few hours ago that was like, "I'm here for Vivos." That was a few hours ago. So I know this is going to be a good one. Coming up after that, we're going to be talking with Matt Timpain. He's a senior market strategist at Schaefer's. Gives some really good information. After 3 p.m., Volition RX. It's ticker VNRX. A little bit later, Cloud DX. At 4 p.m., Neovast. That's ticker NVCN. And then one of our last presentations for the day is going to be GBS Inc. We're going to be talking with the CEO and the CFO. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, we have about 2 hours left, two and a half hours left in the presentation for track one today. Track two over in the other room over there where Spencer's at. That one's going to conclude a little bit earlier today, I believe. And guess what? We are back tomorrow for some more good information, some more good content. Another full day, 2 days, 2 tracks, Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. We're bringing you 50, 60 publicly traded corporations, execs from those corporations, panels, interviews, a whole lot of good content, ladies and gentlemen. Do me a favor, smash the like button for me, for Matt Timpain that's coming up, for Alex Dwyer that we just had on, for Rohan. Rohan's around here somewhere. Give a like for Rohan. And we are going to, really quickly, I am going to share my screen. And we're going to do another Slido poll. We could probably do some better sound effects than that. But I think you guys like my sound effects. I'm going to share my screen, and we will take a look at our next couple questions here for Slido.
I'll say it again. Why are we doing the Slido polls? Well, we have 10 or 11 or 12 questions I'm going to be asking over the course of today. Scan that QR code down there. You can participate on your phone. And if you participate good enough, you are going to be entered to win a 1-year Benzinga Pro subscription. Benzinga Pro is the premium trading and investing research news platform. It's what I am spending most of my time on each day when I'm working at Benzinga. It's like a $1,000+ value. You could win it for free if you just participate in these questions. This was the last question. Let's go to the next one. Next question. And I'm going to hide my results because I feel like people are, oh, whoops, wrong button. I feel like people are cheating and they're like using other people's responses like, oh, so name this chart pattern. And I think what can I do? I think I can expand it. I think I can make it. Is that too small to see? I think I can make the chart a little bit bigger, but I'm a noob with Slido, so I don't know how to make it bigger. Let's see. Name this chart pattern. Is it a descending triangle? Is it a falling wedge? Is it a bearish pennant? Or what's this last one? I can't see this little bar thing's in my way. Help me out, chat. What's that last one? Is it a falling wedge? Is it a descending triangle? Is it a bullish pennant? Or is it a bearish pennant? And Aaron Thomas, cue the Jeopardy music. No, not really. You don't have to do that. He's looking for it. I don't think he found it really that quickly though. So we'll go to the next one. Thanks, Aaron. Blank is a calculation that takes into account the varying degrees of importance of the numbers in a data set. One more time. Blank is a calculation that takes into account the varying degrees of importance of the numbers in a data set. Is it the price target? Is it the simple moving average? Is it the weighted average? Or is it technical analysis? How many questions do we have left here? I think we have, Aaron, do you know how many questions we have today for our Slido poll? He's saying 4. I think he's saying 4 more. We have 11 questions in total. So we just hit a couple more. We just hit 2 or 3 more right there. We'll be back in a little bit here, and we will get some more questions. What I want to do now, though, is stop sharing my screen and welcome on our next presenter. I got to scroll up in my presentation list because I scrolled down. It is the CEO of VVOSO Therapeutics. It's ticker VVOS, Kirk Huntsman. Kirk, are you out there?
There
he is. Woo! I knew you were out there.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Good to see you.
Yeah, very good to see you. I like the where are you right now? I like the background.
Yeah, I'm at our International Training Institute in Denver, Colorado.
Amazing. Awesome. Yep. Well, it is just afternoon there for you, I guess, in Mountain Time. So
that's right.
Have a nice afternoon, and I'll see you in like 20 minutes when you're done. We'll ask a couple questions.
That's great. Well, hey, thank you so much. We love Benzinga and have had great experiences here in the past. So welcome everybody. We appreciate the opportunity to present and give you a little bit of an update and orientation to VVOSO Therapeutics. We are a medical technology company that addresses the market for obstructive sleep apnea. For those of you who don't know, my name is Kirk Huntsman. I'm the co-founder and CEO. I have with me today Brad Ammon, who's my chief financial officer. He's actually behind the scenes here working the slide deck. So we're both here today. Let's talk about VVOSO. There are over 1 billion people worldwide with this condition called obstructive sleep apnea. 80 to 90% of them, and it's closer to 90% when you go global on this, but it's closer to 90% of those patients that have sleep apnea don't know they have it. And yet sleep apnea is comorbid with close to 50 different what are called comorbidities. That means these are things that are found that patients suffer with right alongside their sleep apnea, that sleep apnea either makes worse or contributes to in some way or even causes. So we're talking about all the major chronic ailments of mankind. We're talking about cardiovascular. We're talking about diabetes. We're talking about hypertension, cancer, fibromyalgia, ADD, ADHD, bedwetting in children. We have all kinds of things that happen with obstructive sleep apnea. The question is, why? Why are so many people in 2021, why are so many people still walking around with this disease, and why are so few receiving treatment? We believe there are two main barriers to this, two main answers to this question, and this is important to understand if you're going to understand VVOS. The first is that doctors really don't know who has it. People don't go to the doctor and say, hey, my sleep apnea is acting up. Most people don't know they have it. The second issue is that modern medicine hasn't been able to fix it. Treatment options are often unappealing, they're costly, they're ineffective. Nobody wants to go into surgery. Nobody wants to have something implanted in their chest or in their throat. Nobody wants to have a CPAP machine for the rest of their life. So modern medicine hasn't really had a great option. So along comes VVOS, and we have two breakthrough technologies, one that we have the exclusive license in North America for, and one that we have that's our own proprietary IP that we own for our therapeutic side. So we have two breakthrough technologies. We'll discuss each one of those. In the upper right-hand corner, you see our VVOS score devices. In the lower left-hand corner, you see our therapeutic oral appliances. Both of these are unmatched and unparalleled in what they do and why they do it. So let's just go through the next slide, Brad. There we go. Let's go to the next one after this. All right, so let's talk VVOS score. VVOS score is a technology that was originally developed at Harvard University, the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center there at Harvard. It was developed by Dr. Robert Thomas and his team, and it's called cardiopulmonary coupling. This is the one sensor, single sensor replacement in many respects for a full-on polysomnogram. This is the polysomnograms or PSGs as they're called, is the in-lab overnight sleep test that people have had to use over the years. We've taken this technology is 98.9% correlated to a polysomnogram in terms of its output and its diagnostic accuracy. 98.9% is accurate. A single sensor that fits on your finger, your thumb, it plugs into Bluetooth connects to your cell phone, and then from there monitors your sleep overnight, reports generated the next day, FDA cleared all around the world actually, but FDA cleared here in the United States and Canada, and it lowers the cost by from between $2,000 and $3,000 for a PSG, a polysomnogram, down to $3, as low as $3 for a test overnight. I mean, it's incredibly cost effective and efficient. It allows us to solve that first problem that I talked about, which is doctors don't know who has it. Now they have a ring that they can show or that they can distribute to their patients very cost effectively, very quickly, very easily. For the form factor for patients is so easy to use. So we have been using this now for several months. We're seeing dramatic rises in the number of people that we're testing, that our doctors are testing, and the number of cases that are being started as a result of those tests. Very encouraging, very strong for us. Then once they are tested and they know they have this, then we put them into the therapy of the VVOS system, what we call the VVOS system. This, you're looking at our latest FDA cleared, we announced a few weeks ago, the clearance on this device. This is our mRNA. This is we have 510K clearance on this device. This, I know it looks a little bit like a beast to put in your mouth. It actually is extremely comfortable. There's no pain associated with this. There's no discomfort. You wear this in the evening hours and overnight, and you wear it for a period of time. And what begins to happen is your AHI scores will lower. AHI is apnea hypopnea index. That's the score by which, the metric by which medical doctors determine the severity of obstructive sleep apnea. It's not the only way to diagnose sleep apnea, but it's the primary sort of go-to standard. If you'll go to the next slide. So this is on a scale of how many apnea events per hour. So if you have less than 5, you're within normal limits. If you have 5 to 15, it's mild. 15 to 30 is moderate, and over 30 is severe. Our clearances are for mild to moderate, but we actually, our doctors off-label, they treat all manner of different sleep apneas. So the goal is always for treatment to drive that number down. You want to lower these sleep apnea events, and if possible, you want to get them back to within normal limits. The only way to do that is with our appliances. Otherwise, all you're doing is intervening with something like CPAP or surgery or whatever, you're intervening to try to create some type of a temporary palliative type solution. Whereas ours is in and out of treatment within a defined period of time, usually 12 to 24 months. You're in and out of treatment. And at the end, you've got a big, bold new airway. Let's show them what it looks like. So this is a patient, a 30-year-old male in this case, but very typical of the kind of results we get. 14 months in treatment. The image on your left and on your right is this exact same individual 14 months apart, pre-treatment and post-treatment. And what you see on the left is the colorized version is the airway of this individual, which was tight and constricted, and he had severe sleep apnea. Then you go to the right-hand side and you see this 30-year-old male's brand new airway, and his treatment stopped. You'll see that it's twice the volume. He went from 13.2 cubic centimeters to 26.5, I believe. And you'll see that his airway size has grown dramatically. Remember, the airway is not an organ of the body, it's a functional space. The size and shape of that space is determined by the positioning of the tissues around it. So what we do at Vivos is we use our appliances to reposition the tissues in a stable way so that they never regress. So this or at least that's the hope, right? So this patient here has an airway which has doubled in size, and his treatment completed actually in 2018. It's now 2021. He's walking around with that same airway, has not had any intervention since, and his airway has remained pretty much the same. And so what we see is, in case after case, patients coming in for treatment, experiencing the treatment, covered by insurance in the vast majority of cases, and coming out of the back end of treatment a year and a half later or thereabouts, and they've got a brand new airway, and they go on the rest of their life with that. So here's a 73-year-old male, 17 months in treatment. You can kind of see the same thing. What we did in this case is we pulled the airways out of the image so you could see it a little better. You could see he also more than doubled in volume. But Brad, if you go to the next slide, we're going to show everybody. So this is this man's airway. You can see the airway from a side view and then a frontal view, and then before treatment and after treatment. You see that his airway doubled in volume. When we increase the size and alter the shape and improve the patency of the tissues, we actually end up with an airway that is less prone to collapse. And so the AHI scores just go down and down and down. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the patient to sleep through the night with deep sleep and no apnea events, or as few apnea events as possible. We've treated over 19,000 patients. We have 17 published studies. All of these show a significant reduction in AHI scores. The mean is about 67%. Very comparable to what you might see, by the way, at Inspire Medical or with CPAP or these others. The key thing for us, if you look on this competitive landscape chart, the key thing for us here, guys, is that our technology, the patients are in and out of treatment. There's not a lifetime intervention. There's no surgical implant. There's no altering of your face surgically. This is an in and out of treatment type non-surgical technique, covered by insurance, very cost effective, very efficient for the patients, no pain, no downside type indications here. So it's very, very, and as far as we know, the effects seem to be lasting for years and years and maybe a lifetime. We've gone back out to about 8 years right now. We don't see any changes. After we effect the treatment, we alter the landscape for the airway and the oral cavity, and we get these results, and it seems to be a lasting result. So that's where we're at with this. Let's keep going, Brad. Let's talk about so how this works. So our revenue model. We actually have two different buckets in our revenue model, our revenue stream. One is the services bucket, and that's where we train doctors. They pay us about $30,000 a piece as they come on board and enroll. They pay us an average of about $30,000. And then they start doing cases. As they start doing cases, we pick up the recurring revenue stream. So as they do 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15 cases each month, they get to the point where they're paying us, roughly $1,500 to $2,000 per case. Each of these appliances that you saw is customized for the individual patient. So there's a different pricing model for each, depending on the degree of customization and the configuration of the device. So the recurring revenue stream comes out that way. We also have pediatric what we call VVOS guides that are also for the kids' cases. There's lots of kids with these conditions out there. And so we have about mid 70s margins on the appliances. We have mid 80s margins on the services revenues, and it works out to a little under 80% for overall gross margins. So we have good gross margins. The business for the dental community is absolutely spectacular. They'll be collaborating with the physicians on this, but they'll be driving the actual appliance and the case itself. The physicians have a role to play, an important role to play diagnostically and also supervision-wise, but they don't really keep the bulk of the economics. The bulk of the economics rests with the dentist that's doing the heavy lifting with the appliances. And for that dentist, they're going to charge the patient between $8,000 and $10,000. Again, most of this covered by insurance. And then with their total overhead deductions, they've got about $3,000, including our fees. And then they end up with a take-home paycheck for a couple hours of work of about $6,000. Every dental office in America has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands of patients that already exist in that practice, coming through hygiene every week of every month, and they have sleep apnea. With our VVOS score device, the hygienists now have a very easy opportunity to enter into a dialogue with their patients about their sleep, give them a device to go home and test to establish a baseline. The patient comes back, the medical doctors are involved if there's a sleep apnea present. We get about 50% of the patients that get tested with our VVOS score devices have sleep apnea. And then it becomes an issue of what type of treatment, what do they want? Do they want to have a CPAP for the rest of their life? Do they want to go into VVOS? Is it a combination therapy for a while? What exactly do they do? So that's how that works. Great economics for the doctors. We've talked about the insurance. Again, about half, almost all insurance carriers in the U.S. will pay for this. And so we have, well over 250 million lives covered here. And we just have, it just depends on each patient with their individual policy and their individual coverage amounts as to how much of each case is covered. But for the most part, it's all covered. And so here we go. So this is the ecosystem, what we call the ecosystem. If you dig into the sleep apnea market, you're going to learn very quickly that sleep apnea is a condition where the service model for rendering health care services to sleep apnea patients is broken. It's severely broken. It's broken beyond repair. There's too many different ways in which sleep apnea patients fall through the cracks. So we've created an ecosystem centered around the dental office of all places, but it's centered around the dental office. And we provide to the dentists in the dental community. There's over 200,000 dentists in North America. We supply them with all the turnkey products that you see on the screen that give them access to services, support, billing features, training features, diagnostic features, referral from medical community members, other adjunctive therapy services. All these things you see on the page here are ways in which VVOS as a company supports the 1,400 or so providers in North America that we have. There's a VVOS provider in virtually every major market, every major metropolitan area in the United States, and all across both Canada and the United States. So we are well covered in North America. You don't have to drive very far in virtually any major city to get access to a VVOS trained provider and to enter into the ecosystem. So, our competitive strengths, nobody has a technology like we have. Nobody has a diagnostic tool like we have. Nobody has the clearances. Nobody has the leadership position as a first mover in this space. And eventually we will be the go-to supplier for sleep apnea, the go-to therapeutic and diagnostic provider for sleep apnea throughout the world. That's who we are. That's what we have. It's technology that's actually that disruptive and that good. This is our last 2 years mostly 2 years of financials. And I'll let Brad talk about this for just a moment and give you a brief synopsis, and then we'll wrap up with any questions you might have. Brad, are you there?
Can you? There we go.
We got you, Brad.
We can see you now. We can see you.
See me? Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
In the middle two columns, you can see 2019 and 2020 full year results. VVOS revenue increased from $3.8 million in 2018 to $11.4 million. We tripled in 2019. And then in 2020, full year revenue was 13.1 million, which is a 15% year-over-year increase. In the right two columns, you can see the 6 months ended June 30th, 2020 and 2021. Total revenue for the 6 months ended June 30th, 2021 increased 23%, from 6.5 million to approximately 7.9 million period over period. And second quarter revenue increased 37% from 3.3 million for the 3 months ended June 30th, 2020 to 4.5 million for the 3 months ended June 30th of 2021. And that increase was really due to our appliance product sales increases, as well as increases in our billing intelligence service subscription revenue. As Kirk mentioned earlier, margins are in the 79% range combined for product and service revenue. And our cash balance as of June 30th was 34 million. And we have just under 23 million shares outstanding.
Thank you, Brad. Okay, so that's pretty much Vivos. We have assembled here what we think is a world-class management team and leadership team here at Vivos. Dr. Singh actually just accepted an appointment to Stanford University as an adjunct professor. He's going to be on sabbatical for the next year out there. But it speaks to, they wanted him to come out to not only teach, but to also conduct some research and be a part of their faculty. We have a tremendous team, tremendous technology, a first mover advantage in the marketplace, positioned really well to take this market by storm. And we just announced a medical consortium of some high profile doctors that are joining us and across the world. We have a tremendous board of directors. I mean, we're set up for total success. So I'll take some questions. I don't know if you guys have any, but if there's any way to take questions, we can do that, or we can just wrap up.
It's always nice to hear from you guys. Kirk, you're a very well-spoken guy. It's always nice to listen to you and get a little bit of the insight that you're providing. I got a couple quick questions, if you don't mind. Sure. Yeah. Okay, so I know you guys are targeting the mild to moderate sleep apnea market. How much larger or smaller is that segment of the market versus the severe side of things?
We don't really differentiate, honestly, Brent.
Okay.
Our doctors are the guys that do that. There's not any, the mild, moderate, severe is a construct that's done by mankind. There's not anything in the degree of complexity in the case between mild, moderate, and severe. Some cases can be mild and be very complex. Some cases can be severe and be very complex. So we don't try to make that call. We put our product out there with our indications of use that the FDA has granted us. The doctors will use it as they see fit in their practices, but they'll treat the full spectrum,
Gotcha. Awesome. And we had a question from the audience, but he answered it, but I will go sort of one step. The question was about insurers that are recognizing the Viva system. Any plans that your team is able to push forward as far as, I think you said about half of the insurers are covering the device right now. Is there any plans to try to expand that or all, or is that not something that you're seriously concerned with?
Let me address that very quickly, because I think I might have misspoke or you might have misunderstood.
Sure.
Almost every insurance carrier in the United States will cover this product. Okay. So there's only a couple. There's the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. There's one other one somewhere, I don't even know, that call this investigational. They have it categorized so they don't really reimburse on it. Everybody else covers it. Aetna, Humana, the other blues throughout the country, Anthem.
Great.
All of them. Okay. Now, the issue though is that a patient, so let's just say a patient has a $10,000 treatment plan. The patient may only get, after deductibles and whatever, they may only get $5,000 covered. So they're going to come out of pocket for some of it, depending on their deductible, their policy, and what their insurance carrier says. But there's coverage available for almost anybody who wants it. Interestingly enough, about half of the patients that go through this never bother with their insurance. They just pay out of pocket.
Cool. Okay. I'm glad I asked you that question then. Well, thanks for joining us, gentlemen. We have Kirk Huntsman and Brad from Vivos Therapeutics. It's ticker VVOS. I hope you gentlemen have a great rest of your day.
Great. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, guys. That was a good one. I know that was one that the audience was excited to hear from. So glad Benzinga could deliver for y'all. Moving along, it is 2:43 Eastern time. We have about 2 hours left, ladies and gentlemen. And coming up next is somebody from Schaefer's Investment Research, Matt Timpan. He is a technician and he's also senior market strategist over at Schaefer's. How you been? Matt?
Not too bad. How about yourself, Brent?
I have been awesome. We love to get, execs in here and learning about companies, but also it's really nice to take a little break from the kind of corporate stuff and look at some charts and get some investment ideas. And that's why you're here, right?
Exactly. So
love it, man.
Oh, I was just gonna say we'll cover a lot today, from kind of a broad market exposure all the way down to the small cap healthcare outlook. So
take it away, sir.
All right, wonderful. As he said, my name is Matthew Timpan. I'm from Schaefer's Investment Research. I'm a senior market strategist over there. We've been around for 40 years. We primarily work with options market, providing trade recommendations to retail and institutional investors, as well as providing free education and media regarding the options market that we put out kind of content daily on. I'm also a chartered market technician. As he said, I'm a technician by trade. So I I'm an expert in the technical analysis field, work with trend following and momentum trades. I have previously worked as a portfolio manager for a registered investment advisory firm. I've looked at this from a portfolio construction and from a trading experience construction. What we hope to do today is kind of give you a trader's perspective when looking at some of these smaller cap healthcare companies, and to kind of just give you an idea of where we are with the markets in general. So just quickly here, let me get my slides going. We're going to kind of bring a macro overview and seasonality perspective from where we are from a broad market perspective, and then bring it down kind of to the sectors and, like I said, to the small cap healthcare area. That'll be kind of intermixed throughout the beginning of the presentation, but then we will get to some companies that we'd like to watch and potential trade ideas on those companies. So for like a broad market seasonality perspective, we're really kind of going through the worst 2-week period of the year typically right now, which it follows September options expiration. So that's the third Friday of the month every month. So as you can tell, we've had extreme volatility these last 2 weeks. This happens for a lot of various reasons. Lots of open interest falls off in the markets. Fund managers reposition for year end, take profits on great performing stocks, get a little conservative to lock in some of those gains because they want to have their performance for their fund to be positive by year end. And then they'll reposition into opportunities that maybe haven't done so well, or new opportunities that they've discovered, as they want to kind of get ahead of the year, ahead of the new year a little bit. So you'll see if the S&P 500 return through September over the last 10 years has averaged 0.91% or negative 0.91%, and it's only been positive 36% of the time. So this holds true with that volatility aspect. And then a lot of people will be talking about in the financial media that volatility in October can happen and then it's spooky, but this is usually a buying opportunity for retail investors, institutional investors, because typically through expiration and through the end of October, we're actually positive most of the time. On average, you're positive 0.59% through October expiration, which is third Friday, as I said earlier, of the month, with a median return of 1.83%, and it's positive 64% of the time. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see through the end of October, we're on average up about 0.84% over the last 10 years and positive 64% of the time. Another data point I'd just like to point out, I don't have a slide on it, but since 1980, October actually has been positive by 0.8%. So it really lines up with the 10-year projections that we have. And then November and December have also been positive by 2.7% on average to finish out the year. So it really speaks to how much this is really kind of a volatile but buying opportunity. And that's no different for small cap healthcare as well. And then just today, our quantitative analyst at Schaefer's, Rocky White, just put this out. He puts out an indicator of the week every Wednesday. He does different things with it. This just kind of happened to really align with what I'm kind of discussing here today as we're going through. But he does all kinds of things. He doesn't typically look at your typical technical indicators. He does other types. So you'll see in this, since 1950, the last quarter of the year has averaged a return of 4%, with about 80% of those returns being positive. The next best quarter is the first quarter, which has averaged a return of 2.16%, with 64% of those returns being positive. Since 2010, the index has averaged over 5% return in the fourth quarter. And I should mention this is for the S&P 500. As the S&P 500, as long as the S&P 500 does not really pull back 1.5% or more over the next couple of days, it will be the 6th straight positive quarter for the index as well. This is the 8th streak of this length since 1950. A 6-quarter win streak really is not a reason to worry about the markets being overextended and overvalued. From a technical standpoint, it can continue on. The next 6 months after 6 straight positive quarters has averaged a gain of almost 8%, with all 7 returns being positive. Since we are going to be talking about small cap healthcare, as we drill down from the broader market indices, it's only kind of pertinent to look at like NASDAQ and Russell short interest data. The NASDAQ has a lot of small cap healthcare companies in it, as well as you have with your Russell index. So we're going to take a look here. What you're seeing is levels that we haven't seen in a very long time of short interest on the low side. So on a percentage rank basis, stocks is at about 11.5%, or around the 11.5 percentile over the past year, and then around the 2nd percentile over the past 5 years. So short interest is really low. That's something that is a concern because you typically want to see higher short interest to get those volatile moves to the upside in stocks. I didn't put it on, but the S&P 500 is very similar. It's around the 12th percentile over the past year and around in the 2nd percentile over the past 5 years. For the Russell, as I said, it is important to kind of know it's not as bad. It is only in the 8th percentile over the past year, so that's still pretty low. But when we look at 5 years of data, it's still in the 56th percentile. So possibly if we still have legs in this bull rally, the next place that it might come back to is the small cap space. Short interest is down only 0.2% on the latest report. It is down 14% year over year and 11% year to date. But you still have plenty of short interest unwind possible if this market is going to continue higher. And in the small cap space, this is kind of where we actually see a nice positive as a contrarian. Since we do work with options, it was probably only smart to look at the sentiment of the option market within the NASDAQ and the Russell as well. Look at the NASDAQ component buy to open put call volume ratio is coming off of a 7-year low. Friday's reading was 0.602, which is a 4-month high, and the most elevated reading since the May 24th high. That marked a nice little bottom in stocks for us to get that rally into the summer. The previous one I wrote about in one of our articles was back in March, which also provided a nice rally into summer before we had that little bit of a move lower in June. S&P 500 also, that reading was the highest of 2021, and it was the highest since June 2020. I know I didn't put it in the chart, but that's more than a year ago. And we expect that these new ranges on this put call volume ratio to kind of hold for a little bit. Eventually, it might go back into the old range from the pre-COVID levels. But as of right now, these are the levels we're targeting to see if we can get nice bottom entries into trading stocks and calling market bottoms and market tops. Even though it's not an exact science, it's something we are kind of looking at here that this could be an opportunity for us. The next one is the IWM version of it. It has just kind of recently touched its highest level since that February 4th one in mid-July. But it's just kind of muddling around, hovering at that 0.34 level. So it's not the greatest indicator. As you can see, when you look at the data just by eyeballing it, it can kind of mark some bottoms and some tops. But, it's just something that you should kind of look at as we're looking at smaller cap stocks here. So break into the indexes, the Russell 2000 index. Now, I'm well aware that a lot of financials and energy are in this, but you'll see why we're talking about the small cap stock index in general once we get over to the small cap healthcare charts. So I'm using IWM as a proxy for this. It's currently hovering at the plus 50% year over year round level. And support is kind of down around the plus 10% year to date level, which is that 210, 212 kind of area. This just happens to be also the 161.8 fib level on the extension from those March pre-highs, pre-pandemic to the COVID lows there in March. So it's been really kind of just in this long trading range throughout the year. And you've really kind of been having to buy the bottom of the range, sell the top of the range. But, you know, as we know, price can correct two ways. It can either correct through time or it can correct through a drawdown. And it seems like small caps just are trying to correct through time before hopefully it'll have the eventual breakout. One thing to say is you have seen this kind of coming is you do have an RSI diverging all year. Not something I always look at, but it's just something I noticed. In previous bull cycles for small caps, the 200-day and the 320-day moving average have been the deep pullback buy zones. The 320-day moving average is this blue line, and that's currently around the $200 level, which is also a nice kind of round century level that traders are going to target to trade off of. So if we did break down through this support level, this would be a logical place that you'd see traders trying to step in at to take the market higher once again. And as you know, we're sitting right here, this 200-day, you've been having small little cuts below it, and we've been seeing bounces. So this is actually kind of setting up to be a little bit more bullish, you know, in the near term, but, you know, it could always break down. One thing you do kind of want to watch with small caps is rates, and they're inching higher. They're trying to break out. The 10-year, though, has respected its 36-month moving average over the past 25 years, except for in 2004, 5, 11, and 15, which were kind of fake out moves. If we do break above that 36 moving average and equity markets don't want to fully correct, you're going to want to watch small caps as traders and allocators are going to want to allocate more towards home, more towards that small cap space and away from international exposure. Previously, I showed this slide at another small cap event earlier in the year when it was trading at the higher end of the range, and stated that if we do get a pullback on this relative ratio chart, to kind of look around that 0.5 area or maybe even a little bit lower here, which is, I believe it's around 0.40 area. So now where are we exactly? Well, we came right off that range and we're back down. Small caps haven't really gone negative, but they've consolidated through time. So you wanted to kind of be in the larger caps and the mid caps throughout this year as they've been driving the indices higher, and that's where your returns have been. We're finally reaching an area where possibly small caps could start outperforming again, and that's when you want to reallocate towards small caps. So this is the first logical level. If it fails, it's not that much further down. It's probably around that 320-day moving average that you would see this ratio peg out here at those 2020 lows and back around 2002 lows as well. And since, like I said, a lot of small cap healthcare stocks are in the NASDAQ composite, let's take a look at the chart. It's been trading in a really nice trading range. The lower trend line started back in March, or was that September, July 2020, and it's just kind of followed it the whole way up. It's kind of defined a little bit more tighter of a range here recently since March of this year as we kind of head up, and we just the top of that trend line right now, and that's where we corrected. So we recently lost the 20% year-to-date level, which is right around 15,000. A round number level. We kind of see this happen at times when we're trading, and since we're short term, these are the levels that we kind of like to watch. What happened is you just lost that 20% level, so it made a quick move back down that trend line, which should be technical support. It also has the 100-day moving average right there as well. That needs to hold, plus last week's Monday's lows need to hold where we had that big sell-off for this to kind of get moving again in the right direction to the upside. Otherwise, we're going to be looking at this support level down here, which this is the 160-day moving average. It has in the past been very significant. You can see even just from back in 2019 that it had multiple touches, and that's where we found bounces. This also would coincide with the 2021 highs from January, I believe that was, in March. And that'd be a logical place where you could possibly see that V-shaped rally come from, bring us right back into that channel and move higher. And you're probably guessing, why am I showing you this? You know, consumer discretionary versus staples. We're talking about healthcare here. Well, there's a reason why I'm showing this. It's because it's a big tell if the market is in risk on or risk off mode. And something small cap healthcare, you know, wants to kind of see. Unlike its larger counterpart, large caps typically are more defensive in nature. Small caps want to kind of see that risk on mode. Well, it's been doing the same thing that the Russell 2000 index has been doing. It's been sitting here in a trading range throughout 2021. You've been having these moves from risk on to risk off throughout the year. But this is a massive year-long base currently underway. Even amidst all the volatility, this could be just signaling that this is just a buying opportunity for stocks going forward. So you're seeing a breakout in it right now. We'd like to see some confirmation there. If for some reason it did fail, you'd likely head right back down to that lower end of the range, and at best maybe 50% of the range. So that would be your telling point if you need to get allocated to the small cap space right now. From a sector standpoint, you know, you're going to want to see that hold on that breakout. And this is why I showed kind of more of the broad market exposure and why I showed the Russell 2000 index. As you can see, this is PSCH. That's an ETF that tracks small cap healthcare. It's very similar to the Russell 2000 index. And it's just been in a long trading range, and it's also very similar to that consumer discretionary versus consumer staples relative chart. So as you can tell, it wants to see kind of a risk on move as well. So currently we've been trading in this range, and it recently just failed at 187.50 on a short-term basis, broke below its 200-day moving average. Now that 187.50 level is plus 10% year to date. If for some reason we break this shallow kind of trend line that's going higher, I'd be looking to buy around the 171 area down here in this support range. That also happens to be year-to-date break even. Much like the Russell, you're also seeing RSI divergence throughout the year. It was telling you that the space needed time to correct after it just had a nice huge parabolic move after it broke out of those 2020 highs back in late 2020 here. And it moved fairly quickly into 2021, and it just needed price needed to take time to relax, consolidate before its next move higher or lower. Pulling it out to a weekly chart, you can kind of see that this parabolic move that we had earlier in the year, very similar to the parabolic move, kind of like a parabola, from 2016 to 2018. What happened? You needed to go through about a 2.5-year reset. Not saying that will exactly play out the same way, but there's always a chance that, you know, price and history have a tendency to rhyme. So there's always that chance. But what I found really interesting about this chart is I'm usually looking at 40-week moving averages, but I threw on a 1-year moving average because sometimes it's extremely significant. With small cap healthcare stocks, it has been extremely significant since basically the inception of the ETF. Since 2012, you saw multiple bounces there, and again in 2014. This is where you found support at that 52-week moving average. Again in 2015, even with the big break lower. Not sure if that was a bad tick on the ETF or if that was just a bad week. I didn't look that closely into it on the long-term chart, but you know, it did find support right there. It closed at the 52-week moving average. Then again later in the year for another bounce. And then when it breaks down below these 52-week moving averages, has a tendency to move fairly quickly down to 160-day weekly moving average, which is roughly about a 3-year moving average on the chart. You see it had a test there in 2016 twice, and then it even kind of broke down here in 2020 during the pandemic kind of crash, but it quickly regained it. And as soon as it regained it, you can see it came back, tested that 160-day moving average, and wanted to get back above that 1-year moving average. And then in 2019, with that 1 year moving average, just quickly to highlight, you did see once we did break down, it can sometimes act as resistance. And that's why you probably saw this kind of hesitation here when we were making that move from the pandemic lows. You can see that it hesitated here from 2018 through 2019 and early 2020. If for some reason we do break that 1 year moving average and break lower, your optimal buying point then from a sector standpoint as a whole is going to be at that previous 2018 high. This will also coincide right with that 3 year moving average, basically moving right up into it. So that would be a great area, and I would expect the move to be fast to get down there. If we don't break down, this 52-week moving average could carry us higher and break us out right into year end. Something that we're kind of expecting. We're a little bit more bullish on the market as time kind of, just needed to be corrected. Again, as I said before, in the small cap space, we still think the market can go higher as a whole. And it's no different here. Looking at a relative chart with small cap healthcare versus the S&P 500, we're pulling right into an area right now of support. It can break down. This isn't super heavy support level. It's kind of just trending lower, but it doesn't got that much lower to go to these 2019 and 2020 low area. This is something you'll see on the next slide where I think it's extremely important that we're watching this. This is the weekly chart of that ratio. And as you see, where does it kind of meet? Well, it meets right here at those 2019, 2020 levels, and it meets at a long-term just outperformance trend line by small cap healthcare versus the S&P 500. Every time it's gotten near this trend line, it's been a buying opportunity for the whole sector for small cap healthcare. And it's going to be probably no different as long as we're not going into a huge bear market. I would expect it once again that this would be your buying opportunity for the space. If for some reason you did break lower, the next logical spot would be the 2015 highs, which were also these 2018, 19, and 20 low areas. That might be the area that you might be able to get through. But if we're going down there, we probably got larger problems in the broader markets from a trading perspective. So at that point, you're going to get a lot of opportunities in a lot of sectors. Now let's take a look at small cap versus large cap healthcare. So PSCH versus XLV. It has been outperforming, small caps have been outperforming its larger counterparts since basically its inception after a kind of a smaller move lower. So on the long term, since 2015, you've wanted to be long small cap healthcare versus large cap healthcare, despite, you have had some long corrections. So it depends on your time frame, obviously. Where did small cap versus large cap bounce? Right here at the 2019 highs. So after it went through that correction from 2018 down to 2019 and the 2020 lows, these were the areas, this is the area it found support at. This was the areas that was finding resistance. What happens, even on relative ratio charts, even though I'm not the biggest fan of like using any kind of patterns or anything like that on them, they have a tendency to find support and resistance at these levels. Those typically still tend to hold true when looking at ratio charts. Patterns don't play out as much, and it's something I don't really use. So I wanted to kind of provide you just an overview of the sectors and where healthcare and equipment services and pharmaceuticals and biotechnology are ranking among others. Right now, they're both kind of middling. In the the healthcare and equipment services is kind of middling, and biotechnology and pharmaceuticals is at the low end of our scorecard. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's something as options traders, we need to be aware of. But it could be longer term buying opportunities for investors. One thing that I did find interesting is biotech, from a sector standpoint, is around plus 10%, or where is it? Plus 10% year to date. This is kind of a nice round level, and analysts aren't overly bullish on it. They're middling kind of a perspective from a sector standpoint. So from a natural kind of contrarian perspective, this kind of piques our interest that it's fallen behind. Analysts aren't overly bullish. The only thing that we don't really have, though, is the momentum from the sector as a whole just yet. This could change. So there are some good signs, and it is potential candidates for rotation into. We're just not seeing it just yet, but there's nothing saying that the sector is extremely bearish either. The one thing about healthcare equipment and services and biotech and pharmaceuticals is that they don't perform as well on a seasonal basis in the fourth quarter as other sectors. It's not that they don't perform well, but they, because they still have actually an average positive return, and they're really kind of positive by 50%, around 50% of the time. So as you can see here, healthcare and equipment services still averages around a 6% return, and biotech and pharma still average around 4.5%. So the other thing that kind of stood out to me is their standard deviation. They have a lot bigger swing. So when they do perform, you're going to get better performance. And then when they underperform, it's just going to be worse. So that's possibly why they're a little bit lower when we're looking at a seasonality perspective by sector on all optional securities here. And then I want to do a performance screen so you guys could see what have been the best performers out here in the spaces. This is something that we run often on sectors, very much like the sector scorecard that we have, but something I just wanted to do so that you guys can take screenshots if you want it, so you can go do further research on a lot of these companies from fundamental perspectives to add with some of the technical factors and to see what's outperforming, what's working and what's not. A couple of things that have stood out to me is Saba. It's a pharmaceuticals and biotechnology sector. It's up 900% year to date. It's got a 600% 52-week return. Short interest is still over 20%, and the short interest has changed over 184% this year. We run what we call a volatility scorecard. What that is it's a 21-day straddle that we take of the company to see if it outperforms the straddle's expectation, and then we rank it against all other companies that are optionable. So this is kind of telling you that it has been outperforming, and what it means is it's a good security typically for trading options. Where DVAX, even though it's up 300% year to date, is maybe not the greatest option trade, but could be a great stock trade. A couple of the others that stood out to me was NVAX. I've traded that. That's up 100% year to date, coming into some nice support there. And then it's a volatility scorecard of 78, something that I'd probably be taking a look at and probably will after this. Another name on here, I think they're presenting here today, SRNE. They're up 20% almost about year to date. They are down year over year, so it's something you want to see if it's more of a dip opportunity here to buy this. If it broke above that plus 20% year to date mark, this could become an option trade, but it does currently have a pretty low volatility scorecard. Then other names that I see here that are familiar to people that have been trading in the space or investing in the space, you have Clovis, CLVS, PACB, or other familiar names. And then this is the second page. I won't go too much onto this one. It's not as great of performing, but some names that really stand out to me. I've traded NVTA multiple times in our services. Currently, it's not really on our radar from an options perspective, but it's a company that I know has volatile swings and great trading opportunities. Another one that stands out is TJTX, CEMI, and then FOLD and ENDP. A couple of unique things about ENDP and FOLD. They are sitting right here at around the minus 50% year-to-date level. Not always the greatest levels to trade off of for a bullish position, but we do see bottoms happen in stocks a lot of the times when they've done that 50% retrace or down minus 50% year-to-date. So it's something to kind of take a look at on your own if you'd like, but feel free to, again, take screenshots of this so you can have it for your own trading. Now we're going to get on to some companies that we want to watch and that we kind of like over at Schaefer's. This is Flugent Genetics, FLGT. This was my year-long pick for the Money Show, which is also released in Yahoo Finance and Forbes shortly after in January. It was a great pick this year. I mean, it was up around 200% within the first month, basically, month and a half of the recommendation. Obviously, we had this huge pullback from that, but it's still sitting, if you're looking at it from like a longer term perspective, it still looks good. I did do an update on this stock earlier in the year, or earlier this summer, actually. About midway through, they ask you to do that if the stock's doing well. They want you to provide an update on it. I said, it's something that you still want to hold into year end as long as we keep holding this 200-day moving average and this trend line. Quick little dips below, nothing wrong with that. But if we do get a confirmed breakdown of that, that's when you want to get out of the stock. So until then, these are opportunities to keep putting more shares on. Hopefully, people took profits on that first move. But this is an opportunity, once again, to get long the stock, we think. It's got some great sentiment factors. It's still got short interest afloat at 11.21%. Its volatility scorecard is still ranking as a 90. Options are actually really cheap for the stock. It's in the 6th percentile. And the buy to open put call volume ratio is in the 99th percentile. So traders haven't been this bearish on the stock in over a year, basically. It's also sitting from a technical perspective in a falling wedge pattern. Now, I didn't draw it because I wanted to keep this nice and clean for you guys, but this is like a falling wedge type of pattern. It's trying to break out today. And another unique thing is it's holding. So this level right here just happens to be plus 50% year-to-date level and the plus 150% year-over-year level. It's weird that stocks try to find support at these levels, but it happens. A breakout above this wedge and then a subsequent breakout above the downtrend would target a move up to the 120, 125 area or 35% higher from here. That also happens to just be the 50% retrace from this peak back in February down to the May lows. So it just makes logical sense that that's where it probably would stall out, at least on a temporary basis. It also happened to be an area that we kind of saw some hesitation before the blow off top. And then it was also above about the 100% year-to-date level, which is right around here as well. So back in those March highs. The next stock that we're looking at is Relay Therapeutics. It's kind of flagging right here. It did fail at its 200-day moving average, so it needs to break back above that. And that's actually the early low back in 2021 here, earlier in the year. So we want to see a move above that to get long this. And it's also above the July highs. So right now, though, you could be getting the opportunity to buy it. If you're a technical pattern trader, this could be kind of putting in what we call a cup and handle. You have this nice base pattern. You could get a pullback down to this 20-day or even the 50-day moving average. If we do get that breakout above the 200-day, we would be targeting a move to the 50% retrace level from that January high to the May lows. That would be $45 or 25% higher from here. This $45 level also happens to be the highs after its IPO back last year. And then it's also the September and October 2020 highs. So it kind of just makes logical sense for it to move there as kind of like a magnet if it breaks above that 200-day moving average. It's more of a stock play as options are just way too expensive and they're being priced in the 97th percentile. So that's how I would play this. We have two more to go. We have VRAY, VRAY. It's got great sentiment. Still got short interest near 7% of its float. Its buy to open 50-day put call ratios in the 98th percentile. So traders are extremely bearish on it. It's finding support right here after it's trying to break out to new all-time highs here at the plus 10% year to date and plus 100% year over year level. IV rank, if you're an options buyer, is in the 18th percentile. So they're pretty fairly priced. Not a bad opportunity. If this does kind of hold this $7 level is what I'm looking for. And if it doesn't, you can easily get a dip opportunity around the 20-day. If not, you're probably likely heading down all the way back to this trend line in the 200-day moving average, which would also be a nice area to buy. But if you can't buy this, I would stay out of the stock until you probably get down to that trend line. But if it does move and hold the $7 area, we'd be targeting what we call a fib extension level. I didn't put on the chart, but it's 161.8% fib extension level is $9.57. So that would be 35% higher from here. And then finally, we have Ligand Pharmaceuticals. Again, good market sentiment from a trading perspective. Float is, or the short interest of float is 10%. Put call ratio again is in the 83rd percentile. IV rank is in the 14th percentile there, so options are fairly cheap. What's unique here is it did fade after this power gap up. It found resistance right there at that gap lower from earlier in May. So you want to see a move above that. That also happens to be the 50% year over year level. And as long as it continues to hold this level, it's in play. This is the 200-day moving average, and this is the 1,000-day moving average. Not, doesn't get tracked very often, but oddly enough, we've seen major pivots for longer-term trends with that 1,000-day moving average. And just above this is also plus 50% year to date. So if you get this move, we think it's easily going to go to the 170, 175 area from a trader's perspective. And that's about plus 25%. That'd be the first area that you'd want to take profits. This also happens to be the 61.8% fib retracement from that peak in early 2021 to those August lows. Hopefully you got something out of this from looking at it from a trader's point of view in the small cap healthcare space. Thank you for taking the time to watch the presentation. We'd love to chat with you about your options trading, or if you want to learn about options, feel free to come over to us at schaefersresearch.com and look at the free material that we have. We're always posting great stuff on Twitter at Schaefer's and at mtimpayne, broad market index stuff and sector specific stuff as well.
Matthew, excellent stuff. Always like seeing your analysis. Want to commend you. You keep it simple. It's you got clean looking charts. You're using highs and lows. You're using maybe a moving average. You're maybe using some retracements. Other than that, you kind of keep the noise away, and I love it. Always nice to have you join our events, Matthew.
That's the way you do it, and that's the way you should show people so that they know how to do it and they can see the trade.
Love it, man. Until next time, Matthew, have a good one. He is a senior market strategist and a CMT over at Schaefer's Investment Research. Have a good rest of your day, sir.
You too, Brent. Bye.
Smart guy right there. And super quickly, just want to reiterate a couple of the calls that Matthew was given there at the end of his presentation. It was FLGT, RLAY, VRAY, and also Ligand, that's LGND. But I won't hold you up anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We're off to the next presentation. We got about an hour left, ladies and gentlemen. So go get your popcorn, come back. We're going to have a good last hour, and we'll have some fun, and we'll get some good information. Next up is someone from Volition RX. It's ticker VNRX. We have Scott Powell. He is Executive VP and Head of Investor Relations. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you very much. Great to be here again. Thanks to Benzinga for having Volition back to present our story once again.
Absolutely, sir. Take it away.
Great, will do. So we are Volition RX Limited. Would like to point you to our forward-looking statements and disclaimer. Just remind the audience today that I will be making some forward-looking statements on today's call, so I do point you to this obligatory disclaimer. A little bit about Volition. We have four verticals within the company. NUQ on the top left, that's an acronym for nucleosome quantification. Those are our programs in human health, specifically in developing blood tests to screen for a variety of human cancer types. NUQ Vet, there in the center, is our animal health program. That is commercial stage. We, about 1 year ago, launched our blood test to screen for 2 common canine cancers. NUQ Nets, that's our first significant foray into looking at non-oncology based disease states. We're looking at our ability to use our technology to predict which patients post-infection from sepsis and or COVID are likely to progress to the severe immune response of those 2 diseases. And NUQ Capture is really our R&D program. where our patents and are housed, and a lot of our R&D work is done through that vertical. I won't talk much about that vertical, although I'll just point out that we do have significant intellectual property. We have a number of patents granted in the US, in Europe, and globally. We have a very strong patent portfolio. That's all I'll say on the Nu.Q capture vertical. Moving to first discuss Nu.Q Vet, because that's probably of most interest to the listeners today, because that is our first commercial product. So bear with me while I just skip through the slide deck a little bit. And the brand name of this blood test is the Nu.Q Vet Cancer Screening Test. You can see the opportunity here is pretty significant. 38% of all US households have a canine. There are 77 million canines in just the United States alone. And you can see the other number here, that there are 20 million canines age 7 and older. That's an important statistic. 83% of canines visit a veterinarian at least once per year. 3/4 of those visits are for routine or preventative care. So there's high rates of canine ownership. There are a lot of canines in the US, and it's a fairly large market for us, because many canine owners are taking their animal to the vet for both sick and wellness checks. And that's how we plan to position our blood test. On the one side, it could be a test for symptomatic canines that have come down with a variety of ailments. And what vets tell us is that the vets have a very hard time, particularly on that first sick visit, differentiating between what's causing these symptoms. It could be cancer, but in many cases, it's just an infection or inflammation. And the doctors have a hard time differentiating between those three causal factors. So they're telling us that if they had a blood test, like one from Volition, that could be run on that first sick visit to rule in or rule out cancer as the causal factor, they would then have a lot more information to work with. And therefore, they could, if it's confirmed as cancer, then the veterinarian could proceed to more invasive diagnostic tests, such as a biopsy or imaging technologies, which are obviously more expensive and more invasive. And if the blood test comes back negative, then both the canine owner and the veterinarian feel much more comfortable that it's not a cancer as the causal factor, and often send the animal home with perhaps some anti-inflammatory or antibiotics for the canine owner to put into the canine's dog food. So it would be a very useful piece of information on the symptomatic side. Because obviously if cancer is ruled in, then the confirmatory diagnostic tests will be run, and then they'll be able to begin therapeutic treatment much sooner, because they know that it is coming from a cancer type. On the other side of the equation, our blood test could be positioned for asymptomatic screening of canines. You can see the number here, 20 million canines in the US are age 7 and older. Just like in human health, age is strongly correlated with a variety of cancer types. Same with canines. The older a canine gets, just the more predisposed that canine is to developing a particular cancer type. Now, in human health, there really aren't a lot of cancer types for which we screen asymptomatically. Mammography for breast cancer, a PSA test for prostate cancer, a colonoscopy for colon cancer. But for a lot of other human cancers, we don't screen asymptomatically. We only screen for certain cancers if you're considered high risk, right? So think pancreatic cancer, liver cancer, lung cancer. The general population does not get screened asymptomatically for those cancer types. In animal health, it's even worse. There's virtually no asymptomatic screening done in canines for cancers, right? You don't take an otherwise well canine to the vet to get screened for various cancer types. They don't have the tools. It's just not done. So this is a really disruptive product that we have entered the market with, because just like in human health, if a canine cancer can be detected while the canine is still well or asymptomatic, then that cancer type is likely a very early stage cancer. Therefore, it can be treated more effectively, and the therapeutic options are much more plentiful at that stage when the canine is still asymptomatic. Just like in human health, if you're symptomatic and then you're diagnosed with a cancer type that's the causal factor for those symptoms, invariably it's a late stage cancer that you have, and your outcomes, your options are not plentiful or good in most cases. So really excited about this product and the opportunity here that this presents for Volition. We sell it to Texas A&M for $45 per test. Our cost of goods is around $5, so we have a significant profit margin on this particular product. In terms of accuracy, you can see some of the clinical data from our studies at Texas A&M University. That is our exclusive partner currently. When I say exclusive, I mean it's the only place that the blood test is for sale. Currently, it's through the A&M website. You can see the results here from our studies that we ran at Texas A&M. We had really strong results in both canine lymphoma and hemangiosarcoma. Those are two very common canine cancers, accounting for about 1/3 of all cancer types in canines in the US. You can see that in lymphoma, we achieved an area under the curve, or an AUC of 87.3%. When you break that out into your false negative rate and false positive rate, we had 77% sensitivity. That means we accurately flagged or had positives for more than 3/4 of canines that actually had lymphoma, and that was at 97% specificity. So 97% of the canines that came back as positive for lymphoma actually had lymphoma. So very, very high specificity, which means a very low false positive rate. In hemangiosarcoma, the results were even more spectacular. We achieved an area under the curve of 97.6%. That equated to 82% sensitivity, or accurately identifying 82% of canines with hemangiosarcoma, again at 97% specificity. So 97% of those that came back with a positive result actually had hemangiosarcoma. Really good results in these two cancer types. By way of comparison, if you look at other blood tests, and there are very few that are in the market and that are used as frontline screens for any cancer type, most common being the PSA test for prostate cancer in men. By way of comparison, the sensitivity for the PSA, depending on the clinical study, tends to be in the mid-60s to low 70s, and the same for specificity. And yet that's a very commonly administered blood test to screen for prostate cancer in men, of course. And the results we're getting here in these two canine cancers are substantially better than other blood tests that are out there on the market. We have also announced publicly, particularly on our last earnings call, that we are in advanced discussions with a number of potential partners for a licensing deal to license this blood test to one or more large animal health diagnostics companies in the United States. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to ink a licensing deal that is very attractive to Volition and to our shareholders. So stay tuned for additional news on those developments if they do materialize. Moving to Nu.Q NETs. This is our program in human health, and this is our first movement into looking at non-oncology disease states, so non-cancer diseases. We're looking at sepsis and COVID-19. And I want to reiterate that this is not a frontline test to screen and tell a patient if they have sepsis or COVID-19. Rather, its purpose would be as a prognostic tool or a risk stratification tool to identify those patients infected with these two pathogens, which of those individuals are likely to have the very severe response to infection of these two diseases. So we call it Nu.Q NETs because it's short for NETosis. And NETosis is one of your body's first lines of defense. So when your body is infected with a particular pathogen, in this case, if you're infected with COVID-19 or with sepsis, one of the body's initial immune responses is to inject neutrophil extracellular traps, or NETs is the acronym, into your from your white blood cells into your bloodstream. And there's a image here that you can see. It acts like a net or a spider web, and the objective is to envelop, kill these invading pathogens to prevent them from further infecting the body and from spreading to other parts of the body. For reasons unknown, and this is the cytokine storm that you hear about commonly discussed it's the cytokine storm that ends up killing people from COVID-19. It's the same in sepsis. For reasons unknown, this cytokine storm is the body's over-injection of this chromatin material into your bloodstream. For reasons unknown, in certain patients infected with COVID-19 and sepsis, there's a misregulation of the body's injection of nets, and it continuously injects nets in levels much greater than needed. What that does is that causes the immune system to become compromised and in some cases to fail. And it also causes organ failure. And this is what ends up killing a patient from these two pathogens. So here you can see some of the results. We have demonstrated thus far in last summer in COVID-19 that we have a blood test, an assay that can quantify the amount of chromatin material or nets that have been injected into a patient's bloodstream. And when we looked at COVID-19 patients, we saw a very strong and direct linear correlation between the amount of nets that was in a COVID-19 patient's bloodstream and the severity of their immune response to COVID-19 infection. So those patients that were asymptomatic or had very mild reaction to COVID-19 infection had the lowest levels of nets injected into their bloodstream. And on the flip side, those patients that had severe reaction or severe reactions to COVID-19 infections, and we define that as requiring hospitalization, ventilation, intubation, oxygen, and so forth, those patients had by far the highest levels of nets injected into their bloodstream. So we're seeing some of the same results in sepsis. So we know that by taking a measurement of the amount of nets, by actually quantifying that amount, we know which patients have the severe immune response and those that have an asymptomatic immune response. What we hope to do is identify whether or not the body injects these nets in advance of the onset of severe symptoms. So that's the question that we have not answered. We know that there's a strong correlation between the amount of nets and the person's immune response to these two invading pathogens. What we don't know is how far in advance, if at all, does the body inject nets into your bloodstream, and then your body has the severe immune response. So in other words, if there's a delay of 12, 24, 36, 48, 72 hours between overinjection of nets and the onset of very severe symptoms, that patient can be triaged. That patient can be admitted to the hospital, given antibiotics, given oxygen, whatever the protocol of the treatment options would be. Because right now what happens, for instance, in COVID-19, if you're confirmed infected with COVID-19, yet you're asymptomatic, what happens now? You're sent home to isolate, right? But for some patients, a couple days later, they have a really bad reaction to COVID-19 infection. And in many cases, they have to rush themselves or someone has to rush them back to the hospital, hope that they can get a hospital bed, hope that there's oxygen available for them, hope that there's a doctor or a nurse available to tend to them. In many cases, they're not getting the treatment that they need. So there's damage being done to their lungs, to their heart, to other organs. And in some cases, patients are dying because of the cytokine storm and because they weren't getting medical resources fast enough. So a tool like this will be incredibly useful to identify those patients that are likely to progress to the severe symptoms of these two pathogen infections and those patients that are not. And so there'd be a much more efficient allocation of medical resources as well. Right now, a lot of people are sent home when they should be admitted to the hospital, and a lot of people are in the hospital that aren't going to die of COVID-19 or sepsis, and they should be sent home. So there's a misallocation of resources that we hope that this product will realign the allocation of resources better and also be able to get people that are likely to have these severe responses into the hospital and to get medical resources to reduce morbidity rates and reduce mortality rates. So we're really excited about the NETosis program. I don't have a lot of time left, so I'll just quickly talk about our cancers in humans. We have programs underway in lung cancer, colorectal cancer, and looking at two bloodborne cancers, subtypes of leukemia and lymphoma, all very large markets for us, all blood-based modalities. Really excited about the opportunities here in these three human cancer types. And then I do want to save a couple minutes for questions, so I'll just go to our key financials slide. We're listed on the NYSE American Stock Exchange, ticker VNRX. Market cap's been around the $150 to $200 million range, burning about $2 million per month. We ended Q2 with about $28 million in cash, so we have a strong cash position. We have 5 analysts covering the company. We have Zacks, we have Aegis Capital, we have the Benchmark Company, we have Cantor Fitzgerald, and we have Maxim Group covering the company. About 50 million shares out basic, about 55 million shares out fully diluted. Very clean cap table. We have no warrants, we have no convertible debt, we have no preferred, no equity lines, strong insider ownership. Insiders own about 17.5% of the shares. Institutions have about 33%. And that is the Volition VNRX story. Happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Love the presentation, Scott. One quick question for you here. So related to the new QNet, this isn't something, this like aspect of nets and the cytokine storm, this isn't something that I've personally heard about. I feel like we haven't heard a ton about this. Why do you think it is that, like you sound like you're pretty optimistic on this as potentially helping, COVID-19 severe cases. Do you have any sense why we haven't heard more about this kind of in the main street?
I believe we're really the first company that's using the technology.
Great answer.
To do this. We our new Q capture program, we've had some amazing scientific and biological breakthroughs in our R&D program. We have a lot of patents filed. We're just doing some amazing cutting edge things.
Great to hear, man. Thanks for coming on, Scott. Scott Powell. He is Executive VP and Head of Investor Relations over at Volition RX. It's ticker VNRX. Until next time, Scott.
Thank you, Brent. Appreciate it.
Yep. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. You too.
Woo. All right. 3:40 p.m. We got only a couple more presentations left for today. We'll be back again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Our next presenter is ready to go. He is founder and CEO over at CloudDX. It's Robert Call. Robert, can you hear me knocking? Let's get oh, there he is. Robert, welcome.
Hey.
Nice to see you. Nice to hear you.
Nice to be here.
All right, I'll let you have the floor, sir. Tell us a little bit about CloudDX.
Yeah, fantastic. So thank you so much, CloudDX. CloudDX is short for Cloud Diagnostics, and we are an award-winning disruptor in virtual care and digital medicine. I will pause for a moment to mention that there will be forward-looking statements during my presentation. So if you have any questions about that, please review this page in our investor presentation deck that's available on our website. So CloudDX is a virtual care company, a software company, and a company that creates and markets unusual medical devices. We are 7 years old, founded in 2014. And I'll pause on this slide just to point out that CloudDX is not only regulated as a public company, as all public companies are, we're also highly regulated as a healthcare company. We're ISO certified for quality management. We're audited by the FDA. We're audited by Health Canada. And there's a lot of eyeballs on our operations and a lot of eyeballs on our quality and security and privacy. And that, of course, to some extent protects investors just as much as regulation in the public markets protects investors. As a private company, Brent, we raised just over 28 million Canadian dollars prior to going public. And in our go public transaction, an additional 6 million for a total raise of just under $35 million to date so far in 7 years. I also want to introduce briefly our stellar board of directors, and in particular, our lead investor, Mr. Brad Miller, who is the largest non-founder investor of CloudDX. Brad is a businessman and a family office from Vancouver, Canada. And Brad has invested with us virtually at every stage. Also, Mr. Bill Chernetsky is a public name some of you may recognize. Bill was the former Ontario Chief Health Innovation Strategist, a member of the Ontario government during the previous administration. Bill is now EVP of government affairs at Point Click Care, a very large successful software company that does a lot of business in the United States. And there are two physicians on our board of directors. Dr. Sunny Coley is our chief medical officer and co-founder. And Dr. Gus Zakos is also a board member. And these gentlemen were instrumental in a lot of our private funding And I'll mention this again in another slide, but as a private company, CloudDX raised a substantial amount of the private funding we did through the medical community from over 300 individual physicians. And a lot of those physicians came from these two gentlemen's networks. So virtual care is something that I think we're starting to become familiar with. And of course, due to the pandemic, and the stats are a little bit eye-raising. Previous to COVID-19 in 2019 and the very first month of 2020, really the number of virtual healthcare visits going on in North America was in the single digits, 6, 7, 8, 9%. And then immediately that changed in April of 2020. Care went virtual. By the middle of 2020, over 50% of healthcare visits of all kinds were happening virtually. That number has reduced a little bit as we've started to open up again in most parts of North America, but nevertheless is still in the 30+% range. And a virtual visit, of course, is a two-way telemedicine consult, kind of like what we're doing today on video. But remote monitoring of patients at home is another important aspect of virtual care that's very much coming on stream, because that remote monitoring aspect allows physicians and nurses, clinicians, to see telemetry in real time from their patients, gather data on symptoms, on vital signs, on the way the patient is feeling, even photographs of surgical sites and photographs of wounds. And that real-time, very timely data leads to early interventions. So if something is changing for the worse, if something's changing in a negative way, then the clinicians can intervene immediately to either change that person's care at home or get that person back into the ER or the hospital. And that early intervention, in turn, makes care much more efficient, and it makes outcomes, in many cases, dramatically better. So let's talk about virtual care platforms. Our virtual care platform, Connected Health, consists of two main components. The first component is the component that goes home with the patient. It's a kit of medical devices that are familiar to many of us: blood pressure cuff, weight scale, thermometer, pulse oximeter. CloudDX devices are unique in some ways because we actually invented them. No, we actually invent and manufacture our own pulse wave device, which is a blood pressure and cardiac monitor. And we also manufacture the scale, we manufacture the pulse oximeter. And we also ship a tablet in most of our kits that's already got our app on it, locked down. It's a very easy to use app that just works out of the box. And when many of your patients are older, they're of an older generation, that means you don't have to be pairing Bluetooth devices. You don't have to be working in the cloud and doing computer science rather. It just all magically works. And that, of course, leads to very high patient satisfaction. The second component is the clinician component. This is a dashboard where nurses, doctors can monitor simultaneously thousands of patients with automated software in the background that's looking for those patterns, looking for changes in vital signs, changes in survey answers, changes in the patient's condition that then create a notification that this patient needs to be addressed. And that feedback loop of notification is what drives improved care in the home. You're going to hear me talk a little bit about differentiators today. We are highly differentiated at CloudDX. We compete against some very, very large companies and win giant RFPs and large contracts in the teeth of that competition. We're deployed across Canada, from coast to coast, all the way up to the Yukon, so coast to coast to coast. And we're really focused right now on our US growth, which I'll talk about in just a minute. But the key to why virtual care, and particularly remote monitoring, is becoming more and more used all over North America today really is in these 6 value propositions. So from the point of view of post-surgical monitoring, which is a rapidly growing use case for virtual care, the key differentiator here is get the folks out of the hospital sooner. What that means is it allows that patient where they want to be, where they belong. It also reduces the burden on the hospital. When it comes to chronic care management or managing patients who have complex chronic conditions like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or congestive heart failure, being able to stay at home as long as possible and not have to move into a nursing home or an assisted living home is becoming more and more desirable, especially considering what's just happened in the last year and a half. From the point of view of the provider, though, it's also more efficient. Moving those patients out of the hospital is allowing all across Canada hospitals to address a giant multi-100,000 patient surgical backlog of surgeries, elective surgeries that were postponed during the pandemic and now are just backing up with patients getting sicker and sicker. And from the point of view of those chronic disease patients, reducing those ER visits and reducing those hospital admissions is reducing the two largest cost items in the entire healthcare budget across North America. It's those two diseases, COPD and CHF. So there's tremendous additional efficiencies when these tools are deployed correctly. From the point of view of the ultimate payers, which in the Canadian context is the taxpayers, is the federal government and the provincial governments, that efficiency means better use of resources. It means that precious healthcare dollars can go towards other things than COPD and CHF. And everything from that post-surgical transition problem to substance use, opioid reduction, there's a long, long laundry list. In the US context, these tools are reimbursed in the United States and actually become a new source of revenue, a new source of income for US providers because of the way the reimbursement system works. And these value propositions are critical to our growth. But those apply to all RPM companies. What's different about CloudDX are these following things. Because we invent our own tools and our own devices, like our pulse wave system, we're gathering data that no other provider actually gathers on cardiac functions, respiration rate, on patient behavior. We also control the user experience from the very skin of the patient, the skin of the user, all the way through that clinician portal to where that data needs to go, and even integration into electronic medical record systems. And then two other points, very strong points to make. First of all, as the size of company we are, we're very nimble compared to large competitors. That means we get to deliver services and features on a timeline that's very aggressive. It's faster than our competition. That helps win us jobs. And we also have extremely high marks for customer service. In third-party, independent studies that have been done, CloudDX customer service scores have been in the high 90s all the way up to 100%. And on the clinician side, a net promoter score of 82. Just when it comes to the type of sales and the type of revenues we like to talk about, I want to mention this slide and these 3 points. In many cases, especially in Canada, we have two steps to our contracts that we sign. The first step is the hardware itself, the kits, the tablets, all that tends to get paid for. And then the second step is a per patient per month recurring SaaS type revenue that flows in as patients are onboarded onto the system. And these are typically 18 to 36 month contracts. Conversely, in the United States, we amortize the cost of that equipment into that monthly per patient per month fee, because that fee is reimbursed by a specific code that pays for all of it together. That code pays much more than it does on the Canadian side. So that's a $58 per month or $60 per month payment, for example, versus approximately $35 in the Canadian side. But in the Canadian context, the equipment's already paid for. All that means is that in some cases, when you look at our financial statements, our revenue looks lumpy because we'll get a big order of equipment and that will drive up that revenue, that particular revenue number. And then in the following quarter, you'll see our subscription revenues increase dramatically. And that's a pattern we saw in Q2 of this year, for example. The third bucket is projects that are often academically funded. 2 points to make there. Again, this can be lumpy because it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it comes in pieces because it's funded by grants. And another important point, that type of project revenue actually, in some cases, is actually called other income because it's funded by government grants or government subsidies. So in that case, to truly see the dollars flowing through CloudDX, you have to add the actual revenue top line to the other income to get a full picture. So who are we talking about here as far as customers are concerned? The available market for remote patient monitoring in North America is enormous. There are over 50 million US beneficiaries of Medicare that qualify for a reimbursed remote patient monitoring. From the point of view of these surgical postponements, the number is in the millions in North America, in the hundreds of thousands in Canada. And we also address those complex post-surgery cases, of which globally there are hundreds of millions, and of which in many cases, as you see here, lead to very, very serious outcomes, very serious negative outcomes. So the bottom line is the available market is tremendous. Now I want to touch on some recent announcements we've made because this will really help fill in the blanks on the growth of the next few quarters. So since we went public, in just at the end of April, early May of 2021. We made an announcement regarding a partnership with Maxwell Telecare, which is a telehealth company based in Chicago. Doctors at Maxwell do telemedicine visits for two big groups, primary care providers and nursing homes. We're currently growing into that Maxwell contract. That contract gave us access to over 25,000 patients within existing Maxwell contracts, and those contract numbers continue to grow. We touched on the surgical backlog. Our customer and partner, Hamilton Health Sciences, announced they're using CloudDX technology, as well as many other hospitals across Canada, to directly address that post-surgical backlog. And in Ontario, there's a $30 million surgical transition fund designed specifically to pay for that use case. So that's the money hospitals will be using to further deploy CloudDX in the coming months and quarters. Then in August, we announced a new partnership with a company called DYAI e-commerce solutions. And I'm going to touch on that in just a minute. Very, very critical partnership. And then just a few weeks ago, we announced a different partnership with a company called Prism Media. So what does this mean to our go-to-market strategy? Hospitals and clinics are a large and growing market for us. We're potentially the most deployed remote monitoring solution in Canada at the moment. But we're really focusing again on those US deployments as well. And as well, entire governments. So CloudDX is the sole provider, for example, of virtual care to Yukon Health and Human Services. We also are providing virtual care to a very large Western Canadian province. And I just mentioned the Ontario Surgical Transitions Fund as well. We are a Canada Health Infoway verified vendor. And what that means is that we're already on a pre-vetted list so that every province in Canada can just simply go ahead and purchase products and services from CloudDX. We also have enterprise contracts. These are large companies like CBI Health, the Lung Association, and even Vital Air Canada, which is the largest provider of home oxygen services in the country, that use CloudDX technologies internally for their own purposes. This might not necessarily be reimbursed by government, but these are commercial contracts. And then let's talk about DYAI Healthcare Solutions. DYAI is a company, one of the top e-commerce companies in Canada that addresses a specific niche, which is pregnancy. Moms use the babydoppler.com website, where they purchase a fetal Doppler device, which is a unit that allows moms to count the baby's heartbeat. DYAI sees over 900,000 unique visitors a year and over 100,000 transactions a year. And that's a market we're growing into with regards to a maternal health tracker, a hypertension tracker for those moms who have risk factors for maternal hypertension, of which somewhere between 10 and 20% statistically will have. This means we have direct access to over 100,000 buyers who are already transacting and 900,000 plus unique visitors. So this then leads me to the story of available patients. So when we measure CloudDX growth, there's 3 steps to our deployment of connected health. The first step is under contract acquiring access to patients. Before 2021, back in 2020, even with the hospital contracts we had at that time, we had access to about 3,700 patients. They're not all enrolled yet, but that was our access to patients. By Q2, with the Maxwell contract, that grew to 31,000 plus. With the DYAI contract, that grew to over 100,000, 130,000 plus. And then Prism Media, which is a company we have a contract with to address chronic care management patients. Prism Media, as you'll note in our press release at the time, has a database of over 1 million American chronic care management patients, which gives us tremendous access to available patients we can stratify and match with physicians who deliver reimbursed remote patient monitoring to those patients in the United States. So the first step for us is access to patients. The second step is enrolling those patients, which is what we're doing right now. We went public less than 6 months ago. The use of proceeds from that public raise first was this step, and now the next step is enrollment. The third step, of course, is the revenue that flows from that enrollment. And because of the steps we go through, that revenue is expected to be in the next several quarters, ramping more and more rapidly. By the way, CloudDX will be holding a seminar, a webinar, to directly dig into this question of the revenue pathway for CloudDX. And that webinar is on October 12th at 12 o'clock Eastern Time. And you'll find a link to register for that webinar on our website, clouddx.com. Moving on, I just want to quickly wrap up here by speaking a little bit about the future of our technology. CloudDX has a strong intellectual property portfolio with 6 granted patent families, 5 more patent families pending, and 4 registered trademarks. And most importantly, peer-reviewed studies. In this aspect, CloudDX is a very, very strong competitor. A company of our size, I don't believe has, no other company of our size has this kind of portfolio of peer-reviewed papers that prove the efficacy, prove the user experience, and user satisfaction of our technology. Our technology has been validated in hospital, it's been validated in the cath lab for accuracy, and it's these peer-reviewed published papers that give clinicians confidence to use new technology like that from CloudDX. I'll also point out that we are one of the most awarded technology companies in Canada, the first Canadian company to ever win an X Prize, winner of a 21 Edison Award, and Fast Company World-Changing Idea, and over a dozen more. So what's coming down the pipe? Starting early next year, we will be delivering a new version of our proprietary wrist cuff device called PulseWave. PulseWave 2 is the only device of its kind in the world that can not only measure blood pressure and heart rate accurately, but also measures respiration rate. You can imagine how powerful that will be in the world of long COVID, in addition to many other respiratory conditions that are out there. We have a patent on that technology, and that is absolutely proprietary to CloudDX. Following PulseWave 2, we have a new wearable device coming to market next year called Vitality. These devices come from our Tricorder X Prize endeavor, which was in fact a working science fiction-like Star Trek medical tricorder that literally was able to make autonomous diagnoses. Now, what we're doing with Vitality is monitoring all the vital signs, including respiration and blood pressure, without a cuff, continuously for several days. Vitality will be deployed in a 20,000 patient, 5-year project from McMaster University to monitor post-surgical recovery in some of the most serious cases. And the third piece of technology we'd like to talk about is an app called Cough Analysis. This is a technology that can actually detect from the sound of a person coughing and measure that cough and detect what type of respiratory disease that person might have. The Cough Analysis program is currently in clinical validation in Africa, and the use case is tuberculosis. And there will be more details about that coming up in the next quarter or so. So there's 5 different ways we can grow CloudDX. We find within our existing hospital contracts that new use cases come up all the time. So our contracts tend to grow organically. Of course, our sales and marketing team is always aggressively signing new contracts. As these new technologies, the new devices come to market, they tap into new and different reimbursement modes. And those modes allow us to generate even further revenue. And then the last 2, of course, are new markets and acquisitions. I think I must be out of time. So I'll stop here now and I'll answer questions.
If you want to if you were wanted to do a quick summary or something like that, Robert,
I guess we're very thrilled to be part of the solution now as the world comes out of COVID-19, but moves into new areas of risk and danger and new conditions. We're tackling some of the most important healthcare problems of our day, including post-surgical transitions that have potentially high mortality rates, and including, of course, chronic disease management, which is the largest single cost item in the entire healthcare space. As we say here on our slide, we're revenue generating, but we're also a blue sky opportunity, because these new technologies now that have been validated, they've been vetted, they've been awarded competitive awards, millions and millions of dollars in grant funding. They're now coming to market, and those devices are going to change the world.
Excellent stuff, Robert. I can tell you're extremely passionate about it. I imagine the rest of your team is very passionate. This is what investors want to see. They want to see, an exec that is 100% all on board, and it seems like you and CloudDX are absolutely there. Thanks for joining us, Robert Call. He's founder and CEO of CloudDX. The tickers on the Toronto venture CDX, and ticker on OTC is CDXFF.
Thank you, Brent.
Yeah, have a good day, Robert. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Cool stuff. More innovation in the space. More innovation being highlighted here on Benzinga's Small Cap Healthcare Conference. Thanks for joining us, everyone, today. We are getting going here into last couple presentations. We're still going strong, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to welcome on our next guest here. We had a lot of interest in this stock in our chat on Benzinga Pro recently. We had a lot of interest in the YouTube chat a little bit earlier. So without further ado, we're going to be joined with somebody from Neovasc. It's ticker NVCN. We have Bill Little. He is the COO of Neovasc. Bill, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Good to see you. Good to hear you. I'll let you take it away, sir.
Okay, great. Thanks for the opportunity. So I will caution investors that we're going to be making some forward-looking statements here. So I would just caution you to familiarize yourself with the forward-looking statements. Neovasc is fundamentally a two-product company. We're going to talk about the reducer device, which you see on the left, which is a device for treating chronic chest pain that isn't helped with stents or bypass surgery or medicines. And we're also going to talk about the Tiara mitral valve replacement device, which is a less invasive way of replacing a diseased mitral valve. And so fundamentally, to highlight our strategy, we're really trying to do three things. First, it's grow reducer revenues. So we are commercially available in Europe. We have a CE mark and we're revenue generating. Last quarter, we were up 130+% year over year and 40+% quarter over quarter. We're about to finish Q3 here and looking forward to presenting our Q3 results in the coming weeks. So growing revenue is really important for us in Europe. We're also focused on expanding reimbursement for the technology in the US and worldwide. And then finally, and perhaps most excitingly, we are on the front edge of initiating a big study in the United States aimed at getting approval for the reducer device in the US. On the Tiara mitral valve, we are currently pursuing a CE mark approval in Europe under the European Medical Device Regulation. That's, call it a year plus away from a regulatory decision in Europe, and we're focused on getting to that decision in the back half of next year. And then finally, it's about managing the cash we have on hand. In January, we raised $72 million, which for a company our size really puts us in a powerful position where we can go execute the plan that we've got now. And so we've streamlined some activities in development around a different approach for our Tiara program. We're focused on the device that is currently under review in Europe. And so reducing expenses and making sure that we optimally use that cash that we've got on hand is really our approach. And so I'll touch a little bit on the market for refractory angina. So this is it's a multi-billion-dollar opportunity. There's about 2 million patients a year that go to get an angiogram, that is a moving X-ray. And the vast majority of those patients are there because they have chest pain. And about a quarter of the time, those patients have wide open vessels. We call that angina with non-obstructive coronary artery disease, or ANOCA. Many of those patients may in fact have microvascular disease. The tiny vessels in the heart may be diseased. And many of those patients that get angiograms go on to get stents or bypass surgery. A little over a million procedures a year in the US, another million in Europe, another million in Asia. And so these patients are there because they have chest pain. And then typically about a quarter of the time after a patient gets a stent or after they get bypass surgery, they still have chest pain. That's the group of patients that we can target with the reducer device. And of course, these are very expensive patients to treat. And frankly, many of them just have no other good options. And so we studied the reducer device in a clinical trial called COSIRA. And we were able to publish the results in the New England Journal of Medicine. We met the primary endpoint. And I'll briefly walk you through what the study was about. So we took patients that had bad chest pain. And you can see at the bottom of the slide, there's 4 classes of chest pain. The higher the number, the worse your chest pain is, to where these patients that are class 4 have chest pain at rest. They can be sitting on a couch and they still have chest pain. And so we took 2 groups of patients. One group had a sham procedure, that is, they didn't actually get the device implanted. The other group actually got the device implanted. Now, the patients didn't know which group they were in. They were blinded to the result, and that's what's called a sham study. And so what you see at baseline on the left, most of the patients were class 3 and class 4. And then on the right, at 6-month follow-up, you can see in the dark blue, the patients felt a lot better. They moved down to class 1 or class 2 in many cases. In the light blue, you see the placebo effect. Those were the patients that didn't actually have anything done, but yet they still felt a little bit better. And so the reason this trial was so important is that we did this placebo or sham procedure on half, and the patients didn't know which group they were in. And you can see, despite the placebo effect, the folks that actually got the treatment did better than the folks who didn't get the treatment. And thus, we hit the primary endpoint, and of course, we published here in the prestigious New England Journal of Medicine. So we're commercial in Europe. We conducted, or we're actually currently conducting, a post-approval study. And in fact, earlier this week, this study, an interim analysis of this study was published in a prestigious journal called Eurointervention. You may have seen a press release we put out earlier this week about these results. And so what we did is we did real-world patients in Europe that had an approved device that we sold to the hospitals, and then we tracked those patients. And you can see, even as quick as 6-month follow-up, we saw huge improvements, 1 or 2 class improvements in these patients. And now we have some patients that are out as far as 5 years, and you can see the results are sustained, or if anything, they may in fact get a little bit better. So what's happening in the real world matches what we saw in the sham-controlled, randomized controlled trial. And so in the United States, we're about to commence COSIRA 2. And so this is a 380 patient trial that we're going to study up to 50 centers, and probably 40 or so of those will be in the US, maybe 10 or so will be in Canada. And what we're going to do is run essentially a trial very similar to COSIRA 1 that will be sham-controlled, randomized, double-blind, at the highest level of evidence essentially that there is. And we're going to investigate these patients in North America with an aim of getting approval in the US. And we're led by really a who's who of the interventional cardiology community. Greg Stone and Tim Henry are the co-principal investigators of the study. And then you can see Drs. Jeremias, Dr. Joliker, and Dr. Sharma make up the rest of the executive steering committee. And I won't go into the details on these folks, but needless to say, this is a prestigious group of well-regarded physicians that we've got to help guide us in the trial. I mentioned reimbursement was a big part of our strategy. And so actually effective later this week, we've been doing quite a bit of work in the United States and outside the US to gain reimbursement for the device. Effective in October, there's a new procedure code, a new ICD-10 procedure code, which is how physicians and hospitals code the work they do to get reimbursed, specific for the coronary sinus reduction device. So we worked with CMS to get these codes established. Also later this week, beginning October 1st, you can see there are 2 new DRG codes, which is how hospitals get reimbursed and how they code procedures. And you can see the corresponding payment rates for the procedures using the coronary sinus reducer. On top of that, we went to CMS last year, and in fact in May, CMS came out and they proposed to give us a new technology add-on payment for the device. The reducer device has what's called breakthrough status from the FDA. And because of that, we're able to get faster interactions with FDA, and potentially we may be able to be eligible for incremental reimbursement. So we worked with CMS to target a new technology add-on payment. CMS agreed with us. They proposed a $9,700 add-on payment on top of the procedure reimbursement, assuming we get FDA approval. Once we heard from the FDA that they wanted us to go back and run a trial, obviously we've withdrawn that application, but it does give us good comfort that I think CMS potentially sees value in the technology as well. And when we ultimately do get to the United States, assuming we do get to the United States, we're going to go back and seek that incremental reimbursement again. Outside of the US, we're also working on international reimbursement. We have what's called NUB Status 1 in Germany, which essentially is the highest level of device reimbursement where hospitals can go individually apply for reimbursement. We commercially sell in Germany right now. We have one single price across the entire country, and we do have a direct sales team of 4 folks in Germany where we are direct. We're targeting full national coverage where hospitals wouldn't even have to go hospital by hospital, and we're expecting a decision on that in the back half of this year. In the United Kingdom, we were just granted what's called a HCTED, or high cost tariff excluded device reimbursement, where there is now dedicated reimbursement for the reducer device in England. Hospitals essentially can directly bill the cost of the device to the NHS in England. And earlier this month, we went through our second Interventional Procedures Advisory Committee review meeting, where NICE, which is sort of the governing body of healthcare economics in the United Kingdom, is looking to issue guidance around reducer therapy. And both of those meetings went quite well. We're really looking forward to the final recommendation coming out from NICE. Hopefully here in the next several months, we'll get that final guidance from NICE. In France, we have ongoing discussions with the reimbursement authorities there. We've had a couple of, we'll call them hearings with the French authorities, and they've most recently counseled us to target essentially an annual reimbursement process. We're going to submit that document here in the coming days back to the French authorities, looking for reimbursement similar to what we have in Germany, where it's an annual process. And we're quite hopeful that we'll have that decision here by the end of this year. And then finally, we're also under review in the Netherlands, looking for a reimbursement decision in the first half of next year there. I mentioned earlier that microvascular disease may be an emerging target for the reducer therapy. There are a couple of studies that are ongoing, a randomized trial called COSIMA out of the University of Mainz in Germany, and then an investigator-initiated study here in the United States that the Mayo Clinic went to the FDA and is running their own pilot study specifically looking at microvascular dysfunction. So we're encouraged that folks are investigating it for this disease state, and it represents another potential market for us. I'm going to shift gears over to the Tiara device quickly. So the Tiara device is designed to treat mitral regurgitation, and it's another absolutely gigantic market. Over 5 million patients in the US, another 5 million in Europe suffer from mitral regurg. We expect this is going to be a $2+ billion market, revenue market, in the next couple of years. And the reason is that patients that have mitral regurgitation do so poorly. And if we have less invasive ways of safely treating these patients, we think we can treat more patients than are being treated today. And so our device is called the Tiara mitral valve, Tiara transapical mitral valve replacement device. And it essentially is put in through a keyhole incision between two ribs on a beating heart. The standard of care today for replacement surgery is to crack open a patient's chest, to put them on a heart-lung bypass machine, to stop the heart, to cut open the heart, sew in a new native valve, sew up the heart, hit the patient with a defibrillator and hope that their heart starts again, and then sew them back up. And many of these patients, who are frequently in their 80s, are unable to undergo that surgery. So we believe by having a less invasive way that can be done on a beating heart through that keyhole incision really represents a potentially transformational way of performing these procedures. And so the prognosis for these patients is really poor. In fact, over half of patients that are diagnosed with functional mitral regurgitation, which is the type we treat, are dead within 5 years. And you know, another thing to consider is that if these patients go on to have surgery, this is a relatively complex slide looking at what happens to patients that have replacement surgery. And most of these patients are what are considered high risk. You can see the orange and blue chart on the left. And when these patients that are high risk for surgery undergo these procedures, they have really tough outcomes. You can see over on the right in the high risk category, 5% of them have stroke, 15% of them die, 42% of them have some major morbidity, 35% require prolonged ventilation. And we all know in the era of COVID what ventilation potentially can mean for patients. And so these surgeries are really tough on patients, which is why a less invasive way of doing it is so important. And so we've treated 83 patients to date with the Tiara device. And in the top row, the overall results is an aggregation of the 3 sub-studies, we'll call them, that we've done below. And you can see that both procedurally, the patients do well, very well, and you know, we have very good acute procedural outcomes with these patients. More importantly, if we look at how the valve is functioning, on the left at baseline, you can see most of these patients have moderate to severe or severe mitral valve insufficiency. That is, their mitral valve doesn't coapt very well and they have regurgitation back into the left atrium. And by the time we discharge them at day 10, you can see these patients turn from red to green. That is, they get into none to trace or mild valve insufficiency. And that is because we're putting in a mitral valve that works in place of one that wasn't working very well prior to that. And perhaps more importantly, these patients feel better. So if we look at their New York Heart Association classification of how they feel, you can see at baseline, most of them are class 3 or class 4 patients. That is, they feel really bad. And by the time they're discharged, you can see they're already starting to feel better. But as that heart remodels over time, they feel better and better over time. So we know that we can perform these procedures very safely acutely. The acute outcomes look really good. And over time, these patients feel better because their valve is functioning better. And so, like I said earlier, we're targeting a CE mark decision under the European Medical Device Regulation in the back half of next year. We're doing some finite element analysis work, that's some R&D work to characterize the device performance over time. Then we will undertake fatigue testing to demonstrate to the regulators the durability of the device over time that matches with that FEA analysis. And then again, we're targeting that regulatory decision in the back half of next year. And so we've laid out some really clear value creation milestones for ourselves. You can see a couple of them we've already hit this year. That is getting that incremental reimbursement in the UK, enrolling the first patient at that University of Mainz COSIMA trial. We're looking for that French decision by the end of this year, and that remains on track. And we're looking to enroll the first patient in our COSIRA-2 randomized controlled trial in North America later this year, and that also remains on track. And so we've got a lot to look forward to. You can see in the out years what's going to happen. We're focused on and executing in 21. As we move into 22, we remain on track for those milestones as well. And so I'll summarize by saying that we've got these two great products, both which are serving large underserved patient populations. We have a very clear execution strategy, and Neovasc really is an execution story. At this point, it's about driving adoption of Reducer, getting the trial going in the United States, getting the regulatory decision around TRTA, and then being smart in how we utilize the cash that we raised earlier this year. So I'll pause there and wrap it up and take any questions that you might have. Hopefully this gives you a good perspective of what we're focused on here at Neovasc.
Absolutely did, Bill. I have a couple quick questions for you. Maybe you be answered. Maybe I throw some tough questions at you that you can't answer right away. I think you're ready for it though. So here's the easy one. As far as reimbursement, are you looking anywhere outside of Europe and North America right now?
There's some other markets that we're looking to go into. So we'll go into Latin America next year.
Okay.
We're going to anchor that around Brazil. Once we believe we have a good regulatory path in Brazil, then we'll go into the rest, or we'll go into, I'll say, additional markets in Latin America. But we want to make sure we've got a big enough market that will justify, entering that market. And Brazil certainly represents that in Latin America. We're also planning to head into Australia. That'll be our first entry into Asia. And Australia will serve as our anchor market going into that market. The reimbursement there is a little bit different. You can get reimbursed under what's called special access as you pursue coverage through TGA, which is the regulatory body in Australia. They have a private system and a public healthcare system. We will target both, initially targeting the public healthcare system and then ultimately aiming to get into the private system as well.
Gotcha. Okay. And so I know I'm getting way ahead of myself here, but let's say it's 2026. What is the sales breakdown look like between Tierra and the Reducer? Can you comment on that at all?
Yeah, I mean, so no, the short answer is no. I'm not going to give projections of what we're going to do in 26. And really that's going to be contingent upon if we're able to get approval for Reducer, Tierra in Europe, and then ultimately get approval for Reducer in the United States. But needless to say, both of these markets are billion-dollar plus markets. And if we are successful executing these strategies, I think we've got tremendous upside in terms of the markets.
Really liked how you put it, Bill, calling it an execution play. Leave it up to your team. We've got the plan. Now we just got to go execute on it.
That's right. That's right.
Awesome. Neovasc, NVCN is the ticker. This was Bill Little. He's COO of Neovasc. Thanks so much for joining us today, Bill.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me. It's great.
Have a good rest of your day. We are winding down here, ladies and gentlemen, but we are not slowing down. We're winding down, but we're not slowing down. That makes sense, right? Right, chat? Last presentation of today. Let's call it the headliner. GBS. This is NASDAQ listed ticker. It's ticker GBS, as you can imagine. And we have two guests here that are coming on to join us. We have the CEO of GBS, and we also have the CFO. The CEO is Harry Simonitis, and also Spiro Sekiris is the CFO. Gentlemen, how are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
I am having a good day. Spiro, you are muted. If you didn't know, sir, is the old mute trick. It's the oldest trick in the book. There he is. There he is. There's that voice. All right, gentlemen, I'll let you take it away. Have at it.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for joining the last presentation. And as we just mentioned, it is the headline presentation. So let me just go through GBS Inc. And GBS Inc., we are an organization that is really focused on putting the power of non-invasive real-time diagnostic tests in the hands of both patients and primary healthcare practitioners. And the key aspect is we wanted a point of care, and this is where people need it, where patients need it, and where primary healthcare practitioners need it. So what we're here and talking about today is a platform technology. So this platform technology can be adapted for a large range of unmet needs and around a lot of different modalities. We have two lead products that we'll be discussing today. One is a saliva glucose biosensor, and this is a saliva glucose test that is non-invasive. It is based on saliva. And the second one is, and a much needed test as well, is also a saliva-based COVID-19 test. And this will give us real-time qualitative results. And this is key because today on the market, we don't have a qualitative result in terms of testing COVID-19. The other key excitement aspect, because this is a platform technology, there is over 130 additional tests around biochemistry, immunology, tumor markets, and endocrinology as well. In terms of the board and the management team, you have a wide range of experience from a lot of different backgrounds, but all of us very experienced around the healthcare aspect. I've got over 30 years experience. 25 of those was with GE Healthcare in bringing key technologies and diagnostic technologies to the industry. We have our CFO who will be presenting this afternoon, Paul Destor, who is the original inventor, who works at Newcastle University. You can see our chairman, Professor Steve Voyage as well, Dr. Steve Voyage. He's got a Ph.D., very experienced around the healthcare. You can see George Samalis and Professor John Destor. Also very key Ph.D. and very strong in terms of technology and bringing strong healthcare products to market. Now, let me go into our lead product here. And this is, again, it is a saliva-based biosensor. And this will make finger pricking obsolete in the future. So our key aspect here is we will be bringing a pain-free, non-invasive, easy-to-use and convenient test for people living with diabetes. The other key aspect is it is very affordable. And the reason why it's very affordable is our technology, which is an organic thin film transistor. Now, this is a small printable organic strip that can be done reel to reel. And like we said, it is actually printable, and it does it at a very low cost. And the key aspect of this is in terms of people living with diabetes and everyone that needs healthcare, affordability is one of the challenges that prevents access. And this is why we have our biosensor, which does bring across a very high sensitivity, but also at a very low cost. And one of the things that we have tested is our biosensor today exhibits a linear glucose response at concentrations 100 times more sensitive than other commercial blood glucose sensors. And this is key when you're actually trying to detect saliva in glucose in saliva, because of the concentration levels of glucose in saliva is a lot less than it is in blood. Now, as I mentioned before, this is a platform technology. And as you can see here, we've just given an example of our two tests that we're working on today. On the far left, you have the saliva glucose biosensor, and on the right, you have the COVID-19 antibody test. Now, the key aspect here, this is a platform technology, and it is virtually layers of different technology across it. The bottom is the transistor, which is the biosensor, which is the core component of the technology. This does not change regardless on what kind of test. This remains the same. And this technology at the bottom, the technology, it is patent protected to the year 2033. Now, as you can see, and I'll slow down a little bit in this aspect because it's the key slide here is, as you can see the bottom, that's where the transistor is, this is where the technology is. And on the top layer is what we swap and replacing it. For example, the saliva glucose biosensor, the top layer reacts with glucose oxidase. And then if you change that and put, for example, an antigen-specific antibody test for the COVID-19, then you can start detecting COVID-19. So these are the different aspects. And we believe that as we go forward, just changing that top layer does not require a lot of R&D because a lot of the hard work has already been done in terms of the biosensor itself. Now, we did mention that we've got over 130 different diagnostic tests that we are looking at. And let me go through some of them in terms of a high level. I spoke about the saliva glucose biosensor, that's our key one, and followed by the COVID-19 test. But then you can see here, we've got a large range of different modalities that we're looking at and we've already started testing, including tumor markers, hormones, and nucleic acids as well. And this, where we can do testing around allergens, we can do tests around oncology, cancers, and we can do a lot of other tests that we're actually looking at. But the key aspect here is we're really focused on bringing these two products to market first, which is, again, the saliva glucose biosensor and the COVID-19 test. Now, with both of these products, we have partnered with other universities to ensure that we continue down our clinical pathway and bring this product to market. For the saliva glucose biosensor, we are working in collaboration with Johns Hopkins University, a key partner of ours, which we're ensuring all around the saliva testing, and they will help us ensuring that our saliva test will be as accurate or even more accurate than the blood tests that we have currently in the market. And then you can see in terms of the COVID-19 test, we're working with the Wyss institution at Harvard University. And again, in bringing our technology with their expertise as well to bring a product that will be able to test quantitative results in saliva for COVID-19 tests. And both of these tests are much needed in terms of healthcare because they are both non-invasive. They are both real-time tests. And again, a key aspect is they will be affordable for patients and healthcare practitioners and for healthcare providers in all the different regions that we're going into. Now, this is another key important aspect of what we're doing here at GBS. We're not only concentrating on the much needed non-invasive test, but we also understand our patient groups that they require a very easy to use and affordable biosensor ecosystem around when they're testing diabetes. So let me give you an example. What we're working on today is a saliva glucose biosensor, which will detect glucose levels in saliva, but then ensuring that this information is easily accessed into the device, which could be a handheld device like a phone. And then also, once you have that information on your phone, how does it react? How you can send this information to other other people in your family with healthcare practitioners, store these results, analyze these results, and have records of these results. This whole ecosystem is very important, and at GBS Inc., this is where we're working on. Now, the reason for this, we just completed a global study with people living with diabetes, and we asked them a lot of factors around how do they currently test today and what would they prefer in terms of testing in the future. And also we share them what we're working on. Now, 7 out of 10 people from who we surveyed from our global study were very interested within our products and would switch as soon as it's available. And even 3 out of 10 of all the people that we surveyed actually wanted to do pre-orders. So there's a lot of excitement around here because we're not only getting the test right, we're getting the ecosystem right. Now, we've done a lot of work and we continue to do a lot of work. We've had some key developments as of today. The key ones for us is ensuring that we've gotten great partners on board, which included Johns Hopkins, Harvard University as well. We've done our pre-commercialized advancements in terms of global patient survey, getting the data, understanding both from KOLs and patients what is required for a non-invasive and affordable test. I just shared some of those results. Another key achievement that we achieved in this year is we got awarded $4.7 million worth of a grant from the Australian federal government to build a high-tech manufacturing facility for our biosensor. And this was a great achievement for us, and we're very proud of this as we bring not only the ability to actually manufacture at a low cost and bringing this biosensor to market, but gives us that runway to allow us to continue our great work in terms of our other tests that we're developing. And we're also starting our commercialization advancement as well. We're talking to partners and collaborators across all the regions in the Asia Pacific region. And we've also just recently signed an agreement with LEC so they can actually find us the key potential sub-licenses or distributors for the China market. Now, the China market for us is very important. It actually represents 1/3 of the total people living with diabetes. And this market is key for us as we advance our products to a commercialization stage. As you can see, we've got a lot of work to do, and we're really targeting in terms of the manufacturing facility, starting that process. So we're starting in Q4 this year in terms of starting building that manufacturing facility and fitting it out and kitting it out, ensuring that we have everything up and running. Some of these sub-licenses and agreements we're expecting, and we're targeting to have them all signed up by Q1 next year so we can start taking pre-orders. And then where the rubber really hits the road is in the first half of the year. We're expecting and we're targeting to actually start submitting. One is for an EAU submission to the FDA for the COVID-19 antibody test, again, a quantitative test. And then in the second half of the year, we're starting to, we'll be doing and submitting for our saliva glucose biosensor. On that note, I would love to hand it over to Spiro, who will just go through us just the last couple of slides. Spiro?
Thank you, Harry. Pleasure to be on board. So what we have here is just a very quick overview of the IP. So with the IP, we've got the license to the APAC region, which is predominantly China, Australia, and all the related countries. So then with the license, it's based on the IP we have here. So the patents are registered in the 3 countries we've just discussed then. Now, as far as that's concerned with the North America, we have 50% of the entity that owns the North American rights. And then with that, we have an option for the rest of the North American application. And the key market we're targeting at the moment is the APAC market. The initial market will be kicking off with. Next slide, Harry. Okay, so just key financials that we have here. So we're listed on the NASDAQ. GBS is the ticker code. We listed back in December 23rd, 2020. The IPO size was 21.6 million. Common stock out there at the moment is 14.8 million, and we have 7.2 warrants outstanding, which range from strike prices from $8.50 to $17. Market cap as of now is in the vicinity of $35 million. Okay, so the capital, now the major highlights from the financial perspective that we have is we've got, as per our latest announcements, we have there 12.7 million in the bank, and then I take this a cash burn rate to take us till the end of next year. And then the recent developments, which I won't go back over again, but it's a 4.7 million that Harry indicated on, and the LET consulting.
Beautiful. Thank you, Spiro, and thank you for that. So, look, thank you, everyone, for the time today. There is a lot to go over. I've only got a short amount of time to go over, but let me just leave you with a couple of key points as we're moving forward. We are really on a mission here to put non-invasive real-time diagnostic tests in the hands of both patients and their healthcare practitioners. And these diagnostic tests, we really want to make them affordable, non-invasive, and real-time at point of care. Because we truly believe that if you give this access to patients and healthcare practitioners, they can improve the quality of life that they're enduring today. So this is key. The first one, as we said, is really getting there around people living with diabetes, to remove them with their constantly, they have to finger prick themselves, and giving them a saliva test that will be a non-invasive test. And the other one is, as we're all living with COVID-19 today, giving us a test that is a quantitative result, which is a key differentiator in the market that will allow people to actually see what antibodies they have in their systems and allow them to understand when they should get that booster shot that we're talking about today. So thank you, everyone, for your time, and I'll hand it over.
Would you mind answering a question or two, gentlemen?
Absolutely wouldn't mind.
Awesome. Okay, so the chat was interested in the science behind the technology. I'm kind of interested too. Harry, you said that the technology, I guess that's the part that's sort of above the like swab sort of thing. You said that's printable. Did you mean like 3D printable?
Yes, so that's printable. So it's actually done on a reel-to-reel printer. So the bottom layer, which is the transistor, that is printable, and then each layer on top is just printed all the way through.
Wow, that's awesome. And then we had a question from the audience. Is there a working prototype?
So what we have now is we have done this. We have got a prototype that is on the bench right now. We want to make sure that that's why we're working with Johns Hopkins to get all the saliva protocols done, so we can actually start clinical trials with real patients out there, out in the field.
All right. And then so for partners, like you mentioned, you know, of course, COVID-19, of course, diabetes, allergens, types of cancer, you said that this could potentially be used for. Partnering for stuff like that, is your team planning to sell the technology and have somebody adapt something for the top of it, a company adapt something for the top, or would your team be working directly with somebody that would want to do a new allergen test?
So we believe, and we've actually got the smarts. What we've done with the saliva, we've done the actual for the glucose aspect. But what we will do, we will partner with other universities or other people that do have the technology on the top layer, and we'll partner with them. We always believe that we want to bring the technology ourselves. We'll keep that technology, it's IP protected, and that's how we'll go down.
Perfect. Gotcha. Awesome product that you're working on here, gentlemen. JBS, that's the ticker, JBS, and we had Harry Simon.
Brent.
Excuse me. Thank you. GBS, and that is Golf Bravo Sandy. I got it that time. CEO of GBS, Harry Simonitis, and also CFO Spiro Sekiris. Thanks so much, gentlemen, for joining us here.
Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
You too. Thank you very much. I sometimes mix up my J's and my G's. I'm just going to admit it. Anybody else out there? We're wrapping up here, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming back tomorrow. I'm looking down. We've just did 8 hours of programming here for you today. Smash the like if you tuned in for more than 5 hours. If you tuned in for less than 5 hours, also smash that like. I'll be back here tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. The Benzinga events team will be back here tomorrow. And why not, while we have it here, I'm going to just pull up our agenda for tomorrow really quickly, and we will just give a really quick look through on our agenda. Where was I here? Look, what was I doing down there? So tomorrow we are going to be having a blue track and a green track. Spencer is going to be emceeing the green track also. I would encourage, as much as I like having y'all on my track, on the track over here, I would encourage you to bounce back and forth between the tracks tomorrow. Spencer's a good guy. He's got some good discourse with these execs. Check him out. But I'm encouraging everyone, look at your screen here. I'm sharing my screen. I'm going to walk us through really quickly our agenda for tomorrow. I'm just going to highlight a few that are going to be on the radar for tomorrow. If you hear a stock, as I mentioned them right now, that you have been thinking about potentially investing in, certainly encourage you to come tomorrow, listen to one of their execs, ask some questions in the chat. Even better, you can ask an exec a question directly. Think about that. I don't know where else out there on Wall Street where you can get this kind of access. Benzinga provides it for you. All right, let's do a really quick scroll through here. PDS Bio, Red Hill, we got Quipt, we got Excella, Nanoviricides, Pasitha Therapeutics, Pressure Biosciences, G Medical, Avalon Global Care, Actinium, Guardian Health, Neurosense. We are having a little, ooh, look at this one. Exclusive interview. Dang it, this isn't on the track that I'm going to be hosting. We're going to be having an exclusive interview with MindMed. This has been a very important name in the psychedelic space, and our Benzinga's own cannabis director, Javier Haas, Fortress Bio, iPoint Pharma, Entheon Biomedical, Biotricity, Cybin, a panel on cancer with Greenwich Life Sciences, PDS Bio, and also Fortress Bio. And look at this. We're gonna have like some dueling panels here, a panel on cancer treatments and a panel on addressing mental health through emerging therapies. We still got a couple hours here in the agenda. Novo Integrated, Novamind, Tricon Pharmaceuticals, Filament Health, an exclusive interview with Lineage Cell Therapeutics. Justin Roberti, he's been helping a ton on the crypto side. He's giving us a hand here for the BZ Small Cap Healthcare event. ChemPharm, Biocept, SciBio, Petros Pharma. Ooh, look at this one. A little education session with Mark Petrino. That's at 2:40 tomorrow on the not this track. Hoth Therapeutics, Excur, Newtopia, and Veric. Oh, here's another education segment with Mark Petrino. That's great. Matesco. This one is one that I had been looking up earlier because we had so much interest in our chat on YouTube. ADTX, that's ADTX. They're going to be around. Actually, I think this presentation moved. This presentation is going to be at 1:55 tomorrow. And just wrapping up here, Pulse Therapeutics and MetaX Health. That tomorrow will be the end of Benzinga's Small Cap Healthcare Conference. We're only halfway through, ladies and gentlemen. And here is one of my favorite parts of when I am so fortunate enough to be emceeing these events. We've got a winner. We've got a winner for our Slido contest. And why I like this part so much, thank you. If that was you, Aaron Thomas, thank you. I see you. It was. Thank you, Aaron Thomas. Why I like this part so much when I get to announce the winner is because the winner gets something that is really awesome. The winner gets a 1-year subscription to Benzinga Pro. It costs normally $1,000. I have the winner here in my little, Aaron Thomas just handed me an envelope. It's a very tiny envelope. You can't see it, but it's in my little hand here. And to the winner, I would encourage you to call the Benzinga HQ, get a walkthrough, get a demo of the platform. We will learn a little bit about you, learn about your strategy, and learn what you want to get out of a platform like Benzinga Pro, and make some recommendations on how you should use the platform. And jump in the chat. The Benzinga Pro chat is awesome. I'm always tuned into the Pro Lounge chat. You can find me, the BSer, in the chat. You can ask me questions. I give you as much help as I can. And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, of our 1-year subscription for Benzinga Pro, track 1, day 1, is a person named Jordan Stenberg. Jordan, congratulations on winning 1 year, 12 months of Benzinga Pro. You should be getting an email with your credentials. Hop in, pro.benzinga.com, get started. Give me a shout, brent@benzinga.com, or call into Benzinga HQ. We'll get you set up with one of our experts on the Benzinga Pro team so you can learn about how you can best use Benzinga Pro. Anybody else? I'm looking down at the chat here. See if we got any other good comments. I had a blast today. I hope the audience out there had a blast. I hope, more importantly, you got some good information about a small cap healthcare company that you had been looking for, or maybe were already invested in it and you got a lot more information. I had a blast today. I had fun. Another shout out to our amazing Benzinga events team. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. again. We'll be back tomorrow for you to do day 2 of Benzinga's Small Cap Healthcare Conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone have an excellent rest of your night. We'll see you tomorrow.